following their victory in the Tournament of Power, and the unlikely, albeit strictly temporary alliance with Frieza. Our heroes return to Earth, saving not only their universe, but the others as well. Everything is back to normal on Earth and the 12 universes for a time. Except for the fact that Frieza had been revived. The next spot of trouble caused by Frieza is a tale for another time. Suffice it to say, our two Saiyans emerged from those events stronger than ever. The entire Moro arc. And so, time passed. Zipping into West City, at Capsule Corp to be specific, Vegeta scowls at Goku wondering where he's been, to which our happy-go-lucky hero can only utter, "Oh, you know." Anyway, he wants to know if they're gonna train or not. But Vegeta remarks not here, the neighbors would complain. They're gonna use the gravity room. Kinda funny to see the Prince of all Saiyans concerned with Homeowners Association etiquette. While training, he wants to know what happened with Goku and Ultra Instinct. And nothing much. He hasn't pulled it off since the tournament. So this means he can't tap into it at will? What a useless technique! Our hero guesses not. No shortcuts in training, huh? Just gotta keep grinding away. His training partner replies, especially because he never intends to fight by his side again. Which is fine with Goku, because he prefers taking enemies on by himself. As the pair are interrupted by the beeping of an intercom, a voice requests Vegeta and son Goku to come outside. Bulma, she's gotten an urgent call from Hercule. But what could Satan possibly want? Exiting, I always forget how Vegeta no longer uses a spaceship for his training. They inquire the scientist what's up. Who's not quite sure yet. Some mysterious gang showed up at Hercule's place and it sounds like they're kidnapping Buu. But kidnapping Buu? The prince huffs that she surely jests. It's easy to forget, but that creature is incredibly powerful. However, Goku doesn't find this so funny. This must mean they're looking at a new villain, aren't they? Though it's hard to say. It's worth noting Vegeta isn't sensing any powerful energy signatures. Either way, and much to his annoyance, Goku guesses they'd better go check it out. Reaching out his hand, he'll teleport him there. But Vegeta isn't touching that thing, even with gloves on. He hisses for him to get going on his own. He can fly to Herculopolis, which I guess is the alternative of Satan City, in 5 seconds. If only Vegeta could use instant transmission, too. However, since that'll never happen, Goku's just left with his feelings hurt. At Hercule's house, Mr. Satan angrily shouts what they're gonna do to Buu. He swears if they take him away. In the courtyard, we see a rather large spaceship and what appears to be Majin Buu lying down on some sort of gurney. Looks like he's taking one of his famous month-long naps. And the gangsters, their uniforms look really familiar. When Hercule decides to get real, pulling out his sidearm as he has no choice in this. This counts as self-defense to save his friend. Eat this! Though having the dexterity and speed to shoot the bullet mid-air, the alien holsters his weapon and calmly reiterates to Hercule that he just explained who they are. Interesting that he knows his name. These guys must have some good intel sources. Satan shouts in excitement at our savior's arrival, who sternly questions these visitors what they're up to. And what do they want with Buu? They're definitely bad guys, right? The world champ is just as happy to see Vegeta's come here too. But Goku and Vegeta, as in the Goku and Vegeta, but how could this guy have information on them too? Hercule pleads with our heroes to please save Buu, who assure him they're on it without hesitation. Easily dispatching the gangsters around Buu. The apparent leader of the crew reaches for his weapon as it seems they've left him no choice. Huh? Zapping him! He knocks out Goku cold with a single blast. But how could this device be so powerful and how is this guy so fast? In less than a blink, he's then behind Vegeta as he sets his sights on him next. He says he's sorry, but he's taking a short nap too. With both warriors unconscious, the man directs his men to carry these two onto the spaceship as well. They will aid their cause. He'll explain everything to them back at HQ. When we see the emblem that tells us who they are, they must be Anytime Fitness recruiters. In space, a protagonist wakes up to a nasally,
Yo, Goku! Hey, I'm talking to you!
huh?
Wake up, Goku!
Rubbing the back of his head and getting his bearings. He asks what he was doing. The patrolman replies that he was sleeping like a baby. Their stun guns pack a punch, huh? When he finally starts to regain clarity, he recognizes his old friend, would-be assassin, who thinks aloud that he's not sure why he brought them two when Majin Buu would have been enough. Huh? Brought? Where are they? Prompting Jocko to reveal that this is the HQ for their super elite organization, the Galactic Patrol. A name Vegeta remembers. When the man from before enters the room, he apologizes for getting rough with them. They didn't seem to be in any mood to listen to reason. So, Goku continues, who is he? The man on our right tells how he's the #1 elite agent. Mirrors here manages 104 sectors. Which Jocko chortles, that's a few more than even himself. Of course, Goku has to then inquire just how many sectors Jocko manages. Which, 3? But if this guy is so elite, Vegeta wants to know what he needs from Buu. Bringing our focus back to the plot, Maris explains that due to their own negligence, a dastardly criminal has broken out of Galactic Prison. To recapture this villain, they require assistance from a certain individual. Impatiently asking who this individual is. It's someone who slumbers within their Majin Buu. The Great Lord of Lords. 10 million years ago.
More incoming! Great Lord of Lords!
Nearly getting crushed by what doesn't appear to be a normal meteor. Even the Grand Supreme Kai has to admit that was close. South can't believe this guy is attacking them with actual comets. And in the distance, we spot a blue Goten. Using a technique similar to the Spirit Bomb, though profoundly more malicious and parasitic, the villain destroys another planet according to the South Kai. Unlike the Spirit Bomb, the Fiend doesn't use the energy as a projectile. He instead eats it. Is he absorbing the planet's life energy this way? Firing a surge of lightning in every direction. It looks like he just got even stronger. Even the Lord of Lords thinks this is it. They can't win. Nearby, a duo in a spaceship passively spectate. At this point in time, these guys are known as the Galactic Police, the predecessors to the Galactic Patrol. As a being of the same race as Jocko states, Planet Eater Moro. He's been charged with the destruction of the Iragi star system and bringing about mass extinction on 230 planets. Seeing his strength firsthand, the other comments how this villain is as mighty as they say. Indeed, a terrifying foe. In all honesty, they know there's nothing they can do. The plan at the moment is to leave this to the Lord of Lords and keep an eye on things. Keep an eye on things, maybe from a little farther away. as the monster closes in. If his power grows any further, they'll be helpless to resist. If only they could do something about his magic. When the Lord of Lords states he's got no choice, he'll use up his god power to steal his magic. But what? Does such a technique exist? In fact, he himself created it. He had a feeling it might come in handy one day. It's far too dangerous to teach to anyone else. As the deity powers up, South warns that he mustn't put so much of his strength into it. And so, the great Lord of Lords gave up most of his godly power in order to seal away Moro's magic. Unable to fight back, Moro was locked away in the Galactic Prison. Well, Moro was still a capable fighter, even without magic, so he was sentenced to death. Unfortunately, nobody could actually kill him, so he was instead given life imprisonment. Vegeta queries, and so this Moro is still alive after 10 million years? Alas, yes. In Goku's words, this guy is old. The short version is he managed to escape prison, huh? And that's correct. It's likely Moro has regained his magic, so they require the great Lord of Lords' power to capture this criminal once again. Although this is well and interesting and all, Vegeta wants to know what any of this has to do with Buu. And 5 million years after Moro's capture, the great Lord of Lords was absorbed by Majin Buu. Acting like he already knows this information, Goku questions if Vegeta knew that already. Which is possible, but both in the anime and manga, this detail is revealed through a private conversation with Old Kai and Kibito Kai. Mirrors continues that their only hope is to somehow extract the great Lord of Lords' ability from within Majin Buu, or at least that's what they hope to do. But Vegeta doubts he even possesses this power. Whatever their plan, it wasn't their stun gun that put Majin Buu down. He was sleeping to start with, right? It could be days before he awakens. Looking in close, one of the patrolmen tried to get his attention by cooing,
Hello? Rise and shine?
Going full-blown Undertaker, Buu chokeslams the man and throws him into another officer. Talk about tossing and turning. Snoring away. Jocko wants to confirm that nothing will wake him up, but that's just the kind of guy he is. Mirrors rubs his chin and mutters, that is a problem. Still, they haven't actually ascertained Moro's location yet, so they're on standby. When Goku gets the bright idea that since they're here anyway, how about he and Vegeta help catch this guy? And if that's not too much to ask, but Goku assures they're happy to. Sounds fun, right Vegeta? For him, all this means is they had the audacity to drag him here, and now they're asking for a favor? Mirrors tells how rumors of the two have reached them. They're supposedly quite powerful. To which Goku coyly giggles that he doesn't know about that, since there are still stronger people out there in the universes. They even ran into another Saiyan recently, something Mirrors wants to hear all about. Vegeta can't get something off his mind though. This Mirrors. He couldn't read his ki, but he's far from weak. He didn't just exploit an opening. He was agile enough to get the drop on him in an instant. That speaks to his skill. Mirrors instructs that if they'll come this way, the Galactic King is waiting to hold the induction ceremony. But the Galactic King? Who's that? Calling Goku a fool, he reminds that he was there when he fought Universe 6. Ringing a bell in our hero's mind. That octopus-looking guy. Who furrows, he's no octopus. As Goku goes to shake his tentacle, as stated during their last encounter, and that's no tentacle. Jocko takes exception to the Saiyan's casual nature. What are they, old friends or something? Know your place! Moments later, the king gives a speech. This induction concerns son Goku, also known as Kakarot, and Vegeta IV. They are hereby appointed as special members of the Galactic Patrol. Their tenure lasts until the escaped prisoner Moro is captured. They will immediately be dismissed if they are found abusing their authority. Examples of abuse would include cutting in line to buy a parfait, claiming relevance to an investigation, flaunting the Galactic Patrol symbol in order to hit on girls. After the list of condemnable offenses goes on in this manner, Jocko surprises both of them with official uniforms. They got one for each of them. Somehow, even more blunt than Vegeta, Goku stammers that he doesn't want to wear that. Acclaimed Jocko can't believe. This uniform is the pride and joy of the Galactic Patrol. Plus, the design is super cool. Again, the Saiyan expresses his disinterest in the gear. It actually looks hard to move around in. The GP relents. However, the rules do state they need to bear their symbol, as they appear to scribble something onto their gis. Recreating them perfectly, our heroes are actually kinda embarrassed by them. But anyway, Jocko congratulates them on their induction. As their Galactic Patrol superior, he'll be showing them the ropes. First, their victory pose goes like this, another thing that doesn't interest the duo. While he goes on about the different poses, a group of patrolmen come sprinting down the hallway. Inquiring of the commotion, Miris turns to them and asks what's going on. A short green alien informs us that the Macareni siblings have stolen something again. But again, they never seem to learn. Curious of the who and what on the matter, we find out the Macareni siblings are a bunch of punks who are always out there violating galactic law. Near the doorway, we hear Miris explain that they still have some time, so he'll go out and resolve this himself, to the great relief of his comrades. They have nothing to fear if he's on the scene. The last bit concerning Goku a little. What? He's going somewhere? Who excuses himself, but assures he'll be back shortly. If they could just please wait here in the meantime, this shouldn't take long. When Vegeta butts in and insists on going as well. He wants to see what Miris is made of. Good thinking in Goku's eyes, he'll come too. Smiling, Miris responds, as you wish. Leaving the headquarters, Goku wonders why Jocko decided to come too. He comments that he's in charge of overseeing Earth and its life forms, which means he's got to monitor the two of them. Of course, if they get into any danger, they'll be lucky to have Jocko around. On planet Jung, we find ourselves in a type of mine or railroad.
In the name of the law!
A man on the train shoots down the pursuing Paw Patrol. Looking close, there are 3 assailants in the cab. These must be the Macareni siblings. The little one on the right chuckles. That was the last of them, big bro. Said bro chortles back that the mounted forces didn't put up much of a fight. Inside, little bro has used his key to subdue the conductor and his platonic sheep companion. The others chatter that once they sell off this cargo, they'll be rolling in dough. As his sister shouts out for him to look, that ship up there. The Galactic Patrol. He should have known. He'll shoot him out of the sky. Meantime, he commands Getty, little bro, to keep an eye on them hostages. Opening the hatch and getting a clean look of what they're stealing. It's blue aurum, a fuel source for all sorts of machines. Like how on Earth, they've got sky gold, Jocko guesses. Ironically, Goku just rolls with this comparison and questions if it's worth a lot. And it's pretty valuable, but it's really bad if criminals get their mitts on it. With as much as they've got down there, they could build a planet-busting bomb. Which, yeah, that's bad. Taking in the situation, Miris mutters to himself, stealing a whole train's worth of blue aurum. This is their most audacious caper yet. When Big Bro decides it's time for a train top battle, he taunts, "If it ain't Miris, it's been too long, friend." We find out this man's name is Pasta. The patrolman spouts that he's not punching out today until the 3 of them are locked up in Galactic Prison. Prompting the spaghetti westerner to throw up his hands and surrender. This was just him saying hi. He'd never actually go toe-to-toe with them. And if that's the case, he needs to throw down his firearm. Confidently agreeing to do so. Glances over his shoulder. The tracks are changing up ahead. He's able to sneakily do something to his gun as Miris demands he hurry up. Whoops! The villain hollers out to Penne, presumably his sister, that their friends are changing tracks, giving her the signal to jump into action. She's able to stretch out her arms like a Namekian to pull the switch to allow the three of them on one course, and the Galactic Patrolman stuck on the other. Pasta then uses what is far superior to a shotgun with no forehead, or maybe a rifle with no sights, and blows away a portion of the tracks. Jocko curses him.
That's jerk! That was shady!
If only there was something our heroes knew how to do for the previous 553 chapters that could save Miris. Assured of his victory, the bandit bids him farewell. Now he can go boom along with all that blue arum. Indicating this material explodes upon heavy impact. Interestingly enough, Miris doesn't fly, but instead uses the same jets used by his fellow patrolmen. But how is he fast enough to subdue both Goku and Vegeta, yet not know how to fly? He contacts Agent Jocko. He's requesting a retrieval of the blue arum. Their mission is not done yet. He's going to head them off to the tunnel's exit, a request Jocko doesn't seem to be thrilled to have received. Taking off as well, Goku puts 2 and 2 together and deduces that these boots are how the Galactic Patrol guys fly around. But wait, Miris is gone? Looking over to the other side of the tunnel, he's already over there. Although he managed to make it to the front of the train in only seconds, he's too late. The conductor informs that they've already made their getaway, probably in that spaceship. When Jocko notices something horrible. The cargo's gone too! The blue arum! The Macarini speed away with at least one car of loot, all the while laughing their heads off that they managed to get away with it. Before the ship smashes a Goku on its windshield. While the occupants try to figure out who he is, Goku steams that they're not getting away. Now in a panic, he's with the Galactic Patrol, but he can fly! No fair! The situation calming, the Saiyan shouts over to Miris that he caught the bad guys. Who smiles and lets him know that he appreciates the assist. However, Jocko isn't the only one here with a good eye. Vegeta can tell that Miris had already tampered with their spaceship, ensuring they wouldn't get far. So even if Kakarot hadn't caught them, it wouldn't have mattered. Stopping the train took priority because he wanted to save the conductors. So how did he have the time to sabotage their ship? Somehow he missed that. With a couple of innocent lives saved. And a few criminals back where they belong. Jocko jubilantly giggles that this is what happens when they tangle with the elites. Though Goku's social ineptitude, or in this case Grace, has to point out that he didn't really do anything. Cutting right to it, Vegeta comments that Miris could have saved the day even quicker, couldn't he? He's hiding his power, right? His eyes don't lie. Although he claims hardly. Yes, he wanted their spaceship too, so he let them flounder a bit longer. But hiding his power? No. The prince supposes he isn't capable of capturing this Moro on his own then. And he's afraid not. He may be the #1 in the Galactic Patrol, but Moro is in another league altogether. A statement Jocko takes a bit of offense to. He continues, Moro's power knows no limits. But Goku asks if this means he's getting stronger and stronger. That's exactly what he means. So if they don't capture him soon, things will go from bad to worse. As the pilot receives a report of some kind, but where and what squad could it have come from? It doesn't mean much to us, though it's explained that the Kusea squad was out scouting and they got a lock of Moro's location. About time for our hero. Passing through sector KT-40. This is pretty interesting to Miris. He didn't get as far as expected. Turning to Jocko, Goku wants to know what direction that is. Something he's actually pretty good at, directing him to his left. Goku has a bit of a secret weapon when it comes to these sort of things. He's gonna do a search of his own. Confused, the patrolman turns to Vegeta. What does he mean? It means he can maybe sense the criminal's key if he knows where to look. As we get our first look at the face of this newest villain, now millions upon millions of years old. How powerful can he really be? Can he really stand up to our heroes? Or will this be an open and shut mission? In the intense moment of seeking out Moro's location, Vegeta takes note of Goku's shocked demeanor. Ready for action, he turns to his fellow Saiyans seeking confirmation. Did he find Moro's key? With a sense of urgency, he wants to try to sense it for himself. But before he can, Goku frantically tells him don't! He could sense that he was searching for him. He could sense that? What does he mean? How could that be? Our hero doesn't know. It's like nothing he's felt before. To think he could do that. The magician's first trick is enough to impress even Vegeta. Well, the prince urges, what else could he sense? Was it a massive key signature? Though no, not quite. Vegeta speculates that he must mean more like God Key then. Which isn't right either. It's not that his power level is the scary part. His key itself wasn't that huge, but it was terrifying. He's never felt anything like it. It's as if a whole lot of people were screaming in pain. To Jocko, that's quite a spooky way to describe it. Mirrors chimes in to note that Moro is known for absorbing the life force of planets and turning it into his own power. In that sense, his very energy is a mass of slaughtered souls. Of all people, somehow this seems to take Vegeta aback just as much as Jocko. Mirrors continues that this also explains how he's lived for so long. Upon asking just how many people he has killed, it's told that it's more like entire planets. The individual number is too many to count. Either way, he sounds like bad news. Rickety ship on the other side of the galaxy, or possibly the universe, a man who might be wearing Frieza Force garb pilots as the ominous outlaw sits behind him. The pilot notices something has gotten his passenger uneasy. He nervously questions what it is. Who gets right to the point and states that someone is seeking him. Much to the interest of the former. Really? Has the Galactic Patrol found him already? Gazing around, the wizard comments in his time away, life has managed to grow and spread throughout this universe. Which is true enough. He's been locked up for 10 million years. Still, whether due to the adrenaline of the prison break or for other reasons, the pilot is noticeably on edge. As the Magic Man wearily rubs his head, he worriedly questions if he's okay. It seems that scanning alone has taken Moro to his limit. His magical abilities are in a pathetic state. At any rate, the pilot explains that they're almost at their destination, so just hang tight a little longer. Prompting the Fiend to snarl.
Indeed, I can hardly wait.
Sending a shiver up his partner's spine. Picking up the pace, what is the destination of these two criminals? Back with the GP, Jocko queries where exactly Moro is headed then. There are no planets with life in the direction he's going. What do they think he wants? No, wait! Goku has been out that way before. But what? When? What's over there? And he's pretty sure it was when he went to see Dende. That must mean it's the planet the Namekians moved to. A fact Jocko takes a particular interest in. He demands they start talking. He thought their whole race got wiped out when Namek blew up. From the outside looking in, that would very likely appear to be the case, but they actually managed to save them all. But for their own safety, nobody is supposed to know where they're living. Mirrors mentions that now that Moro's magic has returned, he's likely capable of scanning for planets with life. And if the Namekians are truly alive, then Moro's goal must be… As Pasta interrupts, I hear those Namek folk got some wish-granting balls. Wish-granting balls? He means the Dragon Balls. Jocko shouts for him to start talking now. How does he know about the Dragon Balls? Who's surprisingly happy to. Back when he was doing hard time in Galactic Prison, one of his fellow prisoners was a deserter from Frieza's army. He told him a tale or two. The guy said that Frieza himself once went to Namek looking for these balls. Vegeta scowls more at Frieza's dregs just flapping their gums and stirring up trouble. The bandit continues. He smirks that he isn't interested unless there's profit to be made, so he didn't pay this tale much mind. But the cop's reaction just now, that tells him it is all true, isn't it? An obvious party foul by the Galactic Patrolman. So this former goon of Frieza's was looking for someone strong to help him find these particular balls. Odds are word got around to the strongest, baddest guy in prison, Moro. Not only does this confirm the previous speculation of the origin of the pilot, it's also probably safe to assume that all this additional exposition fits seamlessly into our narrative. Long story short, this means Moro is after the Namekian Dragon Balls. Or at least, there is a high probability. But Goku wonders what Moro would wish for though. Again chiming in unprovoked, Pasta chortles that if it were him, he'd wish for the Galactic Patrol to bite the dust. Bam! No questions asked. A 10 million year grudge is quite the force to be reckoned with. So Chaco having enough of the bad guy's mouth. He slams the shutters down on him, shouting that the three of them are getting locked up in Galactic Prison, and they're losing the key. The reality of the situation setting on Mirrors. This is far worse than they imagined. And returning to the villains. Moro states that it was his good fortune to even have an ounce of magic returned to him before his life expired. Trying to get everything straight, the former Frieza Force fighter remembers him saying something about getting some of his magic back a few years ago. It was that very same magic that allowed him to break free of that wretched cage. Given he also broke the pilot out of there too, he has to offer his thanks for that. But curiously only offering a cold glare in return. The man can merely awkwardly chuckle that he really did him a favor. Moving forward, the wizard utters that he still needs to obtain the veracity of his partner's tale. Which, yeah, he gets it. These Dragon Balls, do they really possess such power? And they sure do. They'll grant any wish you can think up. 3 wishes even. Something the Goats is very happy to hear, but the pilot contests. He promised he could use one of the wishes to escape to a planet where the Galactic Patrol and Frieza's army could never find him, right? And yes, of course, 1 wish alone is plenty for his own desires. And once this is fulfilled, he will no longer require his services. Although the XFF soldier thinks this sounds great, we're well aware of how conniving some villains can be. On New Namek, we see a small village with their familiar unique architecture, or even a couple Namekians showing the process of how one of their buildings is made, working from the ground up like some kind of clay. Huddled in prayer by their 1-star ball, Mori iterates that it's thanks to the protection of the gods that they may live in peace. They mustn't forget to be grateful. And this peace must be guarded at all costs. The trio exit their sanctuary to return to the outside world. Mori ushers the youngsters off to go play.
You.
Something is noticed in the sky, alerting the elder. Someone questions if he sees that thing up there. It looks like a spaceship? Knowing the bad guy's gonna touch down on New Namek any minute now, Goku asks what do they do? They simply can't wait around for Buu to wake up. Whatever they choose, this Moro already knows to expect Goku. They might as well go right now. Vegeta agrees. He'd like to get a look at this villain with his own eyes. But go? How exactly? Even in the spaceship, they couldn't hope to arrive before Moro. Without offering a tag-along, Goku grins that he has instant teleportation. And they're gone just like that. But they mustn't! Confronting Moro now is far too dangerous. Zipping in, Mori wonders who this is now. With his signature happy-go-lucky attitude, he asks if the elder remembers him. Who of course does! It's actually wonderful to see him in good health. Meanwhile, Cheetah carries a very different tone. That Moro is already here. Which gets him serious as well. The elder questions what's going on here. In the air, Moro can already tell that the one seeking him earlier has come to this planet. He doesn't know how he crossed such a distance, but it would seem he's here to apprehend him. His counterpart curses the Galactic Patrol. Obviously, they don't value their lives if they're itching to tangle with Moro, appearing to scoot him out of the way. It's because he senses something he really likes. This one has spectacular energy. With the Namekians below getting filled in on the situation, Goku explains that they need to grab the Dragon Balls and run far away. A fearful Mori thanks him and assures that once again they're in his debt. As everyone scatters away, we have to ask why Goku wouldn't just teleport one of the balls to King Kai's planet or something. Now that they aren't light years apart, the prince informs Kakarot he's right. His ki is ominous, but not particularly battle-worthy. Is this truly the monster Mirrors warned him of? Well, that's hard to say. Goku has got a bad feeling about this. As the villain makes his grand entrance, it's nothing more than a feeble old man. Given how long he's lived, it makes sense. The Goatman taking a massive inhale. This is his first breath of fresh air in 10 million years. It's as though he's born again. At this point, I'm just gonna say it because I don't think it's much of a spoiler. The Frieza Force soldier's name is Cranberry, who looks on curiously as he sees someone familiar. Is that Vegeta? Why is he here? Goku calls after their target. He's guessing he's Moro. They've heard he's done some pretty nasty things. So how about he turn around and go right back to prison? However, the Saiyan's words are the last thing on the wizard's mind. The young child has failed to make his way out of the village. It looks like the boy who wanted to play hide and seek.
What?
Using telekinesis to retrieve him, the villain now has a hostage. Holding him by the neck, Goku bellows out for him to let him go. What is his scheme? Who snarls for him not to worry? This one is merely food. That's when Mori realizes Eska's gone. Has anyone seen him? As Moro's magic begins to do its thing, Goku rushes over for him to cut that out! When it's actually Vegeta who gets to him first. The Elder runs back to the village to get the boy to safety. Meanwhile, Vegeta seems to take a particular offense to the crime Moro just committed. The mage taunts.
You would dare interrupt my long-awaited meal.
Vegeta bluntly details he has a troubled history with these Namekians. He did them untold harm, so he can't allow even one more of them to perish. And they are most certainly not his food. He tells Kakarot to let him take this one, taking a personal interest. Who's cool with it, but they still don't know much about his power, so he's gotta be careful. Breaking out Super Saiyan, Vegeta scoffs that they say he uses magic. Just try it. Moro's confidence doesn't waver even after so long in captivity. He chuckles at the thought of this man believing he could apprehend him. His ignorance runs deep.
Take this!
He went and joined the Galactic Patrol? As this fiend clearly has some special powers up his sleeve, Goku no doubt is taking notes for when he inevitably is up against him. Unfazed by the wizard's onslaught, now using the original Super Saiyan God form, a cocky Vegeta mocks if he wants to continue. Leaving himself open and taking a whole foot to the face. Vegeta was curious to see for himself what kind of beast could terrify the Galactic Patrol. How disappointing. As it seems this planet has a penchant for making villains want to impale their foe, Vegeta sneers that they've come up against plenty of bizarre powers in their fights. This is nothing new. Still a ways away, the GP pilot wants to know what they should do. Should they go to New Namek too? For one reason or another, Eris is reluctant to. He wants to head back to HQ. Majin Buu's aid is indispensable. Jaco argues that there's a decent chance they've already taken down Moro. Those two are strong, a teeny weeny bit stronger than even himself. Somehow managing to keep a straight face, Miris relents that even if that is the case, it's very unlikely they'll win. Tossing off his cloak, Moro is almost happy that it won't be as easy as he thought. So then, the Saiyans hope to witness his magic. As they wish. With the fight with Moro beginning, how could this ancient wizard possibly stand up to Goku and Vegeta with their current power? Is his magic really as powerful as the Galactic Patrol fear? If so, just what is his plan to take down our heroes? As the wizard throws his cloak to the wayside, he stands hunched over, gazing into Vegeta's very soul. The prince queries, "What's that? You've been holding back?" Taking the opportunity given the battles come to a standstill, Goku informs that they heard about how the villain can absorb life energy, just like he tried to do with that Namekian kid a minute ago. Information that intrigues Moro. That means they're not entirely ignorant then. This will be the same technique, but a different application. Back in the ship, we're gonna jump around just a little bit to explain Cranberry's backstory a little more. In age 762, after Frieza became aware of the Dragon Balls, Zarbon announced to Frieza Planet 79's troops that they'll be traveling to Planet Namek with Lord Frieza to search for these Dragon Balls. It's a top secret mission, so it'll be a small group. They're gonna be working hard. Cranberry asks if those things really exist, apparently having heard of them before. However, Zarbon doesn't take speaking out of turn lightly. He reminds that soldiers who refuse to follow orders are of no use and they'll be killed on the spot. Prompting a quick apology from the soldier. Cranberry was one of those troops who would venture to Namek. However, he was beaten by a young warrior in Elder Mori's village. And killed by a kick from Zarbon. In the middle of Goku's final battle against Frieza, a wish was made. Popo uttered to Shenron to restore the beings killed by Frieza and his men. While almost drowning, since Zarbon counted as one of Frieza's men, Cranberry was brought back to life with the wish. Then using the space pod Vegeta arrived in, he escaped the planet. It was then he decided a life in serving Frieza wasn't for him, and used the opportunity to defect. He continued to evade the tyrant, but ultimately was arrested by the Galactic Patrol. He wonders if Moro is going to use that same terrifying move he did when they broke out of prison. Maybe he should put some distance between himself and this fight. But surely, what would be the odds of the same henchmen dying on the essentially same planets, serving an equally evil tyrant? With Jaco and Miris, the former wants to clarify that it's this energy absorber move that's the one to look out for. And Dr. Jiro be danged to Hiffle, that's right. Existing records indicate that Moro can wield this massive energy he steals from planets for direct attacks.
What is this technique? What the?
Using the magma from beneath the planet's surface, Moro explains with this move, he attacks with the life energy of the very planet they stand on. The magnitude comes not from his own power, but from the planet itself. And he must say, this planet Namek possesses exceptional energy. For whatever reason, it always seems like Vegeta's the one dealing with lava lately. Just like his battle with Vegeta, he figures he needs to escape to the air.
Vegeta, be careful!
The land itself is quaking. What kind of battle is being waged? It's no use. You cannot lay a single finger on me.
Given the prince has made little leeway, Goku requests to get in a shot of his own. Naturally, Vegeta immediately shuts this down and scowls for him to just watch. He calls over to Moro that surely he will reach his limit soon if he keeps using that move. All he needs to do to win is keep dodging. Though the villain giggles that this technique effectively has no limits, he may use it until the planet itself is extinguished. But that can't be. If Vegeta can't approach, he has no hope of recapturing him. And without any more power-ups, he's at a loss. A statement that perks Goku's ears. He must be trying to lure Moro into something. Seeing me to play right into his hand, the goat smiles at his foe's admission of defeat. How gracious of him. The Saiyan wants to know one thing at least. What is he really after? Why come to Namek at all? After a short pause, the wizard wants to know what use dead men have for such information. And it's because depending on his true goal, maybe he'd be better off not killing them. Causing the fiend to chortle aloud at the idea of his adversary begging for his life. How far the Galactic Patrol has fallen. He does seem more knowledgeable about this planet than himself, and if he's agreeing to cooperate, he has come in search of something called the Dragon Balls, which is what Vegeta suspected. Moro understands that one must gather all 7. The Saiyan wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would he? Who embellishes his true knowledge of the big orange balls and claims he's unclear on the details. Just as Moro thought, they too are inconsequential. Trying to hold back his latest attack, Vegeta stutters for him to just tell him this. What would he wish for? All this power he possesses, isn't that already enough? Though it's hardly enough. At the height of Moro's power, Vegeta would have been an insect before him. And this entire planet a quick meal. But such a feat is currently beyond him, as his interminably long confinement has led him to this decrepit state, leading our hero to believe his wish would be to regain his full strength, his youth. Something never done before. Albeit precisely his goal. Now it's Vegeta who can't keep himself from chuckling. He's just rotten scum like they told him. Scum worth killing for sure.
Bringing out Super Saiyan Blue, Moro can't believe he was concealing this much strength. Just like the wizard was hiding his true intent. Using visual cues, even Cranberry takes notice of this, even though it's likely he can't sense his power in any regard. Goku gets it now. He was letting him get all cocky so it'd talk. Smooth. However, Moro is far from amused and being outwitted in any capacity. Watching Moro take a dip, Cranberry panics to know when Vegeta got so strong. If Moro actually loses, he's heading back to the slammer. This is when Goku notices something Vegeta doesn't. Something's very wrong. Looking around, the trees are beginning to die. And even within himself, this isn't normal. As the prince gets his feet wet in pet grooming, he scoffs that he doesn't care what sort of villain Moro is, but he won't sit by while this planet suffers, which means he needs to be eliminated. Goku shouts for him to be on guard. Something weird is going on.
What?
Cranberry takes this as a signal to split. He howls that he's not going back to prison. Pulling out the old Shunshin no Jutsu. He's gone. Where did that scum slink off to? Just as Goku points out his location. Holding a giant ball of lava over his body, the prince barks to know what he's up to now. He can make that thing as big as it'd like. His technique is useless against him now. When Goku's fears materialize, across the planet, the energy drains from every living thing just like with the Spirit Bomb. The Namekians know instantly something is wrong with the planet. But what's happening? As one of them drops a bag, he's scolded that the Elder trusted him with the Dragon Ball. He mustn't be so careless. The man apologizes, but when one of the youngsters falls from his feet, upon asking what's the matter, the boy claims he just got dizzy. But that's not it. Could whatever this is be affecting them too? Then after only like 40 years of experience later, Goku questions if they should just attack while he's charging up. And he eats it? Taking satisfaction in it even. Moro smiles. That first meal in a long time does the body good. Vegeta puts the pieces together and realizes this is how he goes around absorbing energy. Being kind enough to valet Cranberry's ship, he tells his comrade to calm his nerves. He shall not lose. He can sit and observe from there. Not something he's in any mood to argue with. Goku has to ask if he seems stronger than before. Like, way stronger. Another thing that clicks with the prince. Of course, this is why Miras was eager to recapture him promptly. Why don't they hurry up and settle this then? But with this renewed sense of confidence and all that delicious disembodied energy now in his body, he snickers for him to try if he can. Though if he thinks his little boost is enough to surpass the both of them, Super Saiyan Blue is still far beyond his scope. Nothing happening. Goku utters, "Well, go on. Probably can't beat him unless he goes blue, right?" With a bead of sweat, that's indeed correct. This is no time for games. With Chaco, he sees now. The planetary energy that Moro absorbs includes the life force of the plants and animals on the same given planet. So he doesn't even have to attack Goku and Vegeta to weaken them. Did he get that right? And he did. This foe is capable of stealing away his opponent's energy while fighting. He doesn't know much about how these two go about their battles, but they challenge Moro without knowing all the facts. Taking us full circle back to the fight. Vegeta, he can't turn Super Saiyan. It's like Goku thought. He's been absorbing their energy too.
Vegeta!
Slamming him into the dirt. Moro laughs that they were already aware that his magic robs a planet's life energy, weren't they? Naturally, that included a healthy portion of his energy as well. Just as Vegeta was saying, he was hiding his true intent.
Stop, you!
Getting manhandled, Goku curses that he's totally drained. Moro snarls out that the longer they battle, the more feeble the two of them grow, while getting cut off.
Take this!
Gulping down Vegeta's energy almost reminiscent of Android 19 and Dr. Gero. He finishes his previous statement. The longer they battle, the more feeble the two of them grow, while he himself grows even stronger. Meanwhile, on Beerus' planet, the feline letting out a long yawn. He sits on a stump fishing as he groans out that he's so bored. Whis, standing to his left, notices something in his staff that gets the destroyer's attention. He's informed that planet Namek is exhibiting a sharp decline in energy levels, so he decided to take a peek, leading Beerus to question if that planet's about to die. How exciting! He barely has to lift a finger here in Universe 7 since some planet buster will come along and do his job for him every so often. Because he's super busy, clearly. Catching a snack from the lake. Whis queries if he didn't just say he was bored. Exactly, so he's busy killing time. Speaking of which, he calls over to the Oracle Fish who's trying to lure in a catch of his own. He asks if this is his catch of the day. But he frowns, this is a fishing contest. You can't just use your hands. That's a violation of the rules, so he loses. Brushing this off, he's sick of fishing anyway. His attendant questions if he's content to let the aforementioned matter play out. Who again yawns, sure. That planet's got no food since the people there only drink water, so he's not interested. Although the angel seems to disapprove of the destroyer's will, he merely utters, very well. Just getting smacked around at this point. Goku feels bad for the Namekians, but they gotta get back to Beerus and the Galactic Patrol. But when nothing happens, Vegeta asks what is it? And he can't use teleportation. He doesn't have enough ki.
most recent blast does some real damage. It obliterated one of the few Namekian villages. Our heroes aren't faring much better. Goku pulls himself up and checks to see if Vegeta's still with him. And his grunts and curses tell us, kinda. Moro takes the moment to hover over the pair. At last, the resistance ends. This was surprising. Beings such as themselves did not exist in his era. The only one who stood in his way was the great Lord of Lords who stole his abilities. However, he has to mention that the two of them were never a threat to him. In fact, he welcomes their presence. Why? Because they will allow him to grow even more powerful. Now featuring a more athletic appearance. This is incredible. The energy from a mere pair of beans could restore his flesh to this extent. Cranberry comes cowering back, congratulating him on a great job. He was sure he could beat him all along. Being met with a silent glare. Panic sets in and he tries to explain that he wasn't trying to run away before. He just thought he'd take that chance to collect the Dragon Balls. But surely he realizes he can't deceive him. And yeah, with that, Cranberry just admits defeat. However, speaking of the balls, how would he go about collecting them? And about that, he can pinpoint their villages with this here scouter. Each village is in charge of one ball, so once they've found the villages, the rest is easy. Seeming to think deeply for a moment, Moro comments that the nearby Namekians have begun to scatter. Which, the henchman forgot that he doesn't need a scouter. The villain senses a number of locations where they gather. Would those be the villages Cranberry speaks of? And probably, yeah. The duo head back to the ship, resolved to begin with the closest location. Little dog in tow, he whimpers whatever Moro says. Taking off, he mentions, by the way, are those two good and dead? Who claims those drained of their energy will perish on their own in short order. Their lives no longer concern him, so they may proceed. Appearing confident enough in the Fiend. Fortunately for our heroes, Mori comes back to the battlefield. He explains that they're still breathing, pleading with Eska to quickly do it now. Like another young Namekian long ago, could he also? On Earth. Bulma screeches, a week? I mean, really? It's been a whole week since Vegeta and Goku up and vanished. With her, Mr. Satan and... Aw. She turns around to ask him a question. The jerks who kidnapped the boys had this mark on their uniforms, right? And they sure did. Which settles it. The Galactic Patrol is behind this. Although that doesn't tell Hercule where they're headed. Bulma explains they're going to her big sister's place. She's got a communicator that'll get him in touch with Jocko. For more on this, check out Jocko the Galactic Patrolman. At the GPHQ. A couple of patrol members greet Miras on his return. Back from another day of hard work? Though he cuts right to the chase and claims he was informed that Majin Buu has awakened. Is that true? And yeah, he woke up not too long ago. If that's the case, where is he now? Alas, he's in the mess hall. Another agent calls over to Miras that he needs him to come this way. Majin Buu is ravaging their food supplies. Miras assures he'll be right there. He tells Ariko to keep the ship ready to depart for planet Namek at a moment's notice. As for the other two patrolmen, Jaco informs they've got the Macarini gang locked up in the ship. He needs them to escort them over to the Galactic Prison. At his presence, they were actually wondering where Jaco was. Hanging out with Miras, was he? Anyway, they got a message for him earlier. But a call for him? From Mommy, maybe? He hopes she got the birthday card he sent. No, not his, Mommy. Caller ID showed that it came from a woman on Earth named Tights. A name that seems to bewilder him. Returning her call, Bulma screams that he made them join the Galactic Patrol, who meekly replies that he guesses so, but why would he go and do a thing like that? In all fairness, it was the Galactic King's decision, and nobody can defy him. Bulma then wants to know if they're safe at least. And they're not totally sure. They used instant teleportation like poof, and they couldn't stop them. They should make a galactic law against moves like that. It's a real threat to law and order. Her temperament leaning back towards anger again, she growls that if anything happens to her Vegeta, she's going to make him pay. Jaco whimpers to know why she's treating him like the bad guy. When Hercule has to know, and she asks if Boo's doing okay. And overhearing it, Majin Buu is fine. Just woke up from a nap actually. Nearly bringing the champ to tears, he's so glad to hear it. Staying on point, Bulma tells Jaco that she wants him to send a ship her way. She's going over there too. But what? She explains that if the universe is really doomed this time, then she wants to see this Moro jerk with her own eyes before they all die. When abruptly, sorry, it looks like I ran out of minutes. We're breaking up. Shh. He must have made too many calls this month. Anyway, bye. Before Bulma can get him to hang on, he cuts the line. Ran out of minutes. Yeah, right. Jaco furrows that he swears that woman thinks the Galactic Patrol is running a taxi service. In inconvenient timing, Eriko enters the room, casually inquiring what's going on with him. He tells how the Kuseiya squad was patrolling near Namek, the squad mentioned on the ship earlier. They got a message from him. They've got life readings on Son Goku and Vegeta. Who gleefully smiles. Oh yeah? Those two didn't croak? This means things could be worse, right? Leading Jaco to think he might need to call Bulma back. Namek. Just as speculated, Eska can be seen healing the Saiyans, helping bring Goku back to consciousness. He thanks him, but the young one got his energy drained too, so he warns the little guy not to overdo it. And actually, he's just fine. He might not be as good as Dende, but he's got healing powers too. They wanted to help them recover a little as quickly as possible, even if they can't get him to their full strength. But how does he know about Dende? Has he just become a legend passed down by their elders? He continues that the two of them saved their lives, so this is the least they can do. As Vegeta jolts up, Eska cautions him not to try to get up just yet. Coming to his senses, he recognizes him as the child he saved, who finally gets the opportunity to thank him for that. Goku coyly remarks, "See, Vegeta? Looks like we're still alive." After shortly hesitating, he wants to know how long he's been out. Surprisingly, at this point he has slumbered for 3 full days. But 3 days? Reminder, the Namekian calendar runs about 2.8 times faster than Earth's. And what of Moro? What is that fiend up to? Mori instantly becomes sorrowful at the question. The other Namekian informs that he's already attacked 3 villages. He's probably headed for Elder Suburi's village as they speak. So he means to say he's obtained 3 of the Dragon Balls. As it becomes painfully clear to the prince that he's far from healed, the elder tells how 3 of the villages failed to protect their Dragon Balls. He slaughtered them all. When they feel an intense force from the outside, the other Namekian asks what that was, and Goku believing it might have been Moro. But Mori's already fully confident what the source is. Old Namekian, Likely Suburi hisses, "How dare this monster do this?" Moro chuckles that his village is wreathed in flames. There is no escape, so they have no choice but to bring him their Dragon Ball. Another shouts like they just handed over to the likes of him. Just flicking them into the fire like gnats. The Elder looks on in horror as Moro utters that they are all fated to die in due time. It's futile to resist. The old man can only cower out that this creature is the devil. Referring to their previous conversation, Goku expresses his concern that Moro has started killing the Namekians. He wishes they could help, but he still can't use his instant teleportation. Mori states there is hope. They have not been idle these 3 days. But they've come up with a sort of plan? He tells how the Namekians have assimilation as a last resort. Something Goku remembers as a thing Piccolo and Kami did. The Elder furthers that the strongest warriors from every village have been combining, and they're headed to Suburi. When several dozen Namekians assimilate, the resulting warrior can defeat any evil that may threaten them. This is how their tribe has protected itself throughout the ages. As the Elder senses the arrival of this merged fighter, he hisses to Moro that he may have had his way, but that ends now. This gets the goat curious. How does he mean? Suburi elaborates that the savior of all Namekians will be upon them shortly. It's the monster's fate to perish at his hands. Mori cheers him on. Go! Savior of our dear planet! Embody the pride of every Namekian! Come on! Piercing the fused warrior through the chest without even looking. Moro cackles if this was their savior by chance.
Apologies. He was dead before I could even see his face.
With not only the defeat of what was likely the second most powerful Namekian to ever exist, but pretty much every remaining Namekian warrior. What can be done now with our heroes inadvertently making Moro far more powerful than he was upon his escape? Will the Galactic Patrol be able to reach New Namek in time? Even if so, what help could they possibly be? As everyone simultaneously senses the fused Namekian fall. How could this be? This can't be! He was their final hope! Moro has grown even more powerful than when Goku and Vegeta fought him. He's probably been absorbing energy from the whole planet these last 3 days, including all of them. Meanwhile, instead of fighting back, all they can do is hide like scared rats. The young Namekian laments that only if his powers were stronger. But Goku assures he mustn't think like that. If not for him, they would be dead. The other mentions how at this rate Suburi's village is doomed and Moro will have 4 of the Dragon Balls. Goku asks how he's finding the balls in the first place, but this is a question Vegeta already has the answer to. He's using the villages. He's locating each Namekian settlement and attacking them one by one, just like how he...
You in particular!
Frieza and his people went about it. Which tracks, Moro can sense Ki. But if he's not zeroing in on the Dragon Balls themselves, they should be good, as long as he's in the dark about the final one here. Something one can only hope for now. Goku checks if Mori can get a message to the survivors and tells them to get as far away from the villages as possible. Then at least they don't gotta die for nothing. At this point, the Elder sees no point in defending the final two balls. He'll let them know. Also, they'd be smart themselves to suppress their powers for now. Something Vegeta isn't exactly keen to, given, "Oh, my pride!" reasons. Just as expected, Moro finishes his massacre of Suburi's village and its people. Cranberry searches from home to home looking for wherever they stashed their Dragon Ball. It would have made their lives easier if they just spilled the beans, but none of them would talk. These folk are strange. As a particular house catches Moro's eye. Pointing to it, he instructs his minion to check out that structure over there. Sure enough, he finds it. But how did he know it was in there? Only offering a cocky smirk, Cranberry deduces he's figured out how to detect where the Dragon Balls themselves are. And if this is really the case, depending how strong the signals are that the balls put out, this is going to be devastating to our hero's plan. Turning, he neither confirms or denies if his henchman's assumption is correct. He merely utters that the next one is this way, ushering him to follow, leaving us to speculate he's having no issue feeling where the Dragon Balls are throughout the entire planet. At the lookout on Earth, Dende stares at the sky without saying a word. Popo inquires the new Kami what it is that's on his mind, who feels something terrible is happening on his home planet. Which, given how far away he is, this is quite impressive at this point in the series for someone who doesn't have Saiyan blood. But dropping in like Batman, Piccolo's curious that the Guardian can feel it too. Greeting him, Piccolo tells how a few days ago, he stopped sensing Goku and Vegeta's key signatures here on Earth. Maybe they traveled to planet Namek. Either way, something is definitely happening, and it's not good. The evil duo don't waste any time in collecting 6 of the 7 Dragon Balls, even if one isn't shown on screen in this panel. Cranberry exclaims how incredible this is. They're really picking up the pace. Confirming his new ability, the wizard closes his eyes and iterates the position of the final ball. That one is near where they landed, leading his lesser to believe that the first village was hiding it all along. Regardless, they're gonna go get it. As Eska continues his attempts at healing our heroes the best he can, Mori enters the room with a fresh set of armor for Vegeta. His clothes look something like this, yes? Causing Goku to giggle, that's perfect. Though the prince would have been much happier had he not remade that unnecessary symbol. As the former can feel his ki returning, he just needs a little more. With a little more ki, he can use the instant transmission and go get some senzu beans. When the approach of the villain finally hits him, Moro is on the move. However, Mori doesn't sense anything. He has to double check that they're actually feeling something. But there's no doubt, he's flying right towards him, asking the Saiyan if he thinks he detected him. But no, that's not it. There are bound to be other survivors around the planet. Why would they be locked onto this location? Vegeta jumps straight to it, wondering if he's actually managed to find out how to sense the Dragon Balls directly. A wonder that strikes immense fear into the very souls of the few surviving Namekians. Getting dressed, Goku instructs the 3 of them to stay hidden here. But what does the Saiyan plan on doing? Surely he can't face him in this condition, though that's exactly what he plans to do. He's got no choice, so he's gonna meet him head on. Exiting without another word spoken. Vegeta does the same as the Elder tries to reason that they've just barely recovered from nearly dying. They can't possibly think this is a good idea. As the former goes to get his attention, he needs to know something. Given that he himself slaughtered all those Namekians years ago, how does he feel about him? With a pause, he's speaking of the attack on Elder Suno, is he not? Well, it's highly unlikely that old Vegeta stopped to get names or anything. Mori admits that they don't forget these things so easily. The prince wants to verify if he indeed holds a grudge. However, grudges and hatred can only bring further conflict. The Namekian people aren't so foolish to indulge in such things, apparently offering the Saiyan his desired clarification. Mori adds that they only wish to preserve the peace of their homeworld, nothing more. Joining his counterpart, Vegeta instructs that if Kakarot survives this, he must make restoring this planet how it once was his top priority. Who seems to agree, although a bit taken aback at the seldom shown altruism of his longtime rival. He continues, that said, it'll take a miracle for either of them to walk away from this alive, which Goku agrees is true. But what other option is there? Now with the pair out in the open, Moro's able to sense that they're still alive. Those Galactic Patrol cowards were hiding this whole time. Cranberry turns his head to confirm if he means Vegeta and his pal. He's actually not too surprised. He thought they still might be kicking. Those Saiyans are a tough bunch. All this means to the wizard is now he has the opportunity to not suffer their scampering any longer. This time, they will perish at his hands. As the monster now heads towards him with conviction, it's clear that he's caught their scent. And now he's here.
They're coming! It's Nearest!
As Mirrors the patrolman arrives just in time to head off the villain Moro, will Vegeta's suspicions of him hiding his real strength come to fruition? Is he really much more formidable than his title leads him to appear? Or is he more in the range of Jakku in terms of strength? And this is only a minor speed bump for the wizard.
Agent Toriko, bring us up!
Roger that.
Whoa, Nearest is getting the job done!
What have you done?
Unable to break free from the gooey net, Mirror snares that they developed this capture device just for pinning him down. He won't tear it apart that easily, leaving the Fiend to only curse the GP. Surely, undoubtedly, the prestigious Galactic Patrol wouldn't just bring one of these life-saving devices, knowing it has a 100% chance to fail if their target's given enough time, so this must most definitely be the end of the evildoer. As our heroes make their entrance, Mirror states how good it is to see them both unharmed. Away. Cranberry emerges from the wrecked ship to see that Moro's been caught. This again leaves the grunt in a bit of an awkward position. Obviously not powerful enough to fight. Now can't even try to flee with the ship. Does he plan to just sit idly by as the situation unfolds? Or does he have something devious up his sleeve? Goku asks if Mirror plans on taking him back to prison like this. but he's afraid this isn't strong enough to hold him for long. It's just a temporary fix to keep him in place until they found a solution. Speaking of which, he instructs the other Galactic Patrollers to get him out here. But him? Who's him? Is someone else up there? But Mira shouts for Jocko to please hurry. This restraint won't hold the perp forever. In the ship, Jocko can be heard struggling doing whatever it is he's doing. He grunts. Move your butts! It's your moment, big guy! They're gonna get you and gut won't fit through the door! But wait, Buu is here? Goku shocked Jocko brought him along. It seems he had forgotten the original plan. As the spaceman continues his troubles of getting out from underneath the Majin, chastising him to wake up. But he still hasn't awoken yet? He was awake earlier. The big guy just got motion sickness on the trip over. In fact, he shakes his fist at Rico. He ought to learn how to drive. Prompting a meek apology from the little feller. When the Majin springs back to consciousness with a lazy belch. Which is great. He's up. Now he's got to hurry up and seal off that baddie's magic powers. Vegeta queries if he means to say that he's accessed the memories of the Great Lord of Lords. And that's right. Jocko gloats that their organization has a galactically licensed medium, hypnotist, and aromatherapist. Bringing back old memories is a cinch. Though as Buu stumbles off in the wrong direction, Jocko squeals, "Not that way, dummy. Moro's over there." But Moro, asks the Majin. Oh, him. He remembers. Buu shouts to the fiend that he's the bad guy he caught way back. In these words, if what he's saying is true, the mage knows there's only one person this could be. He's the Great Lord of Lords? No, how could he still be alive? Now steaming, Buu hisses that he killed so many of his friends.
Why, you!
What is this? Oh no, it can't contain him! The need for revenge brings about possibly the most fury we've seen from Moro thus far. Keep in mind, to the magician, this is the man who's responsible for not only crippling his once thought incomparable powers, but also locking him away in a prison cell for the past 10 million years. It's nothing short of a miracle that he managed to hold on to his sanity after being confined for so long. Breaking free of his net, Mirrors cowers that they're in trouble. Moro barks to the Great Lord of Lords that he hasn't forgotten the debt he owes him. And now a much, much different Lord of Lords, given he's mostly Majin Buu, continues to fume as he agrees. He hasn't forgotten what he did. He doesn't get a pick on everyone anymore. Oh, amazing!
Dove right through the fire and flames. They didn't phase him.
At least initially holding his own, Mirrors is shocked. He never considered that Buu would possess such strength. Guess the Galactic Patrol intel isn't as good as previously thought. This is also when Jocko realizes he made a galactic mistake when he so haphazardly pushed and kicked him off the ship a moment ago. Though being that he's known all along that the great Lord of Lords dwells within this creature, probably a pretty silly decision either way.
That move again!
Getting in his best licks in ages, Goku cheers him on. Though as usual, Vegeta is much more focused on the analytics of the fight rather than the enjoyment of it. Something very significant is evident that could sway this battle in their favor. Hasn't Kakarot noticed yet? Buu's energy levels aren't dropping. Moro's ki absorption must not work on him. And he's right! But could this be because of Majin Buu's body? We've seen the strange being do quite a few things before that seem to defy reality. Could this simply be another one of them? Or perhaps something to do with an ability of the Lord of Lords where the Kaioshin himself is able to block certain magic-based attacks? While it's a mystery for now why, Goku again cheers to Buu that he can do it! Even bloodying the Caprinay a little, he trembles to know how he's come by such abilities. Really keeping up the beating. Everyone else looks on in awe, cheering him on to keep it up. At this rate, they're not even gonna need the Lord of Lords special ability. Not knowing that for Majin Buu, this is less consequential than a paper cut, Jocko finds himself horrified at the sight of their only hope losing his head. Spectating nearly the full array of his strange powers, Jocko stands aghast at his unconventional way of fighting. And being on the other side of this only about 6 years ago now, Vegeta can't believe that this creature's absurd abilities are actually working to their advantage. However, out of the three of them, Goku's the one who finds himself pondering something. He hasn't seen Buu fight in a long while. Moro's magic doesn't work on him, but it also seems like he's gotten stronger. A statement that titillates Miras. He speculates that perhaps unlocking those memories with the Lord of Lords somehow unleashed his latent potential. Worth noting that in the manga, Buu has never shown training for the Tournament of Power like he is in the anime. His fight with Basil also never takes place, so it's generally considered that those events simply don't take place in this version of Super's canon. So for simply unlocking the Grand Supreme Kai's memories to have this much of an impact on his battle ability, this is quite unexpected. The fact that he's losing this fight finally starts to set in with the wizard as he curses his foe. Like many villains before him, he furiously grunts that if only he had this, if only he had that. If only he had his full magic. If only he could devour this entire world like he could with ease in the days of his youth.
I wouldn't possibly lose to you!
And just like so many before him, Buu takes a short pause. He comments that the funny thing is, he knows he's playing him. But since Buu is not manipulated by things such as pride or the love of battle, he simply and childishly squabbles out that Moro was a little weakling compared to him. Making excuses for his failures, he sucks. which I think is something we can all appreciate in a genre full of warriors literally dying to prove themselves. With the fight continuing in their favor, Goku exclaims he's winning! It's actually working! Miras adds that it's clear that Buu's the stronger fighter, but Moro still has his magic. There's no telling what trick he might unleash, so they mustn't drop their guard. He calls for Buu to use that technique now while Moro can't fight back.
Oh yeah! Okay!
But his hands aren't even attached. Jocko wonders what this guy can't do. Weirdo. As Buu restrains the fiend, he shouts out, "Here I go!" ready to unleash the attack the Galactic Patrol enlightened him to. Taking the exact same stance as the Lord of Lords all those years ago, Moro cries out,
No! Not that!
before the sky goes dark, reminiscent of something we've seen several times through the series. While Moro may not be familiar, and the same could be said for the Galactic Patrol, our heroes know all too well. Jocko asks if this planet experiences abrupt nighttime. What a bizarre place. However, the still stamina-drained Saiyans dread what this means. If the sky's gone black, that only could mean that one thing is happening. Somewhere else on the planet. Cranberry has managed to kill a few Namekians and summon Prunga himself. But how? The Namekian Dragon Balls can only be used in their native language. The battle-worn felon can't help but smile that this is the mighty Purunga. But wait, the Namekian child. Isn't that? And what's this device hooked up to him? And confirming our fears, Mori is seen to be one of the downed adult Namekians. Cranberry must have found the elder, Eska, and the guy who wasn't important enough for a name. Though spotting Mori still clinging to life. He dispatches him before he's able to do anything further. He chuckles that he might not look like much, but he used to be an elite trooper in Frieza's army. These old Namekian farts and some kid are no match for him. And I know he just got into a pretty rough shipwreck, but given his present condition, he may want to tone down that confidence just a tad. Back at the battle, our heroes are able to catch just the faint glow of the dragon in the distance. That must be Purunga! Prompting a reaction from Miras. But what specifically is he reacting to? The Saiyan's knowledge or the name Purunga? Goku deduces it must be Moro's friend. He must have summoned the dragon, causing Vegeta to point out that the old man and the others, he can't sense their ki. This even takes the attention of Majin Buu and Moro. The dragon commands his user to state their wish. He will grant any 3 wishes within his power. And first off, Cranberry worries that he's on his last leg, so he wants to be healed. It appears that the device attached to Eska takes the words of one person and allows or forces the second person to say the same, but in presumably their native language. As the boy reiterates this desire in a way Purunga accepts, the serpent announces that his first wish is granted. Just as expected, Cranberry looks at himself feeling good as new. While we already know the first wish is rather benign, our heroes know they can't allow him to make any wishes. Moving as fast as his body will let him, Goku ushers Vegeta to get over there with him. Using his telepathy, the mage makes contact with his lesser. Hearing him in his head, a confused Cranberry has to make sure this is actually Moro. But without much time, the wizard tells him to quickly wish for him to regain his full magic power. Really thinking deep and hesitating, Moro demands to know what the delay is. Those two from the Galactic Patrol make for his position as they speak. Time is of the essence. That's when the henchman meekly asks about his own wish, to escape to some outlying planet. Moro assures that the third wish is his own to use as he sees fit, but only after his own are granted. Cranberry must know this before he acts. If he double-crosses him now, he will never know peace. He will chase him down to the ends of the universe. To which, the former soldier figures fair enough. As the towering dragon inquires of his second wish, Cranberry utters the words which very well may doom the universe. Give Moro back his full magic power. As we hear a mind-controlled Eska echo these words in the background for Purunga to understand.
Very well. Your second wish is granted.
As Purunga's words echo on the other side of the planet. The same words that carry the promise of restoring the mage's full power. When Goku and Vegeta feel the resurgence of Moro's ki, and his magic is back already. Moro's gone! Damn it! As Moro beelines towards Purunga, he sends the Saiyans down to the surface in the process. The pair is left to wonder what the heck that just was. Though it doesn't take Goku but a second to know. It was Moro! They've got to move! Having fulfilled 2/3 of his job, the dragon would now like the man to state his final wish. Given he's held up his part of the bargain, he excitedly utters to himself that he's finally going to get his wish. Looking up to the great creature, for his third wish, he would like Purunga to pick out a nice outlying planet where Frieza's army, the Galactic Patrol, and even Moro won't ever find him, and send him. Moro just unable to stop that old fisting habit of his. Cranberry at least manages to burn him real good as his life fades away, calling Moro a jerk. The wizard congratulates his underling on a job well done. However, as he can see, he himself has a second wish of his own. Unfortunately, that means there are none left for him. Picking up the device, he asks, "Purunga, was it? There is still one wish remaining, yes?" With Eska repeating his words, the serpent confirms that he indeed awaits the final wish. State it now. Just what the goat wanted to hear. He wonders if he can grant this one. The Rico brings down the ship and shouts for everyone to get in. He's tracking Moro's life signature. Mirrors ushers everyone along. This quick cutaway prevents us from learning what Moro's final wish was. We're left with only the scene of Eska iterating it in Namekian. And whatever it is, it's well within Purunga's ability as he claims the final wish is granted. What could his additional wish have been for? Immortality? To unfreeze his sealed-over lair? Or possibly to grow by 5 centimeters? There are so many things he could have demanded in this situation that could all but assure his domination of the universe. Which is exactly what the villain wanted to hear. He smiles and lets out a sinister,
Huh. Excellent.
giving the helmet in his hand a good squeeze. Something happens that causes the young Eska to fall to the ground unconscious. And with the patrol only seconds away, Rico points out to Mirrors the giant green salamander in the distance. But what's that? Some gigantic monster? Though the other GPer knows that this must be the wish-granting dragon itself. Grunga finishes.
Now, 3 wishes are granted. Farewell.
The sky clears as our heroes show up too late. As they vocalize this, the wizard snarls. Indeed, by a hair. His wishes were only just granted. This revelation is made all the worse as Vegeta's the first to spot the others. All 3 Namekians who saved their lives a few days ago. Moro killed them all? He won't get away with this! What the Saiyan says is only partially true. Pointing to Cranberry, he is the one who slaughtered the Namekians. Which leads Goku to just zip on by his own failure to take precautions when not fighting himself, to chastise Moro for killing his own man. Just how rotten can he get? This back and forth likely not making its way to Vegeta's psyche as he's again brought back to his own regrets. When he first arrived on this planet, he told Moro that he couldn't allow even one more Namekian to perish under his watch after what he did to them. And now, it's very likely all of them are dead. He demands him to talk. What did he wish for? Although, the wizard believes they already know his first wish. Of course, restoring his magic, wasn't it? Precisely. Goku retorts that can't be all though. What else did he wish for? Tell him! Something the mage keeps to himself. They will know soon enough. As the Galactic Patrol ship zeroes in, Moro takes on a completely different demeanor than before. He actually seems a bit resolute seeing that the great Lord of Lords and his companions have caught up. He proclaims that he no longer needs to battle they people, bidding them an abrupt farewell. Shunshining away. Where did he run off to now? Apparently, he's able to suppress his ki now too, or at least significantly better than before. In reality, he hasn't gone far. But what does he plan on doing with all of his magic? Mirrors comes rushing out of the ship to question where Moro is. Unfortunately, he vanished. And he can hide his keys, so there's no telling where he went. But with a hue of stagnant determination, Buu claims he's still here. His magic power is back, but that's different from pure strength. That's why he'll try to eat up the whole planet now. Marching over to Eska. This is a level of resolve our heroes haven't seen in the Majin before. Oh my, healing the boy. While a bit confused, he tries to get back to his feet as he shortly reunites with Goku and Vegeta. Even though Buu is happy to see the silver lining to all this, he tells the gang that that one was still alive, so he healed him. He can't heal these two though. He's sorry. But if Mori is gone, presumably after that final attack from Cranberry, what's keeping the Dragon Balls from disappearing? The planet begins shaking as everyone wonders what's happening. It's gotta be Moro. He's gonna suck the planet dry all at once. At this pace though, it's happening much faster than before, Vegeta contends. When Majin Buu places a hand on each of the Saiyan's shoulders. With a sudden, they're back to full strength. Something he probably should have done sooner, but kind of hard to blame this one on Buu either. Goku thanks him a ton. At least with this, they won't be playing from so far behind. When the Majin's face transforms. But we know this face. Could that be the Great Lord of Lords? Who calmly states it's a pleasure to meet them all. Until Moro is defeated, he will be taking Buu's place. Quick reminder, the Lord of Lords, also known as the Grand Supreme Kai in other translations, is the original leader of Universe 7. While all the other realms seemingly have a Supreme Kai and a Destroyer, ours is rather unique in the fact that at one time, they essentially had 5 of them, with the one currently on screen being the most important of them all. And that's before we even get into the old Kai's backstory. He continues on to express that there's still time, but they have to confront him before he devours the planet. Not knowing quite how to react to this, Goku at least replies that it makes sense. Let's do it! Now able to teleport again, he instructs the Kaioshin and Vegeta to grab hold of him. As the trio mentally prepare to face Moro head-on once again, Mirrors hollers that he'll make the necessary preparations to bring the ship to him. Above all else, be careful of his magic. Who only assures they'll get it done. The Saiyans and Galactic Patrol splitting up again. Mirrors tells himself he has faith they can do this. Goku, Vegeta, and the Great Lord of Lords. As our situation becomes its most dim, how will our heroes adjust to stand up to a full-powered Moro when they couldn't even handle a watered-down version? If he's able to absorb the power of new Namek, just what kind of monster will he become? The once safe haven for the Namekian people is now falling apart, and Mira stands at the epicenter of the chaos. With each passing moment, he feels the planet's life force being ripped away, stolen by the sinister entity he sought to contain. But it's not just the planet that's in peril. He's also become profoundly aware of their own vulnerability. Moro's insatiable hunger for energy knows no bounds. He's on the brink of consuming everything in his path. As new Namek begins to crumble, Mirrors trembles that their energy will be absorbed by Moro too if they stay much longer. They need to get off the planet now! Making their way to the ship, Jocko huffs, no wonder he's out of breath. It's the energy drain. But sure, Jocko, that's what it is, little buddy. The trio get themselves out of Dodge, now merely viewing the specks of ki raining upwards past the planet's atmosphere. Our favorite patrolman can't stop himself from mentioning this whole spectacle must be kind of hard for him to watch, referring to Asuka. The boy doesn't speak for a second, unable to take his eyes off what's happening to his home. He promised Mori and tall Namekian he'd survive even if he was the last one left. The Grand Elder named him his successor before disaster struck. But he did? Asuka conjectures that maybe he foresaw his own doom and entrusted the fate of their people to him. That's why it's his responsibility to survive this. Although Jocko offers some insightful, heartwarming words I'm not going to bother to mention, Mirrors resolves that they will all survive and rebuild a peaceful Namek, and that means defeating Moro first. Continuing their ascent, the villain should be just up ahead. Onward!
What the?
Over there!
Not so fast!
Unable to land anything. It's like they're suddenly fighting a ghost. This shouldn't be so difficult now that they're back at their full power. What's going on? Vegeta too feels something's off, as the infinitely wise Lord of Lords offers his insight. His real body isn't here. Goku frantically whips his head around trying to figure out where he went and where he's absorbing the planet's energy from. When the Kaio spots him. Goku takes off after him before Vegeta commands him to wait. The prince reminds that's outer space. Saiyans can't survive in the vacuum of space. Which, oh right. But just how much different is it really from where they are now, scientifically speaking? The Lord of Lords, who isn't restricted by such things, offers to go instead. Appearing to use his magic to render himself invulnerable to physical attacks, Moro grunts.
You dare to wear that detestable face in my presence, great Lord of Lords.
With the pair pulling into the distance, they've escaped the sight of our heroes. There's no way to tell how the battle's going. On the bright side, Namek isn't losing energy anymore. Miras thinks this might mean the fight has begun. When the ever-reliable Rico alerts that Moro and the Lord of Lords have left the planet's orbit. Goku and Vegeta remain in its atmosphere. Which party should they go after? And first, they have to attend to Goku and Vegeta. But why does he want to go after them first? Are they solely the easiest target? Or does he have a plan?
Got me!
The villain sneers that he was confused by his strange powers. But now that his own power exceeds the Kaio's, they no longer trouble him. Did something happen to him these past 10 million years? Because this is unimpressive. The deity takes a stance Moro fears so much before commanding him to listen. He's going to come quietly back to Galactic Prison. Resist and he'll seal off his magic again. Chortling at this threat. The old sealing technique, is it? He implores him to go ahead and do his worst. But not doing anything. It looks like this was nothing more than an obvious bluff. The mage thought not. He doesn't sense the same god power he once held. He dares say he lacks the power to unleash the sealing spell, right? Which would mean that even when Majin Buu had the fiend right where he wanted him, he wouldn't have been able to seal his magic and the plan would have changed for Moro very quickly upon that realization. Though a desperate Moro would still be much preferred to a full-powered one. Letting Schrodinger's goose out of the oven. The Lord of Lords knows it's cooked either way. His old foe is sharp. With the Saiyans. Goku stutters that he felt Moro getting even stronger. The situation is getting more infuriating by the second, and being on the sidelines isn't helping. At this rate, he'll be too much for them to handle soon, when Vegeta brings up that magic sealing technique. But before the pair can discuss it further, Miras arrives and calls for them to come aboard. Still trying to guess what's happening in the fight, Goku postulates the Lord of Lords can't shoot off the sealing move unless Moro's being held in place. And no. In fact, Miras suspects that as he is now, the great Lord of Lords can't execute the Kai Kai Motoro after all. But what does he mean? The patrolman remarks that it occurred to him earlier when Buu attempted to use it. However, this is a curious observation. For one, Buu never deployed the attack. He was charging it when Purunga was summoned and interrupted the fight. For two, how would Miras know anything about this attack besides its existence and significance? He furthers that it's most likely because of the splitting that Buu underwent. Jocko retorts, "He split? What can that weirdo do?" Vegeta elaborates further that he means the split between his good and evil halves. At the same time, Jocko whispers to Eska that that pink guy is kinda creepy. One time, he even saw him sprout extra arms from his body. Naturally, the Namekian didn't see him in battle. Not missing the opportunity, he responds that his own people can actually regrow lost limbs. And seriously? Continuing, while they can't split, they can assimilate. Learning more and more about the universe every day, Jocko is a little stunned to hear Moro fusing. A lot of that going around here lately. Vegeta goes on that the god power was passed on to the evil half of Buu, if what the spaceman is saying is correct. Because the good Buu inherited the Great Lord of Lords' physical appearance, he assumed he received the god power as well, but maybe that power did go to the evil Buu instead. Which is a little surprising to discover that little guy actually had god power in him. If this theory of the Lord of Lords losing his god power turns out to be true, it would appear that the presence of the Kaioshin is all for nothing. If Moro can do away with him and blow up a measly spaceship, the universe truly will belong to him. The monster snarls to know if someone stole the Kaio's power and reduced him to that pink, piggish form from earlier. Damn it! And no denying the irony here. Whether this was a premonition, Buu/Kaio power at play, or just story exposition, the Lord of Lords sees now. When he was obliterated, so was his god power. Strangely enough, it would seem this was actually Moro's doing. Now that he's taken a glimpse at those latent memories, it's clear to him that no being in this universe possesses the power to seal away his magic. How wonderful it is to not have that fear anymore! Goku's best bud curses that Kai thing was just one of many gimmick techniques that never actually get the job done. And he has a point. When's the last time the Malpha buff, for instance, worked as advertised? Even Goku himself thinks that Goku's best bud is right. Which is why they've got to do something now. As Eriko warns, Moro's dead ahead. Seeing the fight a little closer, the fact remains that they're still completely powerless in outer space. When their new pal gets their focus for a moment, he wants to know if they're absolutely certain that the two of them are more powerful than Moro. With magic aside, Vegeta believes they are objectively the stronger fighters. Just one of them in full power Super Saiyan Blue form could handle him. In that case, the officer will drag Moro back to the surface of planet Namek where they two can finish the job. Although a bit silly, the duo are shocked to see the spaceman don a spacesuit. He politely requests they return to Namek in the meantime. He's off. Looking over to Jocko, can all their outfits do that? But nah, that one was custom made for Miras. So Jocko isn't backing him up, Goku queries. And he can't, and he won't. He's scared of outer space, man. Proving to have another net after all, Mirrors uses the opportunity to slingshot over to the Lord of Lords, beckoning if he's still with them. They need to get Moro back to Namek somehow so the team can battle him together. Clearly more level-headed than most of the warriors we've become used to. The Kiowatters. Yes, of course. He knows he can't win this alone. Before that, he wants to confirm something with the Great Lord. He wants to know if he can still use instant teleportation. He replies that he certainly knows his stuff. As a Lord of Lords, he can. Excellent! When the time comes. Interrupting the pair, Moro screams.
You again! Blasted Galactic Patrol! You come at me with a toy! Cease this futile farce! I said it! That's enough! Curse you! My eyes!
I've got you now! Looks like Mirrors is able to communicate the plan after all, whether simply before Mirrors' interruption, or the telepathy that surely the Kaioshin has. Even the patrolman lets himself smile given the results. Gotta count the small wins. Just then, Goku is able to sense Moro's ki back on Namek now. He extends a hand and tells Vegeta they need to go after him. Exchanging a quick glance, Goku thanks their new friend. Now 3-on-1. Our hero hollers over to Moro asking if he's ready for a fair fight. They're at full power now, so he won't get away again. As Mirrors boards the ship, Jocko geeks out a little and exclaims how awesome he was out there. Though back to business, they must hurry back to Namek too, leading his colleague to piff this off and assure him not to worry. Cause, you know, they're a teeny bit stronger than Jocko himself. Mirrors chuckles and guesses so. On one hand, they may just get in the way and become hostages in their cause. On the other, why does Mirrors seem to be a little more than he should? Moro places his hands on his hips.
Ah, planet Namek. It still holds energy. What a waste to leave food on my plate.
Though with a smug attitude, the prince barks that he doesn't think he comprehends the situation. They're about to destroy him once and for all.
Ha ha ha! So foolish. So naive.
Now a little bemused by his confidence, Moro snarls that they seem to have forgotten something quite important. The third wish! At the Galactic Patrol Prison. If the name didn't give it away, it's a location under the jurisdiction of the Galactic Patrol. We're taken back to Moro's prison cell. A patrolman cowers that Moro guy's magic is scary. It even got him out of this prison. Another notes that he managed to melt the bars. And the Galactic King wants this repaired quickly? That's a tall order. Purple Imp replies that Captain Mirror set out to recapture Moro. They gotta have things in tip-top shape on their end. But Moro was already able to break through the prison's super strong defenses. What'll stop him from doing it again? Although the jury's still out on that. The other knows they just gotta believe in the Galactic Patrol. Greenworm thinks maybe they should be wary of the other prisoners here instead. To which the little fella replies, "Nah, Moro's the one to watch out for. The others could never escape on their own. On their own, on their own, on their own, on their own." The duo walk into a room that contains a menagerie of beings. As they resume their station, the patrolmen from earlier escort the Macaroni gang to a fresh batch of cells, two of which don't appear to be very pleased returning to their home away from home. Frankenstein orders them to get in, doing so without protest. He scolds, how many times do they have to lock they three up? Can't they learn their lesson for once? Ushering a scoff from their leader. Huh, a life of crime's the only kind for us. Which, likely unintentionally, mirrors back to what Jackie Chun said to Goku back in the day, though in his situation it was about a martial artist's life. And until they can get as good at crimes as Goku is at fighting, they're gonna have to get used to that little cramped space. Frank rolls his eyes that it's unfreaking believable. They must actually love it in here. Checking back in on New Namek. The entire station begins to rumble as the GP tries to figure out what's happening. But no, this can't be! The cell barriers have gone down! There's nothing keeping the prisoners in their cells! In trepidation, Purple squeals if there was a malfunction, commanding Green to hit the switch. Slowly and equally freaked out, the detained soon discover the same. There's no barrier. That's when it's discovered the power itself is out. This is bad. But how is that even possible? It's not like a $1 trillion space station doesn't have 1 or 2 contingency plans for this. Confirming what so many believe was surely too good to be true. One after another, the prisoners holler it is true. The barriers are down. Is it really their chance to make a break for it? Voices echo out celebrating their freedom. Meanwhile, one inmate in particular merely sits in a cell smiling.
You really pulled it off, Lord Moro.
Finally taking his opportunity to exit. A couple others approach him as we're left to wonder what influence Moro left on these people. We also find out his name is Sagambo. The little one from the Macaroni crew yells over to his big bro that this is their chance to run too. Pausing, he's guessing this is Moro's doing. Weirdly, he seems hesitant to take advantage of the situation. The patrol panically tries to get a hold of HQ, but to no avail. What the heck is going on? The Weasel's forming a proper business. What all did Moro's wish entail? Only for the prisoners to be released from their cells? Or was the wish made in such a way to doom all of the Galactic Patrol as a whole? Clearly outmatched by the felons, Frank screams to know what they think they're doing, demanding the inmates back in their cells. Having him dead to rights, Sagambo states that he knows their spaceship is here, so he's gonna hand it over. Without much recourse if he wants to keep that ball-shaped thing between his ears. The villain summons the rest of them. They're coming along too. They ain't gonna hurt him. Eddie queries Pasta what about them? Are they going too? And believing this could get fun. Yes, they're gonna join the party as well. Alarms ringing out in Noriko's ship. It's an incoming message. No, an emergency dispatch straight from HQ. As Maris inquires of the situation. It's worse than they could have imagined. As their terrified expressions say only so much, Jocko shouts out for him to explain what happened. And it's the inmates at the Galactic Prison. They've staged a massive prison break. Say what? And the incident actually occurred only a moment ago. The message came late because they lost contact with the prison. But one meant to go, he says. That was right about when Moro obeyed his wish, causing Eska to begin remembering a portion of what happened while he was being mind controlled. Since Shako wasn't there for that, he asks what he's remembering. And he means Moro's wish, the final one. As the former reminds of the whole brainwashing thing where he is forced to state their wishes. Jeesh, that must have been traumatic. Would hate for someone to say anything that would make you relive that nightmare. Regardless, yes, that's the event he speaks of. In that case, Maris puts two and two together. At the same time, Moro himself iterates the exact same thing to our heroes. For that final wish he demanded, it was for every prisoner in the Galactic Patrol to go free. Our protagonists want to know why he let them loose. Without answering, the goat looks to the sky and utters, "Here they come." And he's right, up there! We're met with a wicked-looking spacecraft. But is that really them? The prince wonders. And it seems likely. Goku can feel a lot of key signatures in there. When the ship opens fire on the gang. Caught off guard by the surprise attack, Goku asks the others if they think it's the freed prisoners. Kneeling at his feet, Sagambo, who offers himself to Lord Moro's service. Said Lord is quite pleased to see he brought a small army. Well done indeed. As promised, he will share his power with all of them. But what does this entail? Seeing that the villain sneakily made his way onto the vessel during the confusion, this must have been his plan all along. He was waiting for his pals to show up. Getting our answer to the previous question faster than expected. The ones inside, the prisoners, their ki just grew. Goku thinks Moro must have used his magic again. The business looking more like a franchise. This is why he seemed so confident. He knew he only had to bide just a couple moments before these guys would be here. Our heroes had no idea he'd be bringing friends. Looking down with quiet joy, Moro lets loose his convicts to have at him. Goku and the others waste no time and jump straight to Super Saiyan Blue. He warns them to be on their toes. These guys seem tough. That is a and liquor from Resident Evil. Although his minions aren't making much ground. Moro can't help but grin ear to ear at the sight before him. One of them stutters out that these ain't your everyday Galactic Patrol guys. How are they this strong? Sakubo rallies for him not to turn yellow on him. Keep going at him. Unless they want to head back to the Slammer, they better obey Lord Moro's commands. So go! They can't hold them all off at once. Falling out of blue. Moro has started absorbing energy again. As Goku rushes upwards to put a stop to this, Sagambo offers to handle him.
Face punch!
Unless just profoundly caught off guard by the downgrade from God to Super Saiyan 3, Moro's magic might have made these guys a little more powerful than expected. Vegeta scolds his rival to pick himself back up, when he's brought all the way back down to his base form. The warriors gather themselves and manage to get back to Super Saiyan. Vegeta believes it's just the moment they drop their guard that the transformations have begun to fail them. Presumably without any power-up transformations, albeit immune to the drain the mage is putting on the planet and our heroes. The Lord of Lords gets slammed to the ground. Although Goku calls him Boo, Vegeta points out that the battle against Moro in space earlier must have taken a toll on him. Getting the monster's attention. He wants to know what he's really after here. What's the point of all this? Who unveils that it's all to create an ideal galaxy where he's free to consume planets as he wishes. Gathering these allies is one small step towards that end. Vegeta inquires if he holds a grudge against the Galactic Patrol then. Without immediately answering, the Fiend wonders. What he can say is, he detests the sort of peace that they people seek to preserve on this planet and others. All those who would strive for such nonsense should be eradicated. This gives them a bit of insight to who their adversary is. Someone who looks at peace as not only unattainable, but an outright foolish goal. And now they can't even go Super Saiyan. How many times will they have to fall for his tricks? The patrolmen in the air just now become aware of what's happening below. Maris turns to his comrade. We have to help our allies, Agent Jocko. Huh? By we, you mean me too? Eska chimes in that he can help as well. He can't fight, but at least he can heal their injuries. While Maris' knee-jerk reaction is likely to deny this offer, something in his face says this is a desperate situation. As the fight rages, these grunts aren't getting any weaker. Moro must only be absorbing the energy from the two of them. Suddenly their aggressors are charred to death? Jocko and Miris. Their blaster's doing more damage right now than our protagonists. As the former bellows that as things are now, they have no chance of defeating Moro. They must retreat. Looks like they decided to bring the young Namekian along, pleading with the Lord of Lords to wake up. Fortunately, he was able to bring him too. Spotting these new guys, Sagambo asks who they are. Then the ship. They have backup of their own. But But Mira saves his pilot as he's able to snipe the Fiend's weapon away from at least 7,000 Denny's restaurant booths away. Somehow, Goku's able to yell loud enough to warn Rico to get out of here. Doing the instant transmission fingers, he hears what Maris is saying. He wants him to grab his hand and they'll escape with instant teleportation. Looking over to the Great Lord of Lords, he beckons him to please use his own teleportation to warp to the Galactic Patrol HQ. Agreeing, the Kaio and Eska are the first to retreat. Gathering in a circle, everyone grabs onto Goku. Everyone except Vegeta. Outright refusing the situation, Goku asks what's the holdup? If he absorbs any more of his energy, he won't be able to use instant teleportation again. Leaving the rebel to grunt. Stupid magic spells. Stupid god power. Forget instant teleportation. They Saiyans pride themselves on physical might. A warrior race has no need for fancy parlor tricks. And yet, he's been reduced to this. Having enough of his ego, Goku reaches out demanding that they go. Does he want to die here or something? The fleeing ship catching his eye. Whoopsie! Vegeta tells his rival to go ahead. This is where the two of them part ways. That's really calling after him. With Jocko dropping his firearm and Mirish running out of ammo. It's now or never. They have to leave. So without being able to take Vegeta with them, the three of them teleport away, leaving the convicts amiss how they did that. But where did they run off to? Making his way to a Rico ship, the Saiyan beseeches them to open up. At the Galactic Patrol HQ. Accidentally interrupting a rather private moment for the Galactic King. Goku apologizes, but he was the only key he could sense, causing a much more sincere apology from Jocko. He's so sorry to interrupt his royal bath. The patrol leader has to ask what he thinks Vegeta meant by all that, and even Goku doesn't know what he could be thinking. Unable to get a hit on the elusive Rico, the prisoners try in vain to bring him and Vegeta back down to the surface. Inside, the pilot warns his passenger that things are about to get bumpy. He might want to grab a hold of something. Going to Plaid, the patrolman loses him. Sagambo scolds, "What are you idiots doing?" While not acting, letting the Saiyans get away doesn't seem to sit well with Moro. By the skin of their teeth, the two of them were able to finally get off the planet. They're heading back to HQ too. When Vegeta actually reaches out his arm and takes aim at Rico. He scowls. "No, you're going to fly this thing where I want to go." Now growing nervous, the pilot queries where that is exactly. With a direct determination in his eyes, the prince utters, they're going to planet Yardrat. As all the escaped convicts take off with the ship, Sagambo shudders that the whole planet died before they even knew it. Moro takes in a final bit of energy from new Namek as he appears to regain some of his youth. His beard and forehead creases both disappear. Relishing at his new power, he utters that planets inhabited by such unique species possess a spectacular energy. With this, his physical recovery is essentially complete. His underling notes that it kinda looked like those Galactic Patrol guys just vanished. They gotta be dead, right? But no, there are two among them capable of instant teleportation, including the Great Lord of Lords. They must have escaped again. And with their spaceship also getting away, the escapee inquires which group they should go after first. However, the wizard implores never mind them. Individuals with that much power are rare enough, so he chooses to let them roam the universe like livestock. Naturally, he will kill them should they interfere again. In the meantime, he asks Sagambo if he knows of any planets with remarkable life force. He wishes to build up his energy reserves. Which, of course, his right hand informs that before they got locked up by those galactic losers, his crew and himself rampaged throughout the whole galaxy. He's got some choice planets in mind, instructing him to lead the way. Everyone boards as the henchman has his guys do some scouting. He'll have them search every nook and cranny of the galaxy. And while I'm familiar with the phrase, apparently nook means corner, and cranny essentially means crevice. Galactic King comes rushing out of his bathroom begging to know if it's true. Has every last inmate of the Galactic Patrol prison escaped? But super naked. This is the most unbecoming look of a king. His lessers plead with him to put something on. Realizing this himself, one of them fetches his royal crown. Now decent. He wants to know why he wasn't told about these most recent events. Miras thought he did know if he's just being truthful. It's also told how they had some of their intel wires crossed here at HQ. Deviating a bit, Goku questions Jaco. Isn't he still naked? But is he blind? His royalness has got his kingly crown on. Let him guess. The Saiyan also thinks Jaco's been wearing pants this whole time. And if you're familiar with the Jaco manga, this is actually a perfectly true statement. Jaco wonders the universe Donald Duck in it. A bit of culture shock for our hero, which is ironic that given him himself was naked for about half of Dragon Ball. The king barks that they mean to say that Moro and the escaped convicts remain at large. Prompting another profuse apology from his biggest fan. Despite the presence of an elite such as himself, their mission ended in total failure. Ignoring him, the king continues that he thought Miras was going to sort out this mess. Alas, Moro grew more powerful than they had expected, so he's afraid they're gonna have to rework their strategy. When the Saiyan whispers to one of the patrolmen, he wants to know if Buu and a little green kid showed up here earlier. And actually, this cues the young man to shout over to him. He's so glad to see that he was able to teleport away. Goku is equally happy to see him. First things first, where's Buu? Sure enough, he's sleeping away. Eska explains how after they arrived, his face changed back and he fell asleep. His elder figures Buu fought hard out there. He must be worn out. That's when the boy realizes that Vegeta isn't with Goku. Who tells he's probably fine. He bets he flew off to train somewhere. To train? This captures Miras' curiosity. He furthers that their normal tactics didn't work against Moro at all, and he's thinking that hit Vegeta pretty hard. He must have a new idea in the works. Fact is, they can't sit on their hands either. Does anyone have a plan? One that doesn't involve Buu. With his rival, he mentions how Moro doesn't seem to be pursuing them. He's flown off in another direction. He can't even sense his ki anymore either. It's as if he flew away at top speed. Activating the autopilot and standing, Rico informs that Sagambo's ship is the fastest he's ever known, so he can't track it by radar. But Sagambo, who does he mean? And that was the guy who was at Moro's side. He's the leader of a gang of bandits that once rampaged around the galaxy. remembering he's the one who dealt a blow to Kakarot. And that's the one. His strength made him tough to capture. And now he's free again. Vegeta scoffs, that fool is no worthy opponent. Without Moro aiding him, even his child could defeat him. Causing Rico to respond, "Oh, you're a father?" A response that Vegeta appears to almost take offense to. The pilot quells that he meant no ill will, it's just unexpected is all. He tells him to never mind that, how much further to Yardrat, and after plugging in the numbers. Speaking in terms of planet Earth, about 1 week. A timeline that doesn't seem to deter the prince. He saunters off, informing that he'll be resting in the meantime, as the patrolman tries to get his attention. What exactly is his plan when they get to Yardrat? Getting in our vocab of the week, the denizens, or inhabitants, of that planet aren't suited to physical combat, but they employ a number of strange techniques. It's the same tribe that taught Kakarot assisted teleportation, which makes sense to his opposite. He's hoping the Yardratians know a trick or two that could help him hold his own against Moro. Precisely the idea. No, it's not a strategy he relishes. Sitting on a bunk. He knows that he can't afford to be made a fool of like that again. He will achieve victory next time, over Moro, over those convicts, and over Kakarot. A few days pass in the galaxy. On a new alien world, Saganbo instructs his men to introduce themselves. It looks like they've invaded Planet Zune, homeworld of Babadi's minion named Pui. Ironically, he could be the identical twin of the focal character we see here. Unfortunately, they already look like they're no match for the convicts. They take a battle stance as one shouts that whatever happens, they've got to protect the royal treasure. Getting their hands on this so-called royal treasure. Shimareka shouts that they've hit the jackpot. This has got to be worth a ton. Saganbo congratulates them on their good work. Sayogi comments that this should be everything worth anything on this planet. If that's the case, it looks like it's time to pull out. Walking away, leaving nothing but devastation behind.
No, wait!
One of the Zunians tries to get the drop on him. To not only get obliterated himself by 7-3, if the screams are of any indication, this also got many of his surviving comrades killed. Saganbo commands them to cut it out. The more bodies they rack up themselves, the less energy there is for Lord Moro to snack on. Silver lining. Dying this way at least won't aid this newest supervillain. Their leader tells them all to go as they get back on the ship. Kneeling in front of Moro, Saganbo offers his apologies for the wait. They got all of the treasure from this planet. Happy with a job well done, the ghost smiles at its mealtime. Witnessing the world below crackle and crumble into nothing, Sayogi mutters to Yumba that no matter how many planets he watches die, it still sends a chill down his spine. This must mean that since last seeing him, Moro has taken many more worlds other than New Namek and Zune. Gulping it down, the tyrant smirks.
Not a bad planet.
His minions thank him. Shimareka replies, "We snag the loot and you get a chow down on the planet. We make a perfect team, huh?" Unlike many villains before him, Moro actually agrees. adding that they will surely need resources of value once his ideals are finished. However, we have to remember that he treated Cranberry the exact same way before killing him without a second thought, simply because it suited his own desires. It's still very likely that Moro will just absorb these guys once he has no use for them too. The little green gremlin snarls that snagging valuables is their specialty, so he doesn't need to worry. When Sagambo gets a ring. Picking up, it's an incoming call from some of their scouts. On the other end is Kikaza, Misa, and Iwaza, from left to right. Misa alerts the criminal leader that they found a planet with some nice energy. At least she thinks. It's crawling with energetic beasties. Blasting down a predator-faced source, Sagamo informs that they're heading the trio's way, who reply they'll be waiting in tow. She hollers out to the others that the whole squad's coming to them, so it's their job to strip this planet of its treasures before they show up. With Moro's minions pillaging every planet they encounter and Moro himself absorbing said planets afterwards. Just what are our heroes planning to put an end to this terror? With Goku, we're met with an unnamed character as far as I know, so you know the drill. Paul, listening in on a communicator, gathers that it seems planet Zune has been annihilated. Miris is taken aback they've progressed that far already. He questions Paul if he managed to lock onto their life signatures, but the problem is they're moving at such high speeds that they keep losing them on the radar. In other words, that idea won't work. Goku mentions how he can't read key signatures that far away. The patrolman suspects that Moro is going after planets beyond their immediate reach. And after a few days of this, Moro himself has gotten even stronger. Cursing under his breath, even if they could confront him now, their odds of victory are virtually zero. When our hero gets serious and directly asks, even if you were fighting seriously? Confused, or at least pretending to be. Goku states how he wants to run a little test. But upon inquiring of what exactly? Both Maris and Goku grow serious as Jaco tries to calm down the Saiyan after throwing a punch at the patrolman. He asks if Agent Mira said something that made him mad. But ignoring this, he says he threw that punch meaning to connect. Still acting confused, Miris replies, "Yes, that's why I dodged it." Of course, we know that nobody on this ship should be able to dodge Goku if he wanted to hit him. Again, not reading the situation correctly, Jaco tries to calm everyone down. They're all friends here. He knows that Mirish can be a snobbish, pretentious, heavy-handed leader. He gets it, but he ain't all bad. And look at his face. He's kind of adorable, yeah? The way those bangs are chopped just a little too short. Still not paying him any mind. Goku iterates he wants to get a feel for Mirish's true power. He wants to spar. Surprisingly, he agrees. In fact, he knows just the place. Entering another area. This is a training room just for the agents. It was built to withstand a decent amount of abuse. Familiar with such structures, Goku's excited to see that they have one of these things. Well, on that note, he'll kick this off. His opposite encouraging him to do so. While it's not rare for Goku to toy with his opponents, it's worth noting how strong this Maris fellow appears. Jaco and Eska's words mirror this. The former questions, is that all? We should just show him this year's physical fitness results instead of wasting time like this. But fitness? The youngster's interested that they spend time on that. And if he's so curious, Jocko boasts how he himself holds the title for best upward-facing dog position 3 years running. Upgrading to Super Saiyan God, the room, or rather the ship, begins to tear apart. Jocko panics that this place can't take much more. He's gonna bring the roof down. And noting what he has done, he powers down. That's enough. They're done here. Mirrors questions if he's satisfied, and the Saiyan thinks he's seen enough for now. And it's just like he thought. As Mirrors wonders what he could mean by this, Goku shouts that he's got it. How about the patrolman train him? Unable to hear clearly watching through the glass, Jocko asks what that crazy Goku just said. Training? The Saiyan goes on that he still doesn't have a total feel for his strength, but it seems he knows plenty that he himself doesn't. Is he wrong? Mirrors merely stands silently deciding carefully how to handle his next move. There is a move he's still trying to master. It's all about letting the body move on instinct, so it might work against Moro even when he starts absorbing energy. He's got a feeling that training with him could get him closer to mastering it. Pausing, almost like he knows the move Goku speaks of, Mirrors iterates, then that's what they shall do. He's all too happy to assist, bringing a giant smile to Goku. The patrolman retorts that this room can only take so much. He recommends another location for his training. A great relief to our hero, as it isn't real training if he can't even switch to God mode. Back on planet Jung, the first mission we accompanied Mirrors, Goku, and Vegeta on, home of that valuable blue Aurum. A familiar face from the aforementioned chapter holds what appears to be a policeman hostage, commanding that safe ain't gonna open itself. Further demanding that he hand over all the blue Aurum they processed. The man hisses to know if these were the scoundrels arrested by the Galactic Patrol. Cackling out in laughter, Pasta replies, "Too bad for you. The Galactic Patrol is kinda closed for repairs at the moment. Nobody's swooping in to save the day this time." Firing off a few parting shots at the men. The gang leader marvels at what a lucky break this is for him. The whole galaxy is theirs for the taking, and all it took was pretending to pledge loyalty to that Moro fella. Tells Getty to call Sagambo and give him a good story. Likely a ruse to benefit themselves and nobody else. Blasting off. Young Macaroni replies that the planet was a bust. Not much energy at all. They're off to search for another. Ironically, this is probably the most beneficial thing they could have done, even if their intentions are just to farm it for their own greedy purposes. Telling Sagambo it doesn't have much energy will keep Moro from growing stronger and save all the lives on it. Pasta questions which planet they should pay a visit to next. Penny reminds of the time Mirrors and his merry gang showed up to haul them in. She's remembering something they said, asking what that was. That puny agent of theirs said on some planet called Earth, they call blue Aurum sky gold instead. At the time, it seemed Jocko was just speculating, but it turns out there's an actual material on Earth bearing this name. It functions almost the exact same as blue Aurum as it's used as a fuel source. Yeti can't believe she heard him from all the way over there. She's got a killer pair of ears on her. Pasta takes this in for a moment. So this Earth has its own stash of blue Aurum. And that is what it sounded like. In that case, what are they waiting for? Next, they'll amble over to Earth. But with the likes of Piccolo, Gohan, and the others waiting for them should they cross paths, the gang is in for quite the rude awakening. However, this will place Earth's fate directly in the Macaroni gang's hands should Moro want to absorb it. At that same moment, Vegeta had finally made it to Yardrat. Rico shouts for him to wake up. They've arrived. With Vegeta now hovering over planet Yardrat, just how does he expect the Yardratian people to receive him? Will it be as simple as asking the natives for their help? Or is he in for far more than he expects? Landing on Yardrat likely a bit more gently than the previous Saiyan to unexpectedly set foot here. The natives marvel at the visitors before him. Rico remarks how he's never encountered the Yardratian people. He didn't know what they looked like. His opposite comments how he hears they come in multiple types. When a voice calls out for everyone to move aside. Greeting the pair with a welcoming howdy. A group of small green people show themselves. Reaching out a hand, one of them mutters how he must be Vegeta. They heard all about him from Goku. Though shaking Rico's hand, he mentions how he looks quite simple for a Saiyan. Correcting their host, the pilot stammers how the man behind him is actually Vegeta. Greeting the actual Vegeta instead, the Saiyan tells how the Ginyu squad caused quite the stir here on their planet before Goku defeated them. The Saiyan replies that he remembers hearing they'd attacked this place. The Yardratian continues that they're eternally grateful to him and Goku for taking care of that problem. The prince lets them know they're welcome. Moving along, he wants to know who taught instant teleportation to Kakarot, asking, was it one of you lots? But you lot, this bewilders one of the Yardratians, before immediately apologizing. As all of the others disappear, the little guy explains that he's here on his own. Obviously, this trick is different from the multiform technique as it was able to surprise even Vegeta. Rico questions where they all went, but the native states they're rather weak. So sometimes they make copies of themselves to trick people. While Rico tries to make heads or tails of this, they're ushered in to meet the Elder. Unveiling a giant blue guy! He reveals that he's the one who taught Goku instant teleportation. The Yardrat introduces us to Elder Paibara, who already knows that this must be Vegeta. Yet again shaking Rico's hand, he also remarks, "You look quite simple for a Saiyan," which is again met with a correction. After Vegeta explains he's hoping to train to defeat the villain Moro, he wants to know if they have a technique that can make that happen. Unfortunately, he's afraid there's been a misunderstanding. They are not blessed with some great wealth of techniques. But what? They devote their studies to only one single thing. It is from that all their abilities are born. The Saiyan queries, what one thing is that? Prompting the master to reveal, spirit control. When asking what he means by that, the green guy says, "We call it spirit. Goku called it ki. Does he know about it?" And by that name, he does. That's when the native puts on display one of these abilities. First, instant teleportation. Then making copies. Even gigantification. Revealing the giant blue guy isn't so giant after all. These are achieved by shifting, splitting, and growing one's very spirit. Everyone on Yardrat can do these things. The Elder states if you study how a spirit functions, the path will open to Vegeta as well. Putting his ego aside and doing what he came for. He wants him to teach him the so-called spirit control. A few days after Vegeta landed on Yardrat, Goku traveled to another planet to train with Miris, whom of which informs the others that the two of them will be away from HQ for a bit, but to contact him if they need anything. Jocko offers a thumbs up and roger that. They'll handle things here. With no major changes to speak of, time passed unproductively at HQ. The patrolmen talk about the most recent planet Moro has invaded, and the fact that they themselves are running out of personnel to handle it. Even the Galactic King would put his nose in this business. He's told that with Vegeta missing and Goku training with Miras, they're clearly short-handed. To the King, that means they are in need of new recruits then. Turning to Jocko, he queries about the sector he manages. Are there any suitable candidates? Taking him off guard and rubbing his head, he means people who would come willingly, right? Referring to the Tournament of Destroyers, the Octo-Man asks about that other warrior from the match against Universe 6. Where is he? Could they summon him here? And oh, Manaka, of course. But no, he means the Namekian. Thinking about this, Jocko ponders. Namekian, you say? At the lookout, or sanctuary as the manga puts it. Trying to sense out the situation, Piccolo informs that he cannot reach anyone on New Namek. Dende adds their telepathy does have its limits. That's just how it is. His opposite adding that could be it. Unless the Namekians capable of telepathy are all dead. But he doesn't mean. Standing, Piccolo continues that if nothing else, he's certain something terrible is happening out in space. Almost as if on cue. The Macarini gang have made their way to our blue planet. A blue planet they hope has plenty of blue aurum. First things first, time to find a place to land. However, this invasion doesn't get past our heroes. As Dende questions what's gotten into them, Piccolo reveals that someone is approaching the Earth. The question is who? Do they have something to do with whatever nasty business is happening out in the galaxy? A very good question Piccolo is not yet sure of. Counting, he can tell there are 3 of them. He's gonna go check it out. As the Guardian warns him to be careful, he assures them not to worry, their key signatures are weak. Arriving at a wasteland, the gang figures they can land around here without drawing attention. However, they spot someone has beaten them here. Frustrated, Pasta wonders what he wants. His little brother speculates that maybe he saw them flying in from space. Looking at this is only a pain. Their leader instructs Penny to blast him to bits, an order she gleefully complies with. Figuring they annihilated him, Pasta compliments her on her sharp shooting. The smoke clears and they can no longer see him. There should be something left. Where'd he go? When Getty spots him on the roof, above them. A little put off given how many powerful fighters they've encountered recently. Pasta really doesn't know how to react. Piccolo chastises that shooting first without asking questions is terrible manners for a guest, leading the wrong one to wonder just who the heck this guy is. Feeling out the situation from the lookout, Dende mutters to Popo that they certainly don't seem like big threats. When somehow an aircraft sneaks up behind him. Bulma, Bola, and Mr. Satan. The scientist shoots Earth's Guardian a big wave and asks how it's going. Recognizing her, she disembarks and he questions what brings her here. Getting right to it, she wants to know if Piccolo's around. Alas, she's a little late. He just left. He offers his own assistance if he himself can be of use. She informs they just got word from Jocko. He's coming here to draft Piccolo into the Galactic Patrol. Concerned by this, Dende queries if the Galactic Patrol is battling someone or something at this moment, pleading to know everything she does. However, she doesn't have the details. But pulling out a device, they can talk to Jocko directly. With Moro's henchmen officially stepping foot on planet Earth, just how will Piccolo handle the Macarini gang? Will they contact Moro before he has the chance to stop them? If they do, surely this is the beginning of the end for the world our heroes call home. Back at the action. Ironically using some stretchy arms, Hene shouts that she's got him. But only grabbing his cloak. Piccolo returns the technique and smiles that too bad for her. He's more than used to this move. As they try to struggle free. Clearly, the Macarini gang is no match for him. Pasta shivers to know what's with this planet. How to come home to such a powerful being like this. With a hop and a skip and a few miles into the air, Jaco informs everyone how New Namek is a dead planet now, and that same tragedy is playing out across the galaxy. Confirming what Dende feared. He can't believe how awful this is. All of his fellow Namekians. Bulma points out that since Vegeta and Goku are off training, Jaco is coming to Piccolo for help, correct? And she's darn right. Maybe also Son Goku's son, or those Baldies. He's heading her way, so she wants him to gather them up. Specifying the Baldies as Krillin and Tien, she'll get a hold of him. The patrolman further warns her to be on alert. Moro has sent a bunch of scouts out into the galaxy. Upon asking what they're looking for, they're after more planets for Moro to eat. They Earthlings may be total wimpy weaklings, but all those life forms they've got would make their planet a tantalizing treat for Moro. He'll gobble the place up once he finds out. When it dawns on our heroes, those guys Piccolo went after, what if? Dende wants to know how exactly they could recognize these scouts. Jaco clarifies they'd come in groups of 2 or 3 in a long, thin spaceship. Although not seeing the ship with his own eyes, Dende thinks it can't be. Heading back to the Wastelands, Piccolo is able to rather effortlessly subdue the gang. First, he wants to know who they are. Are they connected to whatever's happening out in space? With a fake smile, Pasta inquires what he's talking about, claiming to just be a friendly neighborhood aliens passing through. Not convinced. Piccolo silently walks over to their ship as the villain tries to feign apologies for being so quick on the draw. That's on them. Promising not to bother him none anymore if he'll just let him go. Using telepathy, Getty asks his brother if they're really just gonna slink off. His sibling mentions how Moro will be itching to take this planet once they send word. That will be their chance to make off with the Blue Arum, sending a jolt of excitement through the young Macarini, complimenting his brother on his smart thinking. Finally speaking, Piccolo states it's clear they 3 aren't the source of this greater disturbance. Pasta chirping back, "We sure ain't!" Alas, it appears Piccolo is not able to intercept their telepathic communication. He tells them to go on and never come back. The trio re-embark as their leader waves off the quote, "green fella." Beelining his direction instead of using telepathy himself. Dende sits idly by as Bulma notices something flying away. He shouts for Piccolo to not let them get away. Noticing the Guardian, It's now he decides to use that old biological Bluetooth and warns that they are allied with the gang causing trouble out in space. To make matters worse, the Macarinis take notice of Bulma's ship. But not wanting any more trouble, Pasta utters, "No thank you, we'd better hurry." Annoyed, Piccolo grumbles,
So you tried to trick me, huh?
now letting their true nature out again. The thieves snarl that he's too late. They just sent word to the main forces. It's only a matter of time before the convicts pay this rock a visit. But convicts? Pasta continues that a nice planet like this, Moro will gulp down before they know what hit him. Serves Piccolo right for shooting him down. As the gang cackles out in laughter, perhaps not realizing the only thing keeping them alive is our hero's benevolence. With the convicts, Moro questions Sagambo what is it now that bothers him, and it's an incoming message from the Macarini gang. They said, "Help us," and then got cut off. What do they do with this information? Thinking on this for a short moment, if they have been killed, the planet they found must be host to strong beings. Sagambo guessing so. Moro believes it's worth verifying. He instructs them to send a stronger scouting party. If it proves to be a quality planet, he will devour it himself. This means the clock has officially begun ticking for Earth. At least sending some scouts first will buy our heroes a tiny bit more time. As the forces of darkness encroach upon the Earth, Goku and Miris begin training. Deep cut. Looks like Miris has a power pole just like Goku used to. Trying to master the Ultra Instinct he had used in the Tournament of Power, a move that he still has not name-dropped to Miris. He says it's not working. He stands rubbing his neck. He knows that he's got to empty his heart and mind for the move to work, but when he's fighting, his emotions are all over the place. He's just not getting it. Miris smirks. No, it's not quite that simple. Charging him, the patrolman explains. Rage, grief, joy, those strong emotions can translate to prodigious power. Just like your Super Saiyan transformation. Goku agrees, but that one is triggered by rage. Going on, Miris tells how the technique he's after is the opposite. It'll activate when the Saiyan achieves self-control in the face of jarring shock to his emotions. Such is Ultra Instinct. Our hero grins, a little surprised that Miris knew the move he was talking about all along. The patrolman shrinks his pole and apologizes for keeping this information from him. However, the Saiyan figures there's no reason to be sorry. He's sure he had a good reason. And he indeed did. But Goku doesn't need to hear it. He already knows he's a good guy and wants to beat Moro just as bad as himself. That's good enough for him. Taking him off guard. Goku retakes his stance and tells him to forget all that. They can just get back to training. They don't have all the time in the world. Replying, "Very well. Any doubts I had are gone now." He implores a student to follow him. Entering a small pyramid. Zooming out, it's a room most of us should be familiar with by now. They will continue the training here. Goku mentions how he knows all about this place. The Chamber of Spirit and Time, right? Happy to see he's familiar. Every day that passes on the outside world gives him 3 days in here. And only 3 days? He guesses that even a little extra time is better than none. His new mentor quells that the time dilation is helpful. What's more important is that this space is sealed off from the world. Because now he can unleash his full power without anyone finding out. Getting excited, Goku exclaims, "Oh yeah? So no holding back in here." Just as eager as his opposite, Mirrors vows to impart all he has to him. Though it won't be easy, is he prepared? To which our hero responds, "I was born ready." Now on the lookout, Krillin gets filled in on the goings-on of the last few days. Bulma hopes this information will help him understand why the Galactic Patrol needs all the fighters it can get. On that note, she inquires of the whereabouts of Gohan and Ten Shinhan. Glancing to our left, looks like the Macarinis have been locked in a human-sized cage Dende and Popo just had lying around for some reason. Krillin informs that Gohan is at one of his college lectures, but he'll swing by after that. And Ten Shinhan doesn't own a cell phone, so there's no way to reach him, causing Bulma to retort, "Geez, who doesn't have a phone in this day and age?" Turning back to Piccolo, Krillin beckons if they should contact Yamcha, as behind a ship closes in on the lookout. The incoming wind from the craft brushing over him. Looks like Jocko's here. "Jumping out," he angrily shouts. "Hey, Bulma! I told you to gather up all the toughest warriors!" She squares up and responds that Krillin was the only one who could come. He's obviously got nothing else going on. But he squints his eyes that he's really not that free. Before Eska calls after Dende, who quickly recognizes him. "Eska, it's really you!" Kind of strange that the pair was able to meet before Dende left Namek. I think it's been about 13 years since. Then again, maybe he went back to visit. Piccolo queries if he was the only one who made it. And yep, the three of them here are the last surviving Namekians. A reality that doesn't sit well with them. Eska hollers that he's ready to fight for peace in the galaxy and restore Namek, asking if there's anything he could do to help, just let him know. When Pasta cackles out in laughter. Ha! As if you losers could ever stand up to Moro. It's obey or be killed. No third option, you hear? Grimacing at the familiar side of the criminal, Jocko stomps over shouting the three of them are the last people he expected to run into here, who bid the Space Cup a long time no see. He bends over to snarl he's never met anyone who belonged in a cage more than them. The villain only takes this as a compliment. However, once everything's hunky-dory again, they're headed back to the Galactic Slammer. This only causes the bandit to chuckle. "You still don't get it. The main force is gonna swoop down here and rescue us any day now." Fun news for Jocko. Whipping his face around, he beckons. "You let them contact Moro?" Piccolo's silence saying enough. It'd be nice if they'd lead with that next time. The patrolman figures he'd better ask HQ to confirm exactly who is coming their way. Blasting through space, Shimareka asks, "Earth?" "Never heard of it. How about you, Yumba?" Mowing down on some of the yellow MREs I used to pretend my granola bars were as a kid, the bear-like convict hasn't, but he sure hopes they've got, not saying that word, treats. A little annoyed at his single-minded mentality, Shimareka retorts that he's got food on the brain and not much else, huh? And of course, it's been nothing but these stinking bar things since they busted out of prison. A 7-3 emotionlessly utters, "Planet 4032, Green 877. Third planet from its star, in the outskirts of the northern sector of space." Their pilot smirks, figuring he should have known he'd have the intel. The mysterious being continues. "Data indicates this planet is still in the developmental stage and is of little value." But little value? Probably nothing then. However, this data is from before we were arrested by the Galactic Patrol. It could be out of date. Shutting his jaw out, Shimareka thinks this sounds like a boring rock. But unable to go another minute without some real food, Yumba screams that he's so hungry. No more waiting! Find another planet for a pit stop! not really carrying either way. The gang heads to the nearest world for some food. Jocko gets a transmission about the ship charting a course for Earth. Scan suggests that Shimareka and Yumba are on board, along with OG-73I. But 7-3's with them? Krillin questions who the heck that is. Is that his name? The spaceman explains that all three of them are Sagambo's henchmen. They're members of an infamous brigade of galactic bandits. They rampaged around the galaxy before great pains were taken to catch them. Asking the important questions, Bulma queries, by you, Jocko? But nope, by Agent Maris. Moving the topic back to the fighters at hand, Krillin mentions how the Earth has Piccolo and Gohan, so they'll be fine, right? And, oh sure! Though on that note, Jocko thinks he'll be off. If they survive, he'll be back to recruit them later. With Bulma demanding he wait a second. Leaving so soon, he should stay and fight too. Literally trying to crawl back onto a ship. Nah, I'm out of here. I only came to pick up the new recruits anyway. Pulling him down, the scientist argues that he's the only one who knows anything about these baddies, so he'd better help them. To a nervous Krillin, this is Jocko admitting they're too strong for him to defeat. And he really doesn't beat around the bush, huh? But to be honest, yeah, exactly. Piccolo wants to know what they need to know about him. At least tell them that before he leaves. He brushes himself off and goes, "Sheesh, fine, but then I'm gone." They're all wicked strong, but the one to watch out for is OG-73I and his nasty special move. As the others shout out on some real food, 7-3 towers over a couple of downed opponents, staring down on another 4. They appear to be a kind of hedgehog porcupine men. As we just saw, a copy ability? What does Jocko mean? He can steal other people's powers by grabbing their necks. The stolen powers last for 30 minutes. Piccolo wants to verify this isn't about hijacking bodies or brainwashing. And nah, not like that. 7-3 is already plenty strong, so the abilities he copies just gives him an extra boost. Inquiring what kind of being the fugitive is. He's an artificial one, cooked up by a planet with advanced tech and science, so he's got nothing resembling normal emotions or feelings. He's just a killing machine who obeys his allies' orders. Upon spotting a cave with a few survivors. Looks like the creatures of this world are able to utilize teleportation. An adult holds open a portal as a few youngsters try to escape. Krillin questions how long they have before these villains arrive, and Jocko's pretty confident it's going to be about 10 days. In only 10 days? The 3-foot warrior figures he'd better start training. Looking up, he asks Piccolo what about him. However, he never stops honing himself even in the best of times. When the trio of Moro's men appear on the lookout, 7-3 was able to copy that alien species' portal ability. While our heroes are simply shocked, Jocko cowers in fear at the presence of the artificial life form.
7-3!
For whatever reason, it didn't just immediately click with our heroes that these 3 portal-traveling orange jumpsuit-wearing key-havers were the 3 bandits in question. Shimareka smirks. Lucky us. The planet we stopped on was home to these critters who could create warp portals. His comrade adding that it would have taken days to get here by spaceship. With his focus still on business, 7-3 alerts his partners to the right. The Macarena gang. As they waltz over to him, Jocko commands they stop in the name of the law. And it wasn't until now Shimareka even realized the Galactic Patrol was here. He's drawing a blank on what his name is, though. Information the android has offhand. He utters his name is Jocko. leading the short green one to question why he's here. Don't tell him he wrangled up the Macaroni gang. That's not a bad day's work. Who falsely utters, "Darn right I did! And if you're here to save him, think again!" Pasta's delighted to see how fast Shimareka and the others showed up, requesting they bust him out of this cage. Happy to see him alive and well. He's actually got a message for the three of them from Lord Moro. Traitors who act on their own are disposable. His words. Stopping him, Shimareka scowls at Piccolo asking what he wants. The Namekian scolds there's no killing allowed at the sanctuary. To the utter disbelief of the Macaranis, snatching his arm back with a, "Get off of me!" Piccolo continues his assertion by shouting,
And no evildoers allowed on planet Earth, so be gone!
with an unspoken communication. Piccolo! Escaping the grasp of the android, Piccolo demands to know what he just did. To the horror of Jocko, 7-3 did the thing he just explained our heroes needed to avoid. Placing his fingers to his forehead, Shimareka encourages him to do it. Using the special beam cannon, the villain sneers that it looks like Piccolo's got some sweet moves up his sleeve. You let him copy all of your abilities!
What? Jocko!
After them! Wait up!
Nah, you're gonna fight me!
After getting knocked off the lookout, Piccolo beelined it to save him, not knowing he had rocket boots all along. Although, it's worth noting these things only work for short bursts. Gathering themselves, he scolds Piccolo. You just had to go and let him grab you even after my warning about his ability! Who admits that was sloppy of him. But now he just needs Jocko to tell him the best way to fight him. The patrolman responds, well, the copied moves are just as strong as the originals. Meaning, the one he fired off was basically no different than if you had done it. Piccolo thinks he understands. The same logic goes for his punches and kicks. They're all going to be like his own moves. So this means he must think of it as fighting an exact copy of himself. When they spot the villain coming, snatching Jocko's blaster, Shimareka taunts, "Over here, galactic loser!" Prompting the purple patroller to fume. Do you dare steal my sidearm? It's as important as a galactic agent's life. You've got some nerve, Shimareka. Give it back! Getting mouth blasted, Jocko shouts over to Piccolo that he forgot to mention that guy's got infinite stamina, so he can't wear him down. Something that would have been nice to know a little sooner. Getting Krillin on the back foot. He struggles, he wouldn't expect such sharp attacks based on his looks. With this going on, Bulma pushes Mr. Satan towards the battle, urging him to help. Who stutters?
Sure thing! Cue Ball needs a backup, huh? Ah!
Getting wrecked through the entire lookout. Hercule shouts after him, asking if he's down there. Bulma tells everyone to get in her plane and they'll follow him.
Damn it!
Unable to overtake his foe, Piccolo laments the fact that he's getting beaten by his own techniques. Jocko tries to alert he'll be back to normal after 30 minutes. Just try to hold out until then. The rough truth is, he doesn't think he'll be able to last that long. Narrowly avoiding the blast himself. The patrolman frantically wonders where Piccolo even went. Was he blown to bits? Luckily, Gohan arrived just in time to save him, asking if he's okay. Jocko is elated to see it's Goku's kid. The Namek thanks him for the save, though he is a little disgruntled by the situation. He apologizes for being late, wanting to know what's going on. Who are these guys? Still catching his breath, Piccolo saved the long version for later. For now, just don't let that one grab him by the neck or else he'll copy his powers. Right now, Gohan is the strongest fighter on Earth they've got. Taking off his glasses, he hadn't realized his dad and Vegeta were off-world. With Goku, far, far away from Earth on an uninhabited planet, Son Goku and Mirrors train in a special dimension cut off from the outside world, one where time flows differently. On the ground, Goku's beginning to doubt he actually ever managed to use Ultra Instinct. Mirrors assumes he was in an extreme crisis when it was first activated. And yeah, it was a matter of life and death. His mentor thinks the quickest way to achieve this again is to replicate those conditions. But does this mean he's got to be prepared to die during this training? And that's exactly what it means. Looking like he's barely able to stand already, Goku responds, "Fine, then you'd better come at me to kill." Then on planet Yardrat, Vegeta meditates on a giant needle, seeming to hold himself up by only using his feet. He questions the locals how many more days they have to go. Haibara tells Vegeta that his spirit is even less stable than Goku's was. First, he must achieve balance in body and mind. Given the way both of them are raised, this actually makes a lot of sense. That's Gads. By the way, Goku was up there for 150 days. But 150 days? This outburst causing his balance to become disrupted again. Vegeta grunts that he's starting to regret ever coming to this rock. proving himself more of a match for the machine. Gohan's mentor comes over to compliment his work. He grins and admits, "I know your moves just about better than anyone, Piccolo." Who has to reveal he has mixed feelings about him beating a copy of himself that easily. Twinning up with a close beam, the Namekian wants to get out there and end this. Using Piccolo's gigantification ability he hasn't used since his fight against Goku in the World Tournament, the intimidation tactic doesn't appear to work on Gohan in the slightest. The android takes a swing and a miss at the young Saiyan as he leers he's pretty familiar with that one too. Looks like Piccolo may be using it off screen while the two train. The energy from the battle causing the ground to shake around Krillin and Yumba. Looking over. Seeing their best fighter hit the dirt, Yumba abandons his battle to go help. Shimareka trying to coach him off the ground. He cheers for him not to quit on him now. Landing, the rejoining convict questions what's going on. And it turns out 7-3 was right. Their data for this planet was super outdated. And that's the guy that should have had their own man copy. Shimareka suggests that whatever it takes, 7-3 needs to get his hands around that guy's neck. Krillin joining the others. He's happy to see that it looks like Gohan finally showed up. Piccolo mentions how he's definitely someone they can count on, same as always. Namek! When suddenly the image of Piccolo vanishes from 7-3's forehead and he returns to normal size. Jocko hollers over that the ability wore off. He's out of time. Really seeming to put the bandits on the back foot. He screams for Gohan to fire it off anyway. Now's his chance. With Gohan having 7-3 dead to rights, Krillin worries if he shoots it from there, the Earth will be done for. But Piccolo knows better. Gohan is no fool. He will detonate it right at the surface.
7-3! Use what you've got in stock!
Stop.
The blast clearly hitting the android, but nothing really happening. Where's the boom? It just kind of went from point A to point B. Horrified, Piccolo gasps.
He ate it.
He literally ate the ki blast. As Jocko uses his incredible eyesight to see, he swapped to Moro on his forehead. He had Moro's powers in stock. As Piccolo shouts, "In stock! You never said anything about that!" And well, he can switch to other copied abilities, storing up to 3 identities at a time. Krillin asking what now? Jocko trembles, this is bad. He's going to absorb energy. They need to take him down before he can. Putting up the same fire barrier as Moro. Our heroes can't get close. The goons chortle, that was a close one. They never thought they'd have to use their secret weapon so soon. Speaking with HQ, Shimareka informs their boss of what just happened. At which, Sagambo questions, "Is that so? Finish up there quick and get back here." Listening in, Moro wants to confirm that they already had to make use of his copied abilities. Regrettably, his underling explains that they are supposed to be used as a last resort. Grabbing the back of his neck, the wizard doesn't like getting touched all the time. In the future, he doesn't want 7-3 employing his powers for just anything. With that understood, he assumes it's at least being put to good use. And actually, they can check it out from here. He gets on the walkie and instructs Shimareka to switch to monitor mode. Before directing the machine man, quote, "Solely, heck, look at all those valves. Coiter, to project the live feed here." Even Gohan is heavily feeling the effects of the power drain. The gang can only now try to figure out how it came to this. Joining the Ditto, he's told not to absorb the planet's energy. That's on Lord Moro's menu. 7-3 assures he's only targeting the 4 warriors below. Looking in on something I think us old folks saw from the Power Rangers, Moro wants to clarify if what they're doing has a time limit as well. Which of course it does. They will have to end this quickly. Taking this in, it does come to a surprise to Sagambo that Earth is home to beings stronger than his guys. But Earth? Thinking, Moro remembers 10 million years ago was a planet of mere monkeys. They've evolved quite a bit since then. The bandits now easily able to beat down the protectors of our world. Shimmy sneers. Too bad for you, being stronger doesn't always net you the win.
Gohan!
Don't get too cocky.
Piccolo remains resolute that even if they die today, Goku and Vegeta will make sure they go down. But Goku and Vegeta? Who are they? Ever the informative, 7-3 reminds, those are the Saiyans who were on Namek. After this registers with Little Green, he queries, what about them? Obviously not seeing them as a threat given how things went down. Krillin hollers that right now they're training to beat you punks. You won't get your way, you know. And training. The bandit finds this interesting. He beckons Moro if he heard that. Goku and Vegeta, the Galactic Patrol members on Namek. Sagambo reasons if they let them run free, it could come back to bite them. Why not just go and eat Earth first? Without waiting for a response from his master, he heads over to the control panel to command the pilot pull everyone back from this planet. They're taking off. When Moro tells him to wait, he utters,
Those two are supposedly training.
his first in command responding, Right. I thought they just turned tail for good back then, but they've still got some fight left in them. Who knew? Gazing down at the battle,
Which means they will deliver me far greater energy if only I wait a spell. For now, tell those 3 to retreat from Earth. Once the ones called Goku and Vegeta return with more energy than ever, I shall consume them and their precious Earth. The Galactic Patrol no longer poses a threat, so we need not remain hidden from them.
Sagambo obeys without objection. Asking if they heard that down there, the bandits stop their assault. Shimareka calls over to the others to inform they've been ordered off this rock and back to the main force. Yumba asking why. He tells simply enough they're gonna do this job later after those Saiyans show up. 7-3 uttering their names. Son Goku and Vegeta. Shimareka smiles. Yeah, those two. The gang regroups while taunting these people got away easy. Krillin wants to know the meaning of this. What's going on? He's told Moro's gonna come and gobble up those Saiyans himself. Confirming the big boss is coming here. The convict howls. Yep, then you fools and this planet are done for. Better tell your Saiyan pals to get back here. Okay? We'll be back in Galactic Cycle 750. Don't even think of running. Since that doesn't mean much to the Earthlings, Krillin glances over to Jocko wanting to know how long that gives him, which is about 20 days. The patrolman fearfully warns that they'll never make it back by Cycle 7. This planet's tech is totally primitive, so it's gonna take time. They gotta wait until at least Cycle 8. Is this a ploy by Jocko to buy some more time, or is he merely being honest? Annoyed. Shimareka will have to let Moro know. Much to the relief of Jocko. Switching back to the abilities of the Porcupine Men. Later. The trio open a portal and leave just as abruptly as they arrived. Krillin mumbles. We're safe for now, I think. When the painful coughing of Gohan gets his attention, asking if he's okay. The Earth Saiyan is sorry he let him get away. His longtime buddy pushes him not to sweat it. They would have really been in trouble without him here. He implores him to take it easy. Dende can patch him up right now, or Senzu. Still with his mind on the matter at hand, Piccolo questions Jocko when they are actually returning. Deadpan, he responds. In 2 months. To the delight of our heroes, he brought him an extra month and then some. Nice going. However, the spaceman reasons. I mean, I can't go dying before that one anime movie comes out next month. Which, ironically, the only movie of note that came out 1 month after this chapter's official release was My Hero Academia Heroes Rising. When Bulma makes her timely arrival, soaring in overhead on her aircraft. And so, Earth was safe from danger for the time being. However, the countdown began for this grave threat's next visit. News of Moro's impending trip to Earth reached Maris via Galactic Patrol HQ, who promises the two of them will travel to Earth in 2 months' time. Informing Goku that Moro's pal showed up on Earth, mid-meal. Maris reveals, it seems all is well though. Thank goodness Agent Jocko is there for them. In response, gotcha, but they said the bad guys are gonna come back? Which is the case. 2 months. That's more time than we thought, huh? It gives us 6 months in here. I feel sorry for the planets that will be sacrificed in the meantime, but assuring Moro's capture when the time comes is our top priority. Scooting a seat back, Goku knows that means his training's gotta pay off. Or else. Now that his belly's full, he wants to get right back to it. His mentor puts his gloves back on in agreement. Heading back out into the endless void, Goku just realized that he's never seen Maris eat. Doesn't he ever get hungry? Who tells he can eat or not eat? It's all the same to him. Which our hero finds strange. We said the same thing. Stretching, Goku figures if it's all the same, maybe he won't eat either. The food here is kind of meh. Speak the angel's name and he shall appear. The Universe 7 Angel finds himself at Zeno's palace. But what's he doing here? A set of feet hovering into view, a voice apologizes for making him wait. The Grand Priest. He questions how he can help Whis today, meaning Whis was the one who called for this meeting. He bows and also offers an apology for a sudden request. I presume you are aware that our universe is once again in discord. The GP replies, it seems that way. Universe 7 certainly is a restless one. Whis admits he's deeply ashamed for it, wanting his child to be more direct, and as Shinkan queries what business they have. He doesn't suppose he intends to ask his universe to be saved. However, Whis would never. The angels must maintain neutrality, siding with neither good or evil. His opposite beckons what else he would ask of him then. And there's something he wishes to confirm concerning their angel ways. The Father of Angels states, the matter of Miras, I suppose. Whis is surprised to see he's already aware. Given his appearance, abilities, and noteworthiness among even the highest of angels, does this confirm why Miras has been such a mystery since his introduction? Is he really an angel breaking the divine laws of neutrality? Or does this mystery get much deeper, and there are still many things we don't know? On the house atop the jellyfish that is Zeno's palace, Whis and the Grand Priest continue. The latter explains how he dispatched his trainee angel, Miras, to Universe 7 so he might learn how the way things are and broaden his perspective. Furthering, we angels must act impartially. Beyond that single law, there are no restrictions on what we can or cannot do. He enlisting in the Galactic Patrol seemed a decent choice, as it would allow him to observe the side of good and virtue. But alas. Finishing the statement, Whis suggests, he seems to have gained a bias. Just so. Any further involvement would make him in violation of our code, meaning he hasn't quite broken the rules, but is treading a very fine line. He is pushing the limit. The Grand Priest shall have to end Miras' tenure in the mortal realm. When Whis makes a bold request, Grand Priest, might you allow me to collect and deal with him on my own? Shocked, his father queries the meaning of this. Whis tells, his actions in the Galactic Patrol have been limited to fighting with mortal weapons. He hasn't used his angel abilities. And at the moment, all he is doing is training Goku, no more than that. Spectating in on this for himself, the Grand Priest has to agree. That's when the Universe 7 Angel reveals that even he has taken it upon himself to train the mortals. But the Minister smirks, that's only because he craved the food on Earth. Causing Whis to chortle, he's that transparent. The Elder resolves, very well, he has come perilously close, but he has not yet violated our laws. Go on, I leave Miras in your care. Happy with this result, Whis bows. His father further warns him to keep a close eye on that one, an instruction that is well understood. The Grand Priest believes that troublemaker or not, he doesn't wish to lose an angel. On Planet Yardrat, we find Enrico fiddling with a ship. He curses that he still can't get a hold of HQ. What's going on out in the galaxy? He hopes everyone's okay. As Yardrat falls outside the Galactic Patrol's jurisdiction, there's no way to communicate. Enrico and Vegeta couldn't receive updates while here. When he notices something, a ship! Not just any ship. The pilot recognizes this one. We check back on Vegeta to see he's training restlessly. Babora compliments the prince on his wonderful spirit power. Vegeta's spirit is now more polished than Goku's and he managed to do it in no time. Who huffs? Of course! Kakarot's and I are not cut from the same cloth. His pride taking ever precedent. His mentor announces, now to begin teaching you our abilities. Something the Saiyan is elated to at last receive. Striking our hero with an unseen force. Was that a healing technique? Hatsuka utters one of their Elder's signature moves is pretty great, huh? Vegeta wants to know if he can learn to perform such a move himself. But Paibara laughs for him not to get ahead of himself. That's high-level stuff, and he's not there just yet. So, what can he do at this point? He's informed that first, the most fundamental basics. He will be taught instant teleportation. But instant teleportation is only the basics? That's like one of Goku's best moves. When an explosion interrupts him. Fearful, Hatsuko worries that he's sensing wicked spirits on the planet. Looks like they've got some unpleasant guests. When Enrico comes scorching and screaming for Vegeta. It's bad! Moro's goons are here! The Saiyan grits his teeth, a little surprised they've made it out this far. As his mentor tries to tell him to wait. The prince queries, what now? He's cautioned that he is still in training. He needs to be mindful of how he wields that power. A little amiss. Another explosion rings out around the same area. Vegeta rushes in and instructs Enrico to try to keep up. We find a band of convicts stirring up trouble. One in particular bears a remarkable resemblance to Zarbon. He remarks what a lovely planet this is, brimming with energy, one that is sure to please Lord Moro. As our heroes land, he wonders who this might be. Enrico informs that's Yuzun, one of Sagambo's minions, as Vegeta announces Moro won't be making a meal of this planet. Yuzun laughs. Oh, you are! Yes, the Galactic Patrol member from Namek. So you fled all the way to this rock! Reaching into his pocket, he thinks Lord Moro ought to know about this. But not giving him a chance. However, Vegeta loses control of his ki and doesn't know what's happening. What the? Frying the henchman and his radio, he gawks. How dare you! With no warning! Looking at his hand, Vegeta wants to know what that was all about. Paibara zips in and tells him to knock it off. Don't go wrecking the planet now. Although nobody actually lives in this city, still the point remains. Vegeta wants an explanation. The Elder reveals Vegeta has just witnessed his own nascent power. Curious what that means. Before your training here, your body and spirit were so off balance that you couldn't project your own power very well. So does this mean Vegeta's grown stronger since he arrived? Precisely, by leaps and bounds. Like Paibara said before, he's got to be mindful about that power. Still sizzling, the other convicts run over to Yuzun asking if he's okay. But he screams, "What are you fools staring at? Fight back!"
Now I'm mad! You won't get away with this!
When Yuzun transforms just like Zarbon, Asuka panics and starts making more clones of himself to boost intimidation. The fiend cackles.
Now that I've transformed, you're done for!
Enrico cowers that he's never seen a transformation before. However, Vegeta's seen plenty like him. This shouldn't be a problem. His opposite boasts.
Then why don't you try me? I'll spare Lord Moro the trouble of killing you.
Just as expected, the Saiyan knocks him to the ground with one blow and quips. Try you? I believe I just did. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Who exactly will you be killing? may be impressive to the Galactic Patrol, our hero merely tosses the building away without expending much effort. He iterates, "You're no match for me, so just stop. This is futile." But picking up yet another structure, the villain sneers.
Not a chance!
This one, it looks like he pumped up full of energy to harden it.
You're done for!
That last kick destroying a building in its own right. Haibara drops his face as he told him not to wreck the place. And coming dangerously close to the cliff's edge. Vegeta has him cornered. "I cannot allow you to return to Moro. But if you surrender and return to the Galactic Prison, I won't have to kill you." The Fiend huffs. "Don't you fret. Lord Moro's next target isn't this planet. It's a place called Earth."
What?
Haunting news to the prince. Standing, Yuzun queries. "Oh, that sure got you worked up. Could that be the planet you call home?" Meanwhile, the convict ship slowly ascends towards him. Jumping in, Eriko asks if he heard that right. Earth is on the menu? Appears so. That scum has a sights set on Earth already. And with our protagonist distracted, Yuzun figures he'll be taking his leave now. Hopping on the ship and hightailing it out of here. He waves off the duo with a giant smile. Eriko curses him as the Saiyan takes aim, but quickly finds out he doesn't have to. Looks like Yuzun is about to pull the Frieza. What the heck? The structure he was using as a weapon earlier returns to the surface only to eradicate the ship he was trying to flee on. So guess he kind of ended himself. The situation's settling. Eriko questions what now? Shouldn't they hurry back to Earth? But no, Earth remains untouched for now. But how can he tell? The Elder zips in to elaborate that honing one's spirit allows you to sense other spirits, even ones far, far away. The prince utters to Haibara that he's short on time. Instant teleportation won't cut it. He needs a technique capable of bringing down Moro. Hatsuka protests for him to show some respect. That's Elder Haibara to him. He can't go messing around with the order the lessons come in. However, Haibara himself is fine with this. There's no point at all if he won't make it in time. And at the same time, Moro cackles to himself.
I see. He has truly grown more powerful. The one called Vegeta.
But he managed to find him? Sagambo wonders.
On the planet Yuzun ventured to. Yes, though Yuzun is now dead.
His henchmen can't believe it. When he transforms, he's supposed to be unbeatable. Ignoring this, Moro believes this is quite the delightful development. In this case, he shall stock up and reach the upper limits of his power before traveling to Earth. Clearly, he's seeing the Saiyan's progress as a realistic threat.
That is,
Moro continuing,
assuming limits even exist.
Prompting a nervous chuckle from his underling. He orders Sagambo to find more suitable planets for him. Leading up to his attack on Earth, Moro continued to devour planets throughout the galaxy. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta's training also progressed. Until, at last, 2 months had passed. In the hyperbolic time chamber, the new one out in space. Maris intensely looks at the clock. Time is nearly up. He wants to spar once more before taking off for Earth. And do we even really need to read Goku's response on this panel? Our hero knows he's gonna have to use everything he's learned here against Moro. The Angel informs he won't hold back either. But what happened? They're outside again? What's going on? Whis. He sternly instructs that's quite enough. The pair are both confused in seeing him here. This is when Maris drops the bomb on Goku, calling Whis his brother. Whis lets out a smile and admits that it's been ages. But lowering his head, Maris figures this means he caught wind of what he was up to. And he's afraid there are no secrets between angels. Angels? Goku knew he was weird, but Maris is an angel? Yup. The Universe 7 attendant reminds training can only be just that. Training. Clashing against each other at full strength constitutes a battle. Maris apologizes. Even more egregious was his plan to travel to Earth and do battle against Moro. But Whis knew? Goku remembers that angels aren't allowed to fight except in training. However, this explains a lot to the Saiyan. The angel again offers apologies for keeping this from him. But wait, what happens if they do fight? Whis tells how angels who break their code are eradicated without a trace. A bit harsh to the mortal. Eradicated like what? Poof? He thought angels couldn't die. This is the only means an angel can be removed from existence. There's no way around this truth, such as the nature of angels. It seems to register with Goku how important this mission was for Maris to possibly face such a horrible fate. Whis continues, on that note, I've come to inform you that your time in the mortal realm is over, Maris. Kneeling, he understands. Henceforth, Whis will be responsible for him. The latter leans in and whispers for him to be grateful that he's not dragging him right back to the Grand Priest. Tapping his staff, Maris returns to his formal angel garb. He turns to Goku and is sorry he couldn't see this through with him. Restoring his clothes. He has faith that he will defeat Moro, who smirks. Sure, I'll figure something out. For now, it's back to the heavenly realm for Maris. Turning back to the student of his own, Whis bids Goku farewell until next time. Blasting away, the Saiyan thanks his newest mentor for all he's done. Anyway, he better get himself back to Earth. But... hold up! He's gotta pilot that thing back to Earth himself? He shouts at the sky for Whis to come back! He can't do that! With Jocko. Or rather, the Galactic Patrol. The whole lot of them head straight to Earth. Jocko getting front and center with our heroes, all new Galactic Patrol recruits. Yamcha clacks his fists excited that it's finally his chance to shine. On the other hand, it's been so long for Chaozu, he doesn't even know if he remembers how to fight. Jocko, not the most noble of warriors, grunts, crud, why'd they gotta put me in charge of Earth? of all their rotten luck. Nonetheless, he tells the new recruits to look sharp. Not exactly the most complimentary of titles, given they're pretty much the vets of protecting the Earth. Gazing into the sky, Gohan announces it's finally time. Piccolo in agreement. Krillin questions Jaco if Goku and Vegeta are still not here. And he sent Goku a heads up, but they've got no clue on where Vegeta is. Not very good news to our humans. Continuing, but given the beef those two have with Moro, I'm sure they'll show. On the lookout. Buu and the patrol finally arrives to reunite Buu with Hercule. One explains how he's been sleeping since his last battle, but the world champ is just happy to see his pals okay.
Galactic Patrol or not,
He shouts,
you'll be answering to me if you try kidnapping Buu again!
keeping their thoughts on the more pressing matters at hand. Dende questions Esco what Moro ship looks like. And it's a big mothership shaped like a top with lots of little scout ships. Cueing Popo to beckon.
Like that's one?
Sure enough, yes, that's the one. He's finally here. With ships descending down past the lookout, what are they doing? But it's even worse than our heroes feared. Moro's men appear to be targeting innocent people, as civilians begin to panic to know why they're being attacked. So Yogi hops out as nearby defenders bark to know who the heck he is. Only offering a wicked smile in return, he demands the locals hand over all their treasures. The exact same thing happens elsewhere. Heading back to the battlefield with our heroes, Gohan asks Piccolo what's happening. Before he can answer, Roshi utters the baddies are flying off to every corner of the world. Jaco already has them figured out. Before the full-scale attack, they're probably planning to rob the Earth of all its treasures. Something Piccolo feels he should have figured out sooner. The Hermit wants to handle those far-flung convicts while the rest get the big boss, ushering Krillin to lead the way. Flying off, Gohan warns them to be careful out there. They're up against vicious criminals. Heading in another direction, Tien calls for Chaozu, and Yamcha declares the direction he'll defend. At the same time, the Galactic Patrol coordinates to offer each of the Earthlings support as backup. We're here to help, Agent Yamcha! Great! Follow me! With Krillin, it isn't long before they spot Yumba and the three female bandits. Heading down.
You again!
Yeah!
Yumba and Krillin, having already fought to a more or less stalemate previously. The latter shouts that he's not the same man as before. He's been training hard. Either way, the villain is more than ready to settle this now. When Roshi remembers he's Roshi. The trio roll their eyes to Yumba that they don't give a crap about this duel of his, so they're gonna wreck some other place. Krillin warns his mentor that this guy's faster than he looks. He wants to rush them together. But Roshi reasons that Krillin can't go relying on his old master for everything. He's betting he can handle this chump alone. Meanwhile, he's gonna go wrangle up those nasty babes. I ain't waiting around. Ah, darn you! Yeah! Gohan can sense that there are already fights starting all over the planet, only hoping his friends can hang in there long enough. Shimareka descending from the sky. The Namekian queries if he's alone this time. You wish!
When did he?
7-3 sneaks up on the duo, grabbing our heroes by the back of the neck to copy their powers. Shimareka snarks that move came courtesy of an invisible race. The fighters of Earth are as dumb as ever.
Idiot! You dropped your guard again?
Furthermore, what this means is any training they have done is totally worthless now. Since 7-3 copies the way you are now. With our heroes falling into the same trap again, just how far out are Goku and Vegeta? Is Goku actually stranded on the alien planet Whis and Maris left him on? And just what'll happen if 7-3 or Moro himself begin absorbing energy again? Copying both the planet's current most powerful fighters. Looks like 7-3's gonna use Piccolo's technique on him again.
Your own move is gonna send you to hell! The shield!
That beam really making its way around the planet. Chaozu tells Tien to look. That's Piccolo's. The fighting must have started back there too. Showing shades of Perfect Cell. The Namekian's attack blew half his torso clean off. Piccolo smirks that even with infinite stamina, it's not like he can recover immediately. But how, Shimareka cowers? How is this happening? No worse for the wearer. The android recovers his lost arm. Nonetheless, Gohan's happy to see they were totally ready for him to copy their abilities. It was part of the plan all along. Something the little green guy scoffs off just to be a bluff. He shouts to his comrade that one guy is stronger, Gohan, so switch over to him.
Let's move!
Got it!
Gohan!
Using a sequence of combos, Gohan's able to get the upper hand on the android. 7-3 can only use one set of powers at a time, so there's no way he can dodge attacks from a duo. A frightening reality to the convicts after being so sure they'd win with ease. Gohan chortles, they'll never lose to some copycat. In the middle of a city, Yamcha throws down against a few of the villains. He notices that Gohan and Piccolo's training is paying off too. Getting up, the Fiend curses that Yamcha looks so freaking weak. But actually, he's one of the 3 strongest Earthlings around. Taking down the trio, he confidently strolls over to his Galactic Patrol backup, suggesting they better round him up while they can. Then stopping. He can sense more rampaging convicts that way. He better hurry. Wondering if they got him. Is that it? No, not yet. If they don't finish him off soon, he's going to resort to using Moro's power again. Shimareka begs 7-3 to just use it already. This will be for nothing if they end up dead. And switching over to Moro's power, he shouts for 7-3 to get them. Drain their energy till they're dry. They're knocked to the ground by 2 fighters other than Gohan and Piccolo. But who are they? Ironically, 17 and 18. The former questions which of these 2 is that 7-Eleven guy. Was he the one he kicked? 18 recalls they said he had no emotions, so yeah, probably. Looking over at him, the Ranger can't help but find this weird. He seems pretty weak to him. Turning over his shoulder, he asks Piccolo if he's sure they even need the 2 of them. And yes, they do. They're the only ones who can finish this fight, since they androids don't have ki. But no ki? What's that mean? Jocko happy to inform. Oh, duh! 7-3 can't absorb energy from the androids. Good thinking, Piccolo. Reading the pair, Gohan questions 18 if Goten and Trunks are doing okay. And they're having a blast over on Monster Island. Those 2 were thrilled when they heard they could fill in for 17 as Rangers. A big relief to the big brother. But moving on to the business at hand, 17 wants to make quick work of this. He's no fan of ganging up on enemies, but he can't have them wrecking the Earth. Plus, 18 adds, Capsule Corp is giving them 10 million zenny to fight, so as soon as they mop up here, it's payday. However, her brother implores her not to put it that way. Makes them sound like mercenaries. But she don't fight for free. The villain's growing ever more angry at the situation. We turn our eyes to Moro for the first time since he arrived on Earth. He scoffs how pathetic it is that these useless fools couldn't even meet his low expectations of him. Sagambo apologizes. It seems a whole bunch of tough fighters gathered on Earth somehow. Ultimately, the GOAT figures it's no matter. There would be no meaning in coming all this way otherwise. Now, who will be first on the menu? Skipping over to Yardrat, looks like Vegeta's moved on to his next phase of training. He curses that it failed, but demands one more time. Just what technique is he working on? Haibara ushers him to wait. Can he feel the Earth spirit? And yes, he can. The fighting started not long ago. This could hint that Vegeta's awareness has quickly surpassed even his mentors here. It's also possible he just has more of a constant focus on the planet. Asuka worries. well, shouldn't you rush over there? But no, the Saiyan isn't leaving until he's mastered this technique. Besides, Moro hasn't joined the battle yet. There's still time. Though, cutting it this close doesn't sit well with the native. Vegeta bellows. Now, once more, from the top, Paibara. Causing Haska to again press. It's Elder Paibara. Turns out Goku never did get any help from Whis. Looks like he managed to figure out how to fly the ship though. But now he has no idea where to go. Luckily, he was able to make a little detour to get some, at least vaguely helpful directions. Also, we take this opportunity to check in on a certain galactic landlord. At this moment, somewhere deep in space, a couple henchmen come running into his chamber shouting, "Lord Frieza! Lord Frieza!" Scowling in their direction, the very same urges them to spit it out already. The duo offer 1,000 apologies, but apparently escaped convicts from the Galactic Prison are ravaging the planet that was said to be their next target. And the Galactic Prison. This seems to pique the demon's interest. He's heard that the prisoners incarcerated there are as nasty as they come. Kikuno a little frightened by this. The tyrant decides he wants to avoid meaningless conflict for now and simply move on to the next planet, much to the relief of his lessers. It's likely that Frieza knows his underlings wouldn't be able to handle this battle, and he doesn't feel like doing the dirty work himself. He reasons that nothing good can come from mixing with criminals, a statement that confuses his right hand. Criminals? Aren't we also criminals? A question that infuriates his overlord, prompting him to meekly withdraw the query. Very blue chimes. Kikuno, we are most certainly not criminals. We occupy planets and exterminate their inhabitants in order to sell those planets for a tidy profit to races who have lost their own homes. We are running a business. A descriptor Frieza agrees with precisely. Asking his henchmen, is that a problem? But of course not. Not at all. Then he can get searching for other planets. It's a big universe out there. With their matchups decided, they're training for the Tournament of Power. And everything after. And whatever Yamcha's been up to. Comes down to this. But just how long will Moro wait before he begins absorbing the energy of everyone and everything? On the lookout. We join a lot of characters, everyone from Chi-Chi and Ox to the Pilaf gang. Bulma shouts that these monitors she set up are linked to drones that she sent out to check on the battles. A feat even the clever Blue Imp is impressed with. Peering in on one of these screens for herself, Chi-Chi wants to watch her little Gohan. But this one's just airing the Krillin show.
Pathetic. What the?
Speak for yourself. That's my after-image move. Try to keep it in mind.
Breaking out an old school move. Krillin wipes the sweat from his 5-head, surprised he managed to pull that off. With the villain out cold, he asks the patrol if they can handle him from here. And they're on it. They're responsible for escorting this one back to the Galactic Prison. Upon Upon hearing one of the three girls shriek out in horror, "Watch where you're peeping, you disgusting old pervert!" Looks like the old man's acting 1989 and 2024. As these insults continue to echo through the trees, he wonders what's happening now. When the hermits launch through the forest right at Krillin's feet. Getting a lump on the face, Roshi hisses those girls are much more than he bargained for, asking if he's okay. The old-timer explains he's found some tough foes. They won't even let him grope him. Or rather, his attacks aren't hitting is what he meant. The two of them have got to focus. When the three come stomping out, appearing furious. Misa barks that old creep has got some nerve pulling that on them. She hopes he's ready for payback. But noticing something, Krillin utters, "Master Roshi, I admit they've got powerful ki, but if you use that power you showed against Jiren, they shouldn't be giving you any trouble. However, the problem here is that would render the girls unable to touch him. Which, come on now." Nonetheless, he admits Krillin is right. But to tap into that power, he's got to clear his mind. Roshi speculates that maybe his mind is possessed by some kind of wicked energy, but his student thinks he knows what's going on here. Decking the Metal Man as hard as he could, Tien's punch had no effect. An axolotl mentions how Bakura is a member of a race of metal men, made entirely of a metallic substance. But a metal man? Just like Magetta from Universe 6. Didn't he have a weakness of some sort? And Chaozu remembers, it was insults. Insult him! That's his weakness. But insult him? I don't think Tien's had an ounce of moisture to his personality since studying under Master Crane. With our non-combatants, what insults are even effective against metal men? Echoing my own thoughts, Bulma wonders if Tien's even capable of insulting someone. Though thinking he's got something in mind. He has the audacity to call him a rockhead. But it's not very effective. His BFF points out that a metal man's head is way harder than a rock. While I argue this can be taken different ways, Tien has to agree. So instead, he's a half-ton tubby! Leading to Popo to point out that a half-ton is only 1,000 pounds. A metal man weighs far more than that. That doesn't qualify as an insult. On the back foot, what counts as an insult against this guy? When Chaozu scathingly calls him an octopus, which localized pretty much means the same thing as an idiot. This actually gets the Fiend's attention. The pint-sized warrior asks if the truth hurts. He wants his best shot. However, this appears to worry his companion. When he busts out that he's nothing but a half-witted hunk of scrap metal. Looks like that did it, marking Chaozu's first canonical win since. Anyway, he chastises Tien that he sucks at insulting people. But they did it. So far, everyone's doing great. Oolong has to say that he doesn't really get it, but these guys are winning too. That old freak had to resort to drastic measures to keep his inner perv in check. Revealing that he's actually gone as far as to blindfold himself to focus on the battle. He chuckles that he's still got a read on their moves even when he can't see them. Misa wants to know this old fart's deal. She's never run across someone who got stronger with their eyes covered. He tells him to listen. When you stray from the path of goodness, you're bound to pay for it someday. So quit being evil, okay? Head back to that Galactic Prison and just be grateful there's a place you get to atone. But as freaking if, they're never going back in the slammer. Calling out to Iwaza and Kikaza, they know what it's time for. With a trick up their sleeve, the others have been waiting for this. Causing Oolong to cower. No, no, no! This is bad. Real bad, Bulma. Asking what the problem is. It's those 3 lady convicts. They've went and fused. But come again? Well, we don't get to see the means of their fusion, be it dance, earrings, or whatever. It's clear the trio have undergone quite the change. Like your crush in high school versus her 10 years later when she needs your financial support. Sensing her ki, our heroes know they're in trouble now. This new warrior much more competent than her individual predecessors. The villain lands a hit on not only Krillin, but her first on Roshi. The Hermit has to remark that she sure packs a punch. With the others, the tides have quickly turned and not only are our previous duo now losing, but Yamcha is too against whoever he's now matched up against. As something catches Eska's eye. It's Moro! His spaceship is on the move! Finally making his way to the surface. What is he planning? Has he finally seen enough out of his own men? And wants to get in on the action himself. '17 and 18 finishing off the power-stealing duo. Piccolo and Gohan cheer him on to wrap this up quickly. This is over! Eat this! He did it! But before 17 could eliminate the Fiend, Moro's appeared to put a stop to this nonsense. With his presence, this changes everything. While 17 and 18 could probably still put up a good fight since he can't absorb their energy, it's very likely they're no match in terms of raw power. Jocko scowls that he's finally decided to crash the party. The big boss himself. Moro turns to his underling with disappointment in his eyes. He told him not to employ his abilities so casually. Shimareka quietly remarks that they didn't stand a chance otherwise. Carelessly tossing 7-3 backwards, the monster tells how there will come a time when it requires his power once again. Shimareka is to help him recover. Naturally, Sagambo in tow. He instructs Shimareka to get him back to the ship. And watching him fly away, 17 wonders if they should just be letting that one get away. Then this being the first time Gohan and Piccolo have seen Moro up close, they can feel he's on another level. He's got some horrifying ki, like the death cries of countless people. It's pure evil. Which is probably because he stole the energy from everyone he's killed. When Moro himself goes to speak, sending chills through Gohan's spine. He cackles and it seems as though those two aren't here. Gohan replies they'll show. As they speak, his dad and Vegeta are getting strong enough to beat him. Until then, protecting the Earth is our job! The goat chortles.
You don't lack for boldness. But calm yourself. I am in high spirits.
Asking why that is. It's because he had the good fortune of coming upon this planet. There aren't so many out there teeming with so many high-energy individuals.
What a waste it would be to consume you all at once. How should I go about preparing this dish?
Given they're kind of the fresh air from the anime tropes. 18 bletches. What a creep. How he's talking. And not deviating from the creep factor. Sakambo addresses his master, asking why not allow him to cook these ones to his liking. But what? The fact is, Sakambo's Galactic Bandit Brigade isn't known for slinking off after taking a beating. This is his way of hoping to redeem their honor. Slightly disinterested in this prospect, Moro tells him to go on regardless. They're his. But leave them alive. He intends to snack on their life energy. Moving in, this is a request that's well understood. Charging a ball of ki.
Here, another gift for you.
Giving him a power-up. His ki just spiked. Jocko guesses Moro can portion out his energy to his goons. Thanking his lord.
Go!
Watch out! That's not good! Help them!
Sakambo immediately gets the upper hand against all our heroes. This definitely isn't the outlaw Jocko knows. Piccolo can't believe they have to deal with this one before they even get a chance at Moro. With Chaozu and Tien. The former shouts for him to look down there. But taken to the fight, Yamcha was seen struggling in moments ago. Catching him, he questions if he's okay. And he is. But his luck has seemingly run out against Sayogi, the advisor of Sakambo's Galactic Bandit Brigade, and he's a cut above those other lowly convicts. He might be trouble, but can he really take on the three of them? I mean, Yamcha and Chaozu have more or less given up training, but Tien runs a friggin' dojo. With Roshi and Krillin. The pair hide trying to catch their breath against the fusion of the trio of female convicts. Roshi worries his old body isn't gonna last. Krillin has already come to accept they're going to lose, but he's at least gonna go down swinging. Looking towards the sky, he hopes Goku notices his last burst of power and comes running. Far, far off in space. Soaring through the sea of nothing, Goku frets if he's there already. He's pretty sure this was the right way. When he feels something. He can just barely feel it. They're ki down on Earth. Trying to get a beat so he can just teleport there. It's no good. Their ki is shrinking by the second. He can't get a solid hold. When he spots a ki, he knows. That's Krillin. He's found Earth. Charging his ki as much as he can, Roshi scolds him to cut it out. His power isn't going to do him a lick of good. The fused warrior arriving. The old-timer knows they're in for it now. When Goku makes his arrival back home. Turning to his longtime friend, he apologizes that he's got a habit of showing up late. Defeating the trio off screen. Roshi sighs. Sheesh, took you long enough to show up. Krillin can't express enough how much they've been missing him. Goku tells how picking up on the little guy's key signature was a breeze. Where's everyone else? And they're fighting with escaped prisoners all over the globe. Given that he thinks they're good here, the Saiyan figures he should go check on the others. Below, the Galactic Patrol picks up the convicts as Roshi just keeps trying to cancel himself, putting his focus elsewhere. Krillin quickly pleads for him to wait. Did his training go well? Does he think he can beat Moro now? It did go well, and they really need to beat him. That's what the training was all about. Doesn't need to be said that this Moro guy seems like pretty bad news. Fact is, Goku himself doesn't even know much about him. He could still be hiding some of his power. A revelation Krillin really doesn't like the sound of, questioning Goku if he's actually worried. But nah, he's more like just super excited. What else could one expect? To be excited even now. That's the Goku Krillin has come to know. First stepping in to help Yamcha. One-shotting him. Tien exudes. He was giving us a run for our money and you just... Wow. Some things never change. Noting a few other bad guys already down, Goku queries if they beat the other prisoners over there, causing Yamcha to admit, yeah, even we could handle those weaklings. Commenting that's great. He hands the henchman over to Yamcha thinking Gohan and those guys might need him. Slinking the wrong end over his shoulder, he cheers. You've got this, Goku. Things not going the right way. 18 laments Council Corp isn't paying them enough for this. Even 17 finds this unexpected. Knocking Piccolo and Gohan back. It doesn't appear our gang is enough for Moro's best henchman, let alone Moro himself. Seeing this unfold, our android siblings start to realize this may be more than they can handle. When Chaco hollers out to Sagambo, he always knew he was no good criminal scum, but doesn't he have any pride? Why is he taking orders like Moro's lapdog? Though the villain only tells him to shut up, in his mind, Lord Moro saved them from that dingy hole they call a prison. And he's given them enough power that they'll never be caught by the likes of the Galactic Patrol again. Which explains how the convicts got so strong. He expands upon this. Lord Moro's making sure we never gotta feel that pathetic again. So yeah, we'll do what he says. That's what we've decided. Jocko retorts, if you ask me, what you're doing now is way more pathetic than being locked up. A statement that sends Sagambo into a blind rage.
Say what?
But trying to walk back his words, Jocko nervously chuckles. It was just a joke. Now beelining towards the patrolman. He cowers.
Wait! Stay back!
When he stops. Something's wrong, but he can't quite place it.
What the?
Oh!
What's going on?
Getting smacked to the ground. Is Baba's Invisible Man making his ultimate comeback after 34 years? Sagambo bellows.
Who's there? Who kicked me?
Piccolo notes how someone sent him flying all on their own. But who? Getting manhandled by a completely unseen force. Moro's right hand demands to know how this is happening. When Gohan shouts, "It's Dad! He's here at last!" But what? Piccolo can't see him or sense his ki.
Really? You guys can't see him?
Jocko explains how Goku is fighting while zipping around at super duper hyperspeed, causing the Namekian to bulk.
You mean you can see him?
Keeping it canonical, Vision is actually one of Jocko's strong suits. He's shown this legit superpower a few times before this even. But just because he can keep track of him doesn't mean he can fight like Goku, so nobody go thinking that. Though the question stands, why can't they sense Goku's ki? It's possible he's moving too fast for him to lock onto it. Leading our duo to ponder, what new heights has he really reached? What new things did he discover during his training with Miras? While Moro knows it's one of those two. It takes him just a moment to figure out it's the one who employed instant teleportation on Namek. He cackles for him to go ahead and reveal himself. Son Goku, was it? Showing the gap between Gohan and Piccolo versus Moro, as the latter can sense him. And I think a second ago it was more implied Gohan believed it was his dad and couldn't really sense his ki. Shooting Sagambo was possibly another power-up. Our heroes wonder what he just did. Stepping down right behind the monster, Goku remarks how he was hoping to go right ahead and beat Moro too. But he guesses it won't be that simple. Our duo's elated to finally get confirmation that Earth's greatest hero is finally home. The goat chortles that the Saiyan has grown far stronger. Who agrees? He's not the same guy he was when they first met. A statement his opposite is glad to hear. When Sagambo erupts from the dirt. Goku a little surprised to see he's still up and running. Sagambo pleads with Moro that he can still fight for him. Happy to see. Moro directs Goku.
You heard him. Well, would you prefer to fight me or him?
Annoyed by this, Goku shouts to the henchmen that his buddies all got recaptured, so he can just give up and go back to the Galactic Prison. But go back to the Slammer! No way! Not leaving our hero much of a choice. Goku tells Moro to stick around because after Sagambo, he's next. Ecstatic to see his dad by his side. Goku apologizes that he had to start fighting again, knowing he's not exactly the biggest fan of combat. But he's the one who's sorry. Sorry they weren't enough to protect the Earth on their own. Though his dad questions, "What do you mean? I barely recognize you two. You must have been training hard." With a humph, Piccolo doesn't see much point in training when they still can't defend the Earth. Prompting him to wonder, when was it? When did Goku get so far ahead of him? A question for another day with Sagambo quickly roiding out. Goku's gonna handle this one. His mouth all but watering. Moro can't wait for the Saiyan to show him the extent of his power. Just how much has he grown? Going straight to Super Saiyan Blue, the villain acts confused in seeing the blue hair, which is strange because he's definitely seen both Goku and Vegeta use this form. Obliterating Sagambo. Goku's way stronger than the last time his friend saw him in his blue form. Looks like his training really paid off. Tapping down, our hero believes it's over. He won't get up again. Calling out Moro for his turn. Clearing his throat, he questions what's over exactly. Warning his adversary to turn around. Looking utterly drunk or downright possessed, Sagambo stands still ready to fight. How is this possible? Gohan has to question if he's somehow even stronger than before. Speculating, Jocko thinks that maybe Moro gave him another power boost when he whacked him away a minute ago, when he quite literally appeared to shoot him with a spirit gun. To the horror of our characters, Moro queries his underling if he's still able to fight. Clearly not in his right mind, the henchman exudes.
Of course, Lord Moro!
Ushering his master to grant him a bit more power. Knowing you can't just force feed people power like this, Goku hollers that his body's at its limit. He's gotta stop pumping him with energy. Even amidst battle, Goku tries to warn Sagambo to cut it out. Any more of this will wreck his body.
Son Goku, I wish to see that technique again. Show it to me. It wasn't in that form you employed those high-speed moves, correct?
The wizard snarls that until he shows him his earlier form, he will force Sagambo to continue fighting. Taking the fight to its source, Goku's swing is effortlessly blocked by Moro as the Saiyan bellows.
Enough! I'll show you what you want to see! Up close and personal!
Lord Moro, he is mine! To the feast!
Just like that, Sagambo's body collapses under the forced energy. This is likely a fate very similar to the one King Kai feared when teaching Goku the Kaioken all those years ago. Moro only smirks.
He couldn't even withstand that smidgen of energy. How pathetic.
Oh, wasn't that your friend?
Goku angrily asks, "My friend? I have no friends. Those were my soldiers. They may be gone, but I can always collect more." Seems Goku forgot what an utter scumbag this guy is. But like most villains, Moro doesn't care about his opinion and the Saiyan's free to think as he likes. Bringing Goku to resolve. "Fine, I'm ready to show you the power I've gained to beat you." Exactly what the villain wanted to hear. Powering up, Moro immediately realizes this is no mortal ability. And he's right. Goku has tapped into Ultra Instinct at will. His time with Mirror is clearly paying off. This is the initial stage of the technique of the gods. Ultra Instinct Sign, also known as Omen. From a distance, Gohan and Piccolo look on in amazement and confirm the previous statements. Apparently familiar with this form, Moro grunts. To think such a lowly life form could use such a divine technique. How surprising. But not in the mood to talk. Goku wants to get this started. As you wish, son Goku. Seeing that the main event is finally starting, Piccolo states how the fate of Earth, no, the fate of the entire universe is riding on this fight. Literally throwing punches. Our heroes have to ask aloud if Goku's attacking. Cueing them in, Jaco explains how he is, with air blasts. He thinks he's whipping his fists really fast to fire off blasts of air.
What's a pesky attack? This technique boosts heightened agility. So be it. I need only to immobilize you.
Using a type of ki-based shackles to restrain Goku. He questions if that was Moro's magic. And it was an example of, but one of many of his techniques. On Yardrat, Vegeta can sense that Moro himself is finally making his move. And the one opposing him is Kakarot. Will the presence of his rival influence Vegeta's decision when he'll return himself? Blasting off some lightning, Goku warns his friends to get back. His son exclaims, "Sure thing. Go all out and don't worry about the Earth. We've already gathered up the Earth's Dragon Balls. They're at Dende's place. That means we can always put everything back to normal." With this understood,
saw through the illusion. How perceptive.
Yeah, I've seen that trick before.
Regrouping with the androids. From what 17 has gathered, Goku's here. His sister questions if he's come back stronger than ever. Which is hard to say because they're not able to read his ki. But if the fight before Vegeta, and the fight before Ginyu, and the fight before Frieza, and the fight before Cell, and the fight before Buu, and the fight before anyone else or anything to go off of, it's likely a safe bet. Right now, to Gohan, it seems that both of them are on equal footing. His lifelong friend disagrees. It's close, but Goku is clearly faster. So, he can win? In theory, yes, but Moro still hasn't tried absorbing energy. And speak of the Goat Devil, that's exactly what Moro's next move is. Looks like he actually doesn't want the smoke after all that trash talk. He vanished again!
Oh, as I thought.
Although Moro continuously tries to steal Goku's energy, each time he's thwarted by his foe. Goku's moving at top speed to dodge the energy absorption. This way, Moro can't get a beat on him long enough to do anything significant. This basically takes care of Moro's main move. Things are looking up for the fighters of Earth. Goku won't get his energy stolen if he can keep this up, and given he's already got an advantage in the battle.
He can win! He feels great! He can do this!
Letting out a sigh of relief after that last kick. Piccolo smirks.
Classic Goku.
Who knows what kind of hellish training he's been through. The sun adding. And he probably still has that Ultra Instinct form left. The one with the silver hair. While it remains to be seen if Goku has truly mastered the peak of Ultra Instinct. We join Beerus, Maris, and Whis on the Universe 7 planet of destruction. The latter two watch in on the battle intently. Whis is elated to see his sometime student's progress, complimenting the job Maris has done, just as Beerus begins to grumble about being hungry. He turns his head back to question Maris. Hey kid, you spent a good long time in the mortal realm. Know any tasty recipes? Who explains he was enlisted with the Galactic Patrol, so he's afraid not. Prompting the Destroyer to gripe what a waste of space he is. Leading the senior angel to beckon. Has Goku mastered Ultra Instinct then? Can we expect to see that silver hair? Maris reveals. No. About that. The combat's slowing for a moment. Moro questions what's wrong. Goku seems so eager to be done with this.
You believe you found a way around my energy absorption, but you've made a grave error. I only consume energy to fill my stomach. Weakening my opponents and strengthening myself are only fortunate side effects. Neither is the primary goal. As such, I will happily devour your energy after you're defeated.
But defeated? How does he plan on doing that with things going the way they are?
You thought this was all I could muster. You fool.
What? What'd Moro just say?
Moro hasn't been fighting at full strength?
The heck?
I've consumed countless planets since our previous encounter, all of which have filled me with enough power to transcend the very gods.
With this power-up, our bystanders begin to panic, never feeling energy this immense. Showing how much his own speed has increased. Moro sneaks up and grabs Goku from behind, who screams for him to get off. He utters,
Now I understand why you didn't employ this form during the fight against Sagambo. It's because you can't maintain it for long.
Something Moro must have noticed moments ago when he asked Goku why he seemed so eager to be done with this. Rejoining the conversation with the angels, it appears Goku is only able to achieve the sign level of Ultra Instinct, never managing to activate the true form. A fact that doesn't bode well with Whis. Sign serves as the gateway to Ultra Instinct, but it isn't stable. Maintaining that instability consumes an enormous amount of stamina. He inquires if Maris was aware of this. He was. This battle hinges on Son Goku's ability to manage that energy drain while keeping up Saiyan as long as possible. Now with his adversary on the ropes, Moro continues.
You hoped to bring our battle to a hasty conclusion while you still had the stamina for it. But too bad for you, I've been waiting for your inevitable decline.
Our hero knows he should have realized Moro already knew about his weakness. But still. If you were just stalling for time, that means you don't think you can beat me when I'm at my full power. So if I keep hitting you with all I've got, I can still win this. He apologizes to Maris, but a stamina balancing act during battle isn't his style.
So you still had some power left. Good. Now I'm intrigued.
Both warriors powering up. Maris fearfully wonders just what Goku's doing. It seems he's changed his strategy. Both combatants will be fighting at full power. Those clashing auras.
Neither one is backing down.
Each fighter getting their licks in. Mira shouts, "No, Goku, you can't!" Before inquiring Whis how long he can keep up that form while fighting at full power. Thinking briefly, even if he had followed Mira's advice and conserved stamina to maintain Saiyan for longer, he has his doubts that he could have made much headway against Moro. A deadly mistake on the Angel Patrolman's behalf.
Perhaps I approached you too cautiously after all. If this is truly the extent of your power, then I will not fall to you.
Genuinely frustrated at this point, Goku curses to know what Moro's body's even made of. Questioning the obvious, Whis asks Mira if Moro's strength exceeds his expectations. Seeming to be using old data, it does. He didn't think he grew this powerful. However, Whis expects that Goku senses that as well, hence this gamble of his, tapping into his full potential. Saiyans are known to exhibit untold power when their backs are against the wall, especially Goku. And Vegeta. With whom, we're met with our prince out of breath after targeting all the Hatskas, presumably with his new technique he's learning to use against Moro. He announces that he finally did it this time. Barbara congratulates him. He indeed did so, and to master in so little time. Happy with this. He turns his attention back to space. It appears Earth is still in one piece. It seems he'll make it back in time. Requesting Barbara transport him to Earth now. But, Barbara can't go to Earth.
And what?
Hatsuka informs Yardratians are forbidden from using instant teleportation to travel off their planet. Furthermore, they can only teleport to the location of someone they've met before. So like Kakarot, for instance. He met him before, hasn't he? Which is true. Barbara does know Goku's spirit signature, but for some reason he's unable to detect it at the moment. Asking Vegeta if he may happen to know why. And it's because that fool must be using Ultra Instinct. Only gods can sense that godly key. Rico wants to know what they're going to do now. Getting to Earth and his ship will take at least 10 days. Desperate and with seemingly no other option. He asks the Yardratians to teach him. Teach him how to perform instant teleportation. Now. But, right now? Screeching at him to get to it already. Vegeta will just have to master it faster than any before him. The fight lingering on, Moro takes the advantage. With his foe on the ground, he taunts to know what happened to his trademark speed. It's clear that the longer the fight goes, the more likely it is Moro will win. Goku's attacks aren't even landing anymore.
Crap! Naturally, you have reached your limit.
While the villain believes this to be the end of their battle, he snickers. That being said, Goku can consider him shocked that he amassed such power. But our hero calls back that Moro doesn't get to decide when this is over, and he's not done. Powering up and landing an elbow, Miras knows this strategy won't work. By relying on sheer power alone, he can't make the most of Ultra Instinct strength. Whis believes Sadly, it doesn't look like they'll be witnessing any miracles today. Without saying it, this is the angel admitting that Goku will fall, along with the rest of our heroes and our planet. Moro will win and proceed to devour the universe. A frantic Beerus places his hands on his head, shouting it wasn't meant to go like this. Listening in. Beerus reminds Whis that he said he was starving. He wants to chow down on something tasty. With a very well. Whis puts away his staff in their view of the battle. As the angel walks off to prepare the destroyer lunch, the other angel has to interrupt with a fake cough. Completely oblivious to his counterpart's investment in the situation, he asks if he can help him. Beerus worries that at this rate, the Earth and so many other planets, they'll... Answering without the younger angel needing to finish his concern, Whis informs that the birth and death of a planet is simply part of the great and long cycle of the universe. Excessive meddling on their part would affect the natural flow of these matters, which is not necessarily a good thing. Who understands that much? But, talking over his junior again. What's more, only the likes of Lord Beerus or the Lord of Lords can decide such things. It's not for us angels to intervene. Never forget that. A rule Beerus begrudgingly accepts. Losing the Ultra Instinct aura. Moro chortles that's quite enough fun for now. It's about time to consume his energy. Huh? When 17 and 18 spring into action before he's able to. The former scoffs if he's looking to snack on some life energy. How about theirs? Spoiler, they don't have any. The Fiend is instantly able to recognize the two of them as artificial life forms. To think this planet possessed such advanced technology. He feverishly tries to master instant transmission as fast as possible. And vanishing! He did it! He really disappeared! Unfortunately, it's rather likely he didn't end up at his desired destination. Hatsuka tries to explain he's doing it all wrong. He's gotta lock onto the target's spirit. Though he argues he only needs this to work once. He's fine if he can never do it again. As he and Paibara simultaneously notice something. That's Goku's spirit. Why did it suddenly show up again? The other's wondering what's going on as well. This means he's no longer an Ultra Instinct. The fool must have lost to Moro. Given the stakes at hand, Paibara offers that since this is an emergency, and he can now clearly sense Goku, he'll break their planet's rule and get him to Earth. However, Vegeta responds, "Not so fast." He has a feeling he can pull this off himself. Rico inquired if he really means it. He does. With sheer confidence, he lets Paibara know how much he appreciates everything. Hatsuka too. Bidding him good luck. Suddenly, Vegeta's back in his traditional Saiyan armor, though with added Galactic Patrol insignia. The Elder leaves him with a few words. "Well done enduring our brutal training. May you fight with confidence." Replying with just, "Yeah." He lets the instant transmission rip. But nothing happens. Rico interjects. Why not just let Master Paibara do the honors? But he's gone for real this time. He really did it, and his spirit can now be sensed on Earth. Paibara knows this as nothing short of incredible, managing instant teleportation after so little training. Hatsuka suggests that Vegeta must be some sort of prodigy. His opposite continues that his achievements are the product of all of his training. So in that sense,
He may be a prodigy, yes, but one born of hard work.
I see. Such power. It's almost a shame I can't steal it.
18 remarks that it's like they're fighting a lump of steel. Their heaviest attacks barely make them flinch. Gohan questions Piccolo if they should join him. But for what? Just to let Moro absorb their energy? Diving into this battle recklessly would only feed him more power. But at this point, it looks like our heroes either go out swinging, or trying to pull himself together. Goku's words mirror his mentor's, as he didn't think it would turn out like this. When finally, it's not Goku to be the last one to show up late to the party, but Vegeta, offering a simple hello. This at least gives the universe some hope. Just what has he learned that'll turn the tables back around? He scoffs, albeit with a giant smile. Well, don't you look pathetic? What? Did Ultra Instinct prove to be useless? But that's not where Goku's mind's at the moment. Did Vegeta just use instant teleportation? He turns his head to face Moro, assuring Kakarot to worry not. He has no intention of pilfering? His signature move. He believes it's likely he wouldn't be able to pull it off again and won't be learning it after this. Which is stupid. However, he's learned a far superior technique of his own. He hollers over to 17 and 18 to cut it out. It's his turn. Neither of which noticed his arrival until now. He announces how that one is his. Almost forgetting about him, Moro is elated to see the prince has finally arrived. A bit of a low blow. The Saiyan snarls that he sees their time apart hasn't done a thing to fix that joke Moro calls a face. Did he enjoy tormenting the weak? And the weak? The goat figures Vegeta's not wrong about that. While they worms were hiding, he may have gone and become too powerful. And he's grown weary of planets that can't provide fighters to match him. Direct shot at Goku. Vegeta responds. Oh, no cause for concern there. You want someone stronger than you? You found him. Everyone watching on, Gohan notices that this is just the Super Saiyan Blue form he used at the Tournament of Power. What's changed? Something Piccolo also can't figure out. Starting off the match by simply enough punching Moro in the chest. It barely had any effect. 18 spouts that he sure talked a big game for not being able to deliver. Then hearing from the beast himself. He knows that Vegeta has gained a considerable amount of power, yet he is still not able to contend. Even Piccolo can tell Vegeta's gotten quite a bit stronger, but Moro is still more powerful than him. It's a level that can't be overcome through training alone.
Submit, Vegeta.
Vegeta!
I do commend you for elevating your power to such heights. You will make for my finest meal yet.
attacks do nothing. The prince remains persistent in landing these benign shots. What's gotten into him? Jocko suggests that he can't accept losing already and is going berserk. Something Piccolo doubts. Vegeta's never been one to misread an opponent's strength. Except Goku's Zarbon, Frieza, Cell, and Buu.
Enough of this nonsense, Vegeta!
Suddenly, the Saiyan hits him with a backhand and stuns him. But how did this happen when Moro's been able to just brush off every other punching kick? Lasso! Hopping backwards, Goku has to ask. This new move of his, it's... Answering for him is Force Spirit Fission. Fission meaning to split into parts. Does this mean Vegeta can actually separate one's ki from their very body? As more of his attacks are landing, Gohan wonders if Vegeta's somehow getting stronger. But that's not it. Moro is actually getting weaker. When they notice the energy that's been accumulating, it's almost like a spirit bomb. Before Moro's reverted back to his older iteration, almost like how Cell reverted to a semi-perfect form upon splitting from 18.
What? What have you done?
He's back to his old self! Literally!
How can that be?
Vegeta smirks. Oh, that spirit you stole for yourself. Those souls. That life energy. I've simply liberated it. At the flick of his hand, the energy ascends into the sky, even off-planet. On Yardrat. Haibara explains how the spirit energy stolen by that Moro guy is returning to the planets it came from. It appears Vegeta's done it. Finally able to approach him without fear of Moro, Gohan and Piccolo go to check in on Goku. Who's hanging in there? Piccolo questions what that move he's using is. Goku tells. Force Spirit Fission. It tears apart things combined through fusion or absorption. I've never actually seen it used before.
You mean, this is the life energy of those he's killed?
Listening in, Vegeta answers this himself. Yes, I could even extract those other Namekians you combined with ages ago. Care to try? Goku congratulates him, admitting he himself never managed to learn that move, signifying a stay on Yardrat entailed a little more than learning the instant transmission. Vegeta responds, Of course not. We underwent the same training, but I'm more talented than you. Victory is mine this time, Kakarot. Face starting to show his sudden desperation, the prince utters, To be honest, This never sat well with me. Absorption, fusion, and all that stuff. It doesn't reflect one's inherent power. All I crave is a fair fight. So why don't you stop relying on the strength stolen from others and simply fight me with your own power? Or is your own power not even enough to keep you standing? Silent, with that growing beard and shrunken face screaming. Every passing moment removes a piece of Moro's power. Ironically, this is almost an exact mirror of his own signature attack. Hatsuka inquires, when those planets get back their life energy, will the inhabitants be revived? But no, too much time has passed for those alien races to come back to life. However, revival should be possible for tribes with potent life force. Curious which ones? Thinking, for instance, we're taken to New Namek. What happened to us? One of the villages Moro killed on New Namek. About a dozen of them spring back to life wondering what happened. This brings Vegeta's regret about his actions on Namek full circle. While it's true he killed an entire village back in his lesser days, now he's managed to bring one back from the dead. Then showing some immense potential. On the lookout, Eska can sense this happening. He stammers that he thinks a number of Namekians have come back to life. Dende asking how. The boy explains that it's not the ones Moro killed himself, but the ones who died when their energy got sucked away. Almost shocked, even though it's been months since they died. He continues that the Dragon Balls they left behind must have somehow protected everyone, keeping the planet and its life forms from rotting away. Well, I'm not sure about that. Really letting him have it. Vegeta chuckles that he's going to cough up every last bit of energy he's stolen since his little prison break. Simply admiring his handiwork at this point, Piccolo queries if Goku thought he could grow this much. And our hero can't say he did. He didn't expect him to learn that new move or get this strong. But he didn't mean it just in that sense. What he means is he can't get over how much he's grown as a person.
Have you forgotten how, once upon a time, he showed up to invade the Earth? And now look, he's fighting to protect this planet. More than that, he's trying to atone for the sins of his past.
Inquiring about these so-called sins.
Like the mass slaughter on Namek, or all the terrible things he did as part of Frieza's army. I think he means to wipe the slate clean by saving our universe from Moro.
This theory takes Goku off guard. Is he really thinking about all that stuff? Piccolo informs.
It's all because he met you, Goku. You've changed him.
But him? Goku balks that he just wanted to fight the strongest guys out there, causing the Namekian to chortle.
And that works for you. You haven't changed a bit since day one. And you don't need to change.
Though the Saiyan isn't sure if his old friend is saying that like it's a good thing or not. Well, it's obvious to us. He chooses to leave it ambiguous in universe. Before mentioning how it looks like Vegeta managed to one-up Goku this time. Who agrees, but vows to surpass him again. Just wait. Not understanding the motivation, Jocko has to ask.
Wait, you're going to keep training even with no batty butt to kick? Talk about obsessive.
When the prince calls over to Jocko.
What?
Moro on his hands and knees. Vegeta wants to know if he wants this one captured alive, or should he eliminate the problem altogether? And finally someone in this franchise with a little bit of sense outside 17 and 18.
Crush him, please! I mean, duh! We were only keeping him locked up because there is nobody who could kill him. If you can be that executioner, be my guest.
looking towards the down villain. You heard him. Sadly for you. Urgh. I'm no naive fool like Kakarot. You'll regret ever breaking out of prison once you're in hell.
So, you believe you aren't going to hell?
When I die, of course I'm going to hell. At the end of the day, I'm a villain too. I've prepared for that for quite some time.
Right.
But you first. Wait for me down there. Once I'm dead, I'll pop by to say hello. What could possibly be so funny?
I have no intention of going to hell. I'll be too busy ruling over the galaxy for all eternity.
Curious what suddenly gotten the Fiend so confident. The gang struggles to pick up on what the two are saying. All for safe Piccolo. To Vegeta, this is just him resorting to nonsensical babbling. Moro barely has a scrap of power left in him.
I still have my magic.
Just vanished! Up there! Vegeta! He flew up into the sky! Lord Moro! You don't look so good!
Shimareka!
Fortunately for me, I planned ahead and kept a backup inside you just in case.
What the heck are you doing?
Seeing Moro's ship blow up from the ground, our heroes wonder what the heck just happened. Weren't his allies still up there?
No way!
When they sense Moro's keys return to normal. No, it's bigger than ever. Wondering where that 7-3 guy went. Don't tell him.
Vegeta!
As Vegeta's blown out of the sky. Checking in to see if he's okay. That's when Gohan notices something up there. Dad, it's Moro! He's taken on yet another appearance after eating 7-3. Now largely losing his goat face and taking more of a humanoid appearance. Every time they beat this guy, he finds a way to nullify their efforts. Goku hollers, "What'd you do? Why'd your face change?" Piccolo speculating he must have done something to 7-3. Finally speaking.
It wasn't only my magic I had 7-3 copy. What do you mean? What else was in him? My combat abilities. I was able to create a complete backup within him.
A despaired Gohan asks, And you just absorbed 7-3?
Yes, including his ability. This has restored me to my former glory and more. Alas, you people came so very close.
Staring off against the reinvigorated villain, Piccolo interrogates Moro if 7-3's powers have been added to his own. And that is indeed what they're faced with.
Is that so? Then I'll just have to tear you apart again!
technique requires you to inflict damage first. Yes, I won't make the same mistake twice.
Damn it!
The fight resuming. Gohan reminds Vegeta that he might have absorbed 7-3's abilities, but the rule says it only lasts 30 minutes. This means he just has to run out the clock until he's back to his former strength. The Fiend chuckles at this belief, informing that this power has returned home. There is no time limit. In fact,
unhand me!
grabbing Vegeta on the back of the neck. Does this mean Moro? The Prince struggles for a moment to figure out what exactly is going on. Moro enlightens that he's gained 7-3's copy ability. Possibly just out of earshot, Gohan speculates this from the ground. But this is a concept lost on Goku. He asks what this copy thing is they keep talking about. His son tells how 7-3 could copy a person's abilities by grabbing their neck. And he thinks that he just copied Vegeta's. However, as we saw before, Gohan and Piccolo were able to find the weakness in this ability by working together. Nobody knows Gohan's moves better than Piccolo, and nobody knows Piccolo's moves better than Gohan. Could the same be true for Goku and Vegeta?
That's Vegeta's move!
Big Bang attack? Isn't that what you call it, Vegeta?
Using one of Vegeta's signature moves. Moro snarkily comments if that move was supposed to impress anyone. Such a grandiose name for such an ordinary ki blast. Piccolo points out the obvious and that this is worse than they realized. If he's got Vegeta's abilities, this means that he can now use Force Spirit Fission. The two of them always had the fusion dance, Patara earrings, and other means of combining as last resorts. Not sure what he's referring to by that last one, but those would be rendered useless now. Moro would literally be able to split the two of them the moment they merge. Though surely Vegeta's power has a time limit, unless Moro's magic and raw power enhances this limitation. Bulma and the others watching on the lookout. Everyone looks on in horror seeing Vegeta go down. Oolong worries that now there's no one left who can fight, ushering Dende to announce he can go and restore their energy. But him? A concerned Eska inquires. Bulma too. Isn't that way too risky? And it probably is. But as the Earth's god, he can't sit back and do nothing. Nobody knowing what to say. But in reality knowing this is pretty much their only option. Dende instructs Eska and Mr. Popo to take care of things here. Important note that he doesn't specifically say just while he's gone. Simply take care of things here. Warning him to be careful. Krillin making his return, albeit exhausted. He says to himself, "Not good. Everyone's key signatures keep getting smaller. If only I'd given Goku some senzu beans before we split." Just hoping he can make it this time while too gassed to even fly at this point.
let you go even if you kill me!
Huh. Haven't you realized I'm keeping you alive? You people are my meal after all.
Nice!
Unleash it now, Goku!
Yes, Piccolo's regeneration. Did I fail to mention that the abilities 7-3 copied are now mine forever, with no pesky time limits? Confirming our theory from before. Don't go dying on me just yet. I need to devour your energy before you pass on. That was the point of all this.
Falling back to a Gohan from another era, Moro makes note that it seems Saiyans receive a power boost when enraged. But it's hardly enough to fill the chasm between them. Helpless and on the sidelines, Piccolo knows there's nothing he can do. Attacking is literally useless. Piccolo! When he hears a voice in his head, asking if that's Dende. He informs that if nothing else, he can at least restore everyone's energy. But listening in, Piccolo immediately realizes what's going on. He shouts for Dende to stop. No more telepathy. Moro only sees this as another ability he can steal while he's here, asking if that's another of his Namekian abilities.
Damn it!
He warns Dende to keep away. He was listening in. As Jaco tries to process what's happening, the fiend continues.
Restoring energy, he said. The Namekian moving towards us has such an ability.
While Piccolo curses the situation, Moro thinks such a being could hardly pose a threat, but he places a barrier that envelops the battlefield. He's confident it should keep out any unwanted nuisances and prevent them from escaping. And it appears right in time, too. Dende arrives wondering what this is. And with their stealthier healer, at least when he has some senzu beans, he exudes. Oh, come on! What is it this time? Things looking more and more bleak.
Sorry, Jaco.
He's sorry for roping him into Earth's battle. Almost surprisingly, he scoffs for him to knock it off, saying, "Moro broke out of our prison. And besides, Earth is my jurisdiction. If this planet's doomed to die, then it's my duty to go down with the ship." Charging his power, he responds.
Oh yeah? Then I won't feel as bad about this.
Accumulating ki, Jocko meekly questions, what's going on, buddy?" Who explains that barrier is a blessing in disguise, since it'll keep any destruction contained. There'll be nothing left in here when he's done. But blowing himself up! Could he hold off a minute? Jocko hasn't made his peace.
No more nonsense from you, okay? Just lie there. And now, you're the only one left. Galactic Patrol.
Dende cries that he was completely useless. He couldn't defend the planet or help anyone. Some god of Earth he is. When the barrier opens by itself. Now inside, how did this happen? A familiar character utters, "This isn't over yet, God of Earth." The Guardian exclaims, "Ah, it's you!" Jocko does his best to fall back on his training as a Galactic Patrolman, taking aim and warning Moro to stay back. Who smirks? "To be blunt, I have zero interest in your life energy. Such a small portion and probably foul-tasting." Which also means he has no need to keep him alive either, bidding him farewell. What's up, scumbag? A little shocked to see his old pea shooter do this much damage. Jocko has to ask himself if he did that.
You imbued that shot with your own energy.
Oh! Agent Mirrors!
But you aren't really Galactic Patrol, are you?
Holstering his weapon, Jocko scolds to know where the heck he's been. Who evasively explains he's been tied up with other matters. The last Jocko heard of Mirrors is that he was off training Goku, only for Goku to arrive on Earth without the patrolman. The monster's silent. Jocko goes on to say, "Sorry to be all, we're totally doomed just as you finally show up. But Moro is definitely too much for the Galactic Patrol to handle, so we're totally doomed." Mirrors assures he's aware. He's only come to finish up some training. But training? What's he talking about? Who's training? And Son Goku's, of course. Letting the cat out of the bag, that's when Jocko realizes, speaking of, where did everybody go?
Huh?
Something Moro himself didn't even realize until now. All of the Earth's fighters are no longer inside the bubble. He scowls to know what Mirrors is. And where did he send him? Because Mirrors is an angel, Moro couldn't sense him getting our heroes to safety. And he was able to do it with such speed the thought never occurred to him to be on alert. The patrolman smiles that for the moment, he sent them somewhere safe away from here. Causing the fiend to snarl.
Do not trifle with me.
Moro removes the barrier and tries to sense out where everyone's gone. Allowing them to be healed would pose an unnecessary risk to his plan, and allowing them to escape would mean missing out on eating their energy. The exact thing Jocko brings attention to. Can't he track people? So Mirrors is going to have to buy them some time.
I sense no life energy in you, and yet I did earlier. Was that merely camouflage? Are you some manner of deity? I see.
Was Agent Miras always this strong? A little ways away, but still within eyeshot of the battle. Dende saw something in the air, causing him to waste precious seconds to bow and show proper respect. Beerus and Whis. The latter tells how he left the Galactic Patrol agent behind, though Beerus doesn't care about this in the slightest. Actually, he's getting kinda sick of doing favors for these guys. He's attended admitting they are indeed a handful. Getting to it and healing Goku first. The two deities continue their back and forth. Beerus questions if the God of Earth can save them now, and with the confirmation from Whis, he can. The Destroyer turns his back, announcing it's time to go. Upon asking where else? Bulma's place. Whis said they were coming to Earth to eat some delicious stuff. Preserving Earth's gourmet goodies is the only reason he ever saves these idiots. Figuring, but of course. The pair head out to Capsule Corp. However, Beerus feels like they're missing someone. Where's Miras? Coyly looking away as if he knows something he shouldn't, the angel believes he must have gotten separated from him somehow. Pity that. No harm in leaving him behind. Beerus concludes, whatever. One less mouth to feed means more for me. Still working his magic on Goku, Gohan inquires if his father's going to live. The healer grunts that Goku's wound is deep, and since his ki has reached God level, healing him could take some time. Turning to face his old friend, he offers to heal him too in a moment. But Gohan wants to be left for last. For now, just take care of his dad, Piccolo, and Vegeta. Rising from the ground, and with a scar similar to the one Piccolo left on him, it's still a whole lot better than the alternative. Dende shouts, "This is great! Goku seems to be healed!" Addressing the Guardian, Goku stands and frantically asks where Moro is. Moving on to Piccolo, he's told he's battling the Angel. But the Angel? He doesn't mean... Who else but Miras? Although Dende is afraid he doesn't know his name, the Saiyan of Earth wonders what he could be thinking. Any angel who fights for real outside of training is doomed to disappear. Telling him to take care of these guys. That was pretty much the plan. The Saiyan utters, "Thanks as always, Kami-sama." The significance here is Goku acknowledging Dende formally by his title, as Kami means God.
Damn it!
his own just fine for the moment. This could signify just how far ahead Goku Mirrors is. Moro nonetheless interrogates if he's concealing his true strength. What's the meaning of this? And why rely on a tool for battle? Arriving. The angel greets his student.
Him?
The villain surprised to see him back on his feet. He shouts to his mentor that he's gotta stop. Keep fighting and he's gonna vanish. Gazing at his palm, Mirrors thinks he's still intact for now. Earth's hero tells him to fall back. It's his turn to fight.
You are saved by the Namekian's healing abilities.
Sensing the battle resume, Whis notes how Goku's having another go with SAIYAN. Beerus asking if he can win. He very much so doubts it. Catching Goku after being knocked out of Ultra Instinct. Our hero thanks him. Moro chortles that form already failed to defeat him once. Does he think this time will be different? Turning his words to Mirrors instead. Goku regrets that he spent all that time teaching him Ultra Instinct and he still can't get the hang of it. His elder informs that's not quite true. His training has worked. One last push should trigger it. But a push? What does he mean? Before we can find out, Moro stretches his arm through the ground and grabs Mirrors by the back of the neck. He howls.
Ha ha ha! I don't know who you are, but copying your abilities should prove useful.
Simply cutting off the hand at the wrist. Looks like this crisis has been averted. But that isn't the staff he's been using, but his angel staff. This also seems to suggest that at least for a time, the copied abilities are only stored in the user's hand. Retracting his arm, Mirrors' constant one-upping is starting to frustrate the villain. Taking this further, he states, that copy ability is a hassle, so I'll have to seal it off. With a distinct shiver, the God of Destruction mentions, feels like Mirrors just started using those angel powers. You sure about all this? The Whis cheekily replies, as you know, Lord Beerus, I do not act except under your direct command. Angering the latter.
You sneaky little! So the Grand Priest is going to be mad at me! Let's get back there and stop him!
The patrolman explains that he was born an angel. As such, he's meant to maintain a neutral position outside good and evil. So even if the universe is ravaged or destroyed, he's only supposed to sit back and watch. Gritting his teeth and staring at his hand, Moro grumbles.
A sealing technique! How could you possibly?
Overhearing, a nervous Chaco asks, an angel? That's what Mirrors is? Am I hearing this right? Reminder, in the Resurrection F movie, Chaco believed Beerus to be nothing more than a myth. Since joining our heroes, he's seen quite a few life-altering things. Mirrors continues. However, throughout my time working alongside the Galactic Patrol, something blossomed inside of me. A sense of justice. The Galactic Patrol agents may be the elites of their own homeworlds, but on the universal scale, they're helpless. Helpless? Many of the criminals willing to violate galactic law are stronger than those agents. Even so, the agents act in accordance with their convictions and ideals. Valiantly, they struggle to protect the galaxy.
with the axolotl and Frankenstein, whose name is actually Calamus. The pilot informs the radio they've collared every convict except Moro, so they're heading straight to the Galactic Prison. Which is true, they've caught everyone except Moro if you don't count the dead ones. But then again, why would you? Voice on the transmission responds. Understood. We will prepare to receive the prisoners. After dropping this lot off, Calamus claims they'll return to help the situation with Moro. Straight up just sniping the other hand. Miris doesn't even break his conversation with Goku. Seeing those agents in action, I came to realize that peace in the galaxy is worth hanging on to. But with his recent actions, his body has become transparent. Immediately, Jaco points this out to the angel. It looks like he's not all there. Not acknowledging this and keeping his mind focused on his final mission, he explains how meeting Goku and his people only further to strengthen his resolve. Who tells him, "No, what's the plan here? Cut it out!" Before he announces the next attack is most likely his last. Returning to intervene. Beerus can see that his body's already see-through. Whis believing sadly, it would seem they're too late. But the cat's knives, Whis left Beerus behind knowing this would happen. But him? No, not at all. Leaving him to wonder just what kind of excuse they're going to feed the Grand Priest. Although there's something to be said about a destroyer letting Moro destroy the universe.
Why you?
Thinking back to their training amidst his final charge. You've saved the universe so many times over, Goku. Huh, I guess so. It isn't something I think about much. It's just the strongest guys out there tend to be villains. So... Yet despite their wicked deeds, you prefer not to end their lives. Why is that? Because if they rise up and do bad stuff again, I just have to become stronger by then, right? I'll fight them as many times as it takes. And at some point, just maybe, they'll decide to join the good side. Reforming villains then. The Galactic Patrol takes the same approach. Putting it that way gives me too much credit, man. I just think that way's much more exciting, I guess. Exciting, you say? You are a fascinating specimen, Goku. Sealing that last spot. Looks like Miris was right. Huh? What? Slow your roll, Agent Miris! You're disappearing! Goku looking up helpless. With his final words as he fades from existence, Miris tells Goku that should he achieve Ultra Instinct at his current strength, it will be far more stable than ever before. He will not fall to Moro, nor anyone else for that matter. Jaco begging Goku to fill him in. Miris furthers that he's come to love this galaxy. This universe is full of excitement. Please, protect it all. And just like that, he's gone. Beerus questions. Just gone? Poof?
And that's how it goes for angels who break their code of neutrality. The Destroyer's sitting on this for a moment. Whis admits he was an awkward little brother. Then on the ground, something appears to be awakening within Goku. Still on their way to the prison, Calamus abruptly mentions that it feels like they just lost something important. Call it intuition, call it what you want, but he's not wrong. With the loss of Miris, Jocko's left only to ask, is Agent Miris really dead? But still fuming, he changes course to make sure Goku's okay. Without raising his head utters, I learned an important lesson from Miris. Curious what that is. That I'm not fighting alone. Now finding himself intrigued, and sensing what's to come, Beerus huffs. Let's see it, Goku. Whis adding that it's imminent, but can he properly control his emotions? The Saiyan then goes on to bring up how he was saved by Vegeta, Dende too, and in the end, he made Miris give up his life, bringing Jocko to the acceptance that he really is gone. Goku clenches his fist, but he didn't do it for me. He did it for our universe. Calming himself and letting his body relax, Goku looks towards the sky. Can I ask you something, Jocko? Why do you join the Galactic Patrol? But that's his question? Do they really have time for this? Imploring him to tell him. Well, I wanted to help preserve peace in the galaxy! Duh! Also, the uniform is just the awesomest! Goku smiles. Right. Miris felt the same way. Right now, I'm a Galactic Patrol agent just like you, so protecting the universe is my duty too. I can't let Moro have his way with our home. Cueing Moro up to blast into the air, he curses Miris and his inscrutable techniques. Since the action is going to be ramping up again, the Saiyan warns Jocko to stand back. When Moro realizes Miris is gone, where did he run off to? Goku informs he doesn't exist anymore, which means beating this villain is his job now. But him? Is he still spouting that crap? Responding, Miris may be gone, but his will lives on in me.
Look! Who's that?
It's Dad! He's finally ready to do this! The Destroyer comments how it seems to be going well enough. His attendant replying, yes, it would appear so. We are about to witness Ultra Instinct perfected. As the ground stops rumbling, our heroes don't feel a thing. It's so quiet. It's as if those storms a second ago never happened. But for the first time since the Tournament of Power, Goku's able to unlock Mastered Ultra Instinct. Moro is awestruck.
What now? What's that form? Jocko takes note of the silver hair. New color in his book.
Stay back!
You won't harm the Earth anymore.
How? What did you do? You were...
The deities point out how Goku's fine-tuning his moves more and more. The longer he's able to maintain this state, the more effective it'll become. Still completely bewildered by what's going on, Moro wants to know how he's dodging like that. And responding a little unintentionally meta. Not thinking.
What?
My body's acting on its own and deciding how to dodge. Which is why your attacks can't hit me.
Acting on its own, you say? Stop spouting nonsense!
That's Moro this time. He's charging up to full power again.
Bearish remarks. Perfectly done. Whis has to call attention to the rare show of respect. Who believes respect is where it's due. The way he fights is godlike.
And it's not until now that Goku realizes the pair are here. The God of Destruction snips for him not to stop now. Finish the job so they can go eat. Gravity finally thwacking Moro back down. Goku questions. You realize now that you can't beat me, right? He then asks the Fiend if he's starting to understand the pain and suffering of everyone he's killed. Does he get how it feels now?
Silence! How dare you presume to lecture me? You must think yourself a god. Know this! I do not fear divine power! I am Moro, consumer of worlds! The gods' creations are mine to devour! I am this galaxy's supreme life form!
Whoa!
Whether this planet lives or dies is up to me. Which would serve me better? Think hard on that.
Goku states, "You're done, Moro. Earth isn't your plaything anymore."
You care for this planet to that extent? Then my next act will be to consume it! Help me!
Huh? What'd he say?
Please, don't kill me!
Begging for mercy. It's a scene reminiscent of Frieza and Namek. Hesitating before his next action. Calls out to Jocko. He wants to verify that Moro was sentenced to death. Yeah? And yeah, he was. Jocko queries in return if Goku minds doing the deed for him. Not answering, the Saiyan mutters, "I see. In that case..." Goku rips off his gi and proclaims, "Let me fight him as an Earthling from here on." But what does that even mean? Even Beerus and Whis take attention to this. He's gone and quit the Galactic Patrol. As we know all the mistakes Goku's made in sparing evil in the past, even the Destroyer has a very bad feeling about this. Stealth mode engaged with Moro's shield down. Krillin finally makes his way to the battle. Even from here, he's happy to see that Goku's mopping the floor with him. Actually, he probably doesn't need any senzu beans after all. Disintegrating the rubble sitting atop the Fiend, Goku instructs Moro to stand up. A
soon after the villain focuses his eyes, our hero's gone.
Where did he go?
Appearing next to Krillin. This is the first time Moro's noticed the presence of a new fighter, wondering who he is. Snatching the beans from his best friend's hand, causing the turtle student to ponder how he even did that. Though he zips away before he's able to gather his thoughts. Appearing before his adversary, he wants to make a deal. I'll spare you if you agree to go back to the Galactic Prison and promise never to break out again.
Yes, of course! I swear it! You'll have no more trouble from me!
Flicking the bean, Moro grabs it with 2 fingers.
And what might this be?
He asks. But again? Why? Goku details how eating that will instantly restore stamina. So eat it. Then Jocko will escort him back to prison. Something Jocko's not exactly on board with.
Oh.
Regenerating his arm, Moro shouts this is amazing! It's far superior to even 7-3's healing ability. Kinda crazy to think something that's been around since the original Dragon Ball still surpasses the present day alternatives. Likely Dende's healing ability too. Krillin and Jocko can't believe it though! He didn't have to heal the scumbag! With that, Goku continues. And now, you'll keep your promise.
Naturally. I'm grateful, Son Goku. But I'm afraid I'm not going anywhere. At least not until...
You die by my hand!
Breaking his hand on Goku's chest. Whis tells when Ultra Instinct is honed to this extent, the body will automatically grow sturdier as necessary. At the same time, Beerus cannot but fume why that idiot's messing around like this. He told him to finish the job. You're just a sneaky coward. At your current strength, you could never hope to defeat me. Have you ever trained?
I have not, obviously!
You might have wound up even stronger if you just trained instead of eating planets and stealing lives.
Silence! Training is a crutch for the weak!
That's a real shame, 'cause I never came across anyone as tough as you. If you were a decent guy, I'd love to fight you again after you'd gone through some training.
Hey, Goku!
Jocko complains that Moro just went back on his word. Stop expecting some magical change of heart. And for the love of all that's good, just finish him off already. Standing, Goku assures he knows and he will, but just let the two of them talk a little longer. The Fiend finally begins to accept the situation he's in.
To think that I would be brought down by a tribe that only emerged a few million years ago!
Our hero states how, for only the fault of his own, he will never enjoy freedom again. Though he just wants to ask this one last time. Will he come quietly and go back to prison or not? When Moro notices something very important, the hand mirror's cut off.
The same hand he used to copy his abilities before he vanished. But could the angel's power still reside within it? Which is it? I need an answer.
I will never return to the Galactic Prison. In fact, I will continue to consume planets as I please.
Goku places his gaze to the ground as this leaves him no choice. He promised Mirrors he would protect this galaxy. Powering back up to Master Ultra Instinct, showing he can now control it at will. Moro has a question of his own.
Mirrors, who really was that Galactic Patrol agent?
A teacher of mine. He taught me how to do this. The villain finds this intriguing. He supposes that means he could use that technique as well. Yeah. Ugh. Sure enough, Moro realizes he had this battle in the bag all along.
So the body moves on instinct, does it? I'd love to try that. What's all this now? Yes, here it comes! Just as I imagined!
Goku! Wasn't that hand the one Mirror sliced off?
Engaging Mirrors' powers, Moro transforms again and sneers.
That whelp's abilities are now mine.
Goku doesn't respond and merely offers a cold glare in return. Could he have intentionally let this happen in a bid to feed his hunger for battle? Mirrors turns to waste beckoning if he cares to explain this. And it would appear that Mirrors' powers were copied before he ceased to exist. Moro regaining that hand has granted him access to his angelic strength. The Destroyer grunts that dope can't stick a landing for his life. Krillin cowers, fearing the worst. Surely with his newest boost, they're done for. Jaco screams, "Are you kidding? This is why I told you to finish him off!"
Prepare yourself, Son Goku!
The pair obliterating the immediate battlefield. Whis is kind enough to offer protection for Krillin and Jaco. Seeing this, or perhaps just the damage they're doing, Goku tells his foe to follow him.
Wary of scarring the planets, are you? Incredible! Fascinating how my body now moves! pointless! Our abilities are evenly matched now!
Moro cackles that he also has his magic, which gives him a leg up. Simply dusting himself off, Goku queries, "You think so? Then try a little harder." Prompting a spiteful response.
How are you still so calm? I want you quaking in fear. Haha! Pointless! My body becomes tougher to compensate, all on its own! Die! It's no use!
His body's starting to get a little blobby. Jocko questions what's up with him. He's growing huge. Whis yet again explains what's happening. His body is swelling in an attempt to contain the angel power that now courses through it. A fact that makes sense to Beerus. Godly power is nothing to sneeze at. Goku tries to talk sense into the fiend. Does he remember what happened to his man Sagambo? He's making the same mistake. I only mastered this technique after honing my body to withstand it. It's not something you can wield just because you feel like it. Abandon Miras's abilities, or be destroyed by them. Predictably, Moro only cackles how laughable it is the Saiyan believes he has limits. Surely he can recall how many planets he's consumed, how much life force. Our hero assures, everyone has a limit, and this is yours.
Silence! Body! I require a body that can endure this power!
As Krillin and Jocko begin to celebrate, Whis is rather quiet in this moment, like he knows something nobody else does. Calling after Goku, he recommends that if he intends to defeat Moro, kill him this instant. Backing him into a corner past this point is unwise. Taking the angel's advice, he reaches out and tells Moro to say goodbye. But seeing him doing something, the Saiyan stops to query what he's up to now. But how?
I have become one with this planet of yours. Behold, I've done away with my limits.
Now evolving into a giant Diglett. Is this seriously happening? Whis rolls his eyes. So it's come to this. Prodding him to elaborate further. In order to withstand angel power, he's made the Earth into his own body, which means that their planet now shares Moro's fate. Killing Moro will mean destroying the Earth itself. Goku quickly realizing his mistake. It gets even worse. Beyond that, his swollen energy will detonate, possibly obliterating the entire galaxy.
Try me if you dare, Son Goku!
All of the others back to full health. Piccolo points out that the battlefield seems to have gotten further away, which makes sense since the two of them were just zipping around the entire planet moments ago. Dende then notices how something about the planet feels off. What's going on? When Gohan feels his body hurting all of a sudden, which can only mean one thing. Moro must be absorbing their energy again. Vegeta yells for everyone to get off the ground. Well, I'm not entirely sure being grounded is part of the issue before. Quick thinking by the prince either way. He curses that Kakarot managed to screw up again. Then we see all around the planet, any creature, tree, or blade of grass with even the smallest amount of energy is being targeted. People just drop in place, unable to withstand the attack.
Your energy is mine! All mine!
Win it, Moro!
What the? As I said, my body is now the planet itself. You have nowhere left to run.
With Goku unable to go on the offense, Beerus scowls. This is bad. Simply dodging those attacks may avoid the detonation, but Moro's energy continues to swell unabated. Krillin asks if there's any way to keep him from exploding. And Whis has a way. Actually, there's only one. The question he has, though, is if Goku can manage it. But before he can say what this is, the God of Destruction decides. Looks like I have no choice. It's a special case, so I'll lend a hand. Losing Earth would be troublesome, you know. Starting to believe in some cosmic theology, Jocko quivers. Oh, you mean it? Emerging from the protective shield, Beerus states he's in big trouble if the other gods of destruction see him do this, so he's gotta make it quick. When Whis gets a call on his staff. Hearing this, the destroyer turns to question what this is now, and his attendant has terrible news. The deity has received a summons from the Grand Priest. But what the heck? Continuing, I dare say the matter involves Mirus. They already found out he poofed? This is no time to be hanging around here. He demands the two of them hurry back, as the angel is by nature fully compliant with this. Jocko and Krillin react in a way that suggests, so you aren't going to save us? The cat jumps in their faces to hiss. What? You thought I gave a crap about what happens to your precious planet? Solve your own problems! But... However, Whis has some parting words for Goku. Finishing his resolution from before, the only way to defeat Moro is to once again shatter his forehead crystal, thereby releasing Mirus' power. A little shocked it's that simple, Goku asks, just like Mirus did? Exactly the case. If done properly, that will destroy Moro and leave the Earth intact. A little unsure of himself, the Saiyan questions if he thinks he can pull it off. Blocking Moro's fist with a single finger, the angel reminds he's already acquired divine power. He needs to have faith in his own strength. Figuring. Okay, if that's the only way. His mentor announces his embarrasses departure from this world back to the Angel Realm, prompting the Destroyer to bellow.
Listen up, Goku! Even if the planet dies, you'd better save me some Earth food! You hear me?
Offering their goodbyes. This is a struggle our heroes will have to survive without the help of the gods. As Moro seems to be in a state of constant transformation. If he doesn't act soon, it'll be too late. What's more, his body is now growing over the crystal. It's barely even visible anymore.
Stand aside, Kakarot!
Vegeta rushing back to the battle. The villain's body is deflating. Moro's only growing due to the energy he's absorbing, but Vegeta is able to undo this with his Force Spirit Fission. Adopting the verbiage from the Ardradians, the Prince howls.
Enough yapping! Destroy that blasted crystal! I can only rip away Spirit's energy from him for so long! You got it!
Everything's riding on this fist of mine. Generating as many arms as he can manage, Moro's able to stop Goku's momentum and grabs a hold of him. More than frustrated with this nonsense, Vegeta's already at his limit. The Fiend is draining him faster than he can strip him of his spirit. Goku cries out.
Darn! Mirrors did it! Why can't I? I guess I still don't have enough God power!
With our two non-combatants, they can see from here he couldn't reach the crystal. But hearing Goku's words, something triggers in Jaco's mind. God power. He's got an idea. Taking off, he tells Krillin he's got to run an errand. Dashing away, he pulls out a remote of some kind, leaving us to wonder where he's off to.
No!
When Goku falls out of Ultra Instinct, Vegeta screams for him not to power down now. But his power getting sucked away, it's no use.
Evolve! Vegeta!
Piccolo, Gohan, and the humans arriving. The Namekian asks if he can use a Spirit Fission in reverse, asking what he means. Piccolo wants to know if he can gather up Ki and give it to Goku. A concept that didn't occur to him until now. It's absolutely possible. It's the same principle. Replying.
Great! You need to give him our key then.
Reaching out, the Saiyan instructs him to hand it over. Even with all of them combined, Piccolo just hopes it's a gift worth giving. Krillin rushes over to contribute too. Then with his telepathy, he contacts Dende to gather up Ki from everyone at the sanctuary and send it their way. Not hesitating, and already there with the androids and the others. He shouts out for everyone to lend him their power, who also don't question it. Reminiscent of the spirit bomb that took out Kid Buu, Goten and Trunks, who are taking care of Monster Island, both hear Piccolo's voice in their head. The former raises his hands to the sky to send him their ki. Trunks queries if his dad and them are in some kind of battle. Nobody told them. It takes no time for this energy to reach the prince. He can even recognize who and where this most recent batch is from, raising it above his head to get better leverage. As a final touch, Vegeta adds the remainder of his own power to the mix.
Take this, Kakarot!
Go! Do it!
That's just his blue form. Why won't he use Ultra Instinct?
Vegeta explains. Not won't. He can't. Not even with ki from all of them. Devastated at being so close yet so far away. On the lookout, everyone tries to gather themselves amidst the exhaustion. Dende apologizes that his own divine power is still developing, so it didn't do much to help him. While she doesn't know the whole story, Bulma guesses that ordinary ki doesn't cut it. When Jocko arrives in a ship. Where's Majin Buu? We need his power! Confused, the scientist informs that he's sleeping inside of the sanctuary. Again falling back to his base, Goku begins to resign it's over. This is all his fault. And he's not alone. Our other heroes start to realize the futility of the situation. Yamcha offers up the suggestion. Couldn't we just leave the planet for now and use the Dragon Balls to fix everything? If the ones on Earth are lost to us, there are still those gigantic ones in space, right? But Krillin argues that won't work. When Moro explodes, the whole galaxy goes with him. Since the word galaxy has several different uses in the Dragon world, this could mean anything from a fourth of the universe, the entire universe, or simply an area in space similar to our Milky Way galaxy. Any way you slice it, even the Dragon Balls in space will be dust in a few minutes. And there's no time left anyway, not even for a plan like that. Looking at the creature formerly known as Moro act increasingly deranged, that monster's already gone insane. He'll explode on his own soon, no matter what they do. Krillin pushes they gotta at least get Goku back. They can't let him die like this. Gohan offering to come with. Tien directs everyone else to join too. It's better than sitting back and waiting for death. To which Yamcha reluctantly guesses so. But after everything, he's still pretty disappointed in dying a bachelor. When the gleam of something catches Chaozu's eye. A giant ball of energy! But where did it come from? Is this what Majin Buu had in stock? It even attracts the attention of the fading Goku. It's not just ki, it's God ki. He can feel its divine strength. Vegeta wonders, but how? This ridiculous amount? Who sent this? As we see that Shankan has retaken control over Buu's body and went to find Oob. Oob has had this power all along. The great Lord of Lords' divine power must have gone to the evil half of Majin Buu during the split. When Fat Buu was absorbed by Evil Buu, the latter must have somehow kept the divine ki upon the final divergence that rebirthed Kid Buu. Ergo, Oob inherited the same power since he's the reincarnation of that iteration of Kid Buu. Just a lucky break he was born here on Earth and not somewhere else. At the same time, nobody else on the lookout can make sense of what the two are talking about. The child nervously looks over to the deity, unsure if he's contributing to the battle correctly. The Lord of Lords reinforces that's perfect, and he's sorry for the sudden trouble. Unsure and not caring whose ki this is, Vegeta grabs it and tells Kakarot to take it and use it. for another round of Ultra Instinct! Moro crumbling into dirt. Krillin picks himself up asking what happened. Did he really do it? Did Goku win? Piccolo smirks and points for him to see for himself. Now standing triumphantly alone. He did it! It really is over! Earth's savior yet again. Goku vanquishes the wizard Moro for good, again showing us there are seemingly no limits he can't surpass. Rushing out to greet him. Goku's friends embrace him, shouting he's the best. That was a real nail-biter. His son happy he's still with him. Though perhaps giving him all the credit is slightly displaced. The celebration continues on the lookout. After everything, it's finally over. The news even reaches all the way to Yar Jar with Paibara and Haska able to sense energy. The elder fixes his gaze to the sky. Well fought indeed, Vegeta and Goku. Though Eriko is happy he can finally leave. Landing, Vegeta takes his turn to address our hero. He wants to know where that final massive burst of power came from. Something Goku kind of spaced on in the heat of the moment. He's not actually too sure himself. He guesses there's still someone else amazing here on Earth. But the prince doesn't want to hear that nonsense. Surely he knows who they are. Tell him now! However, his rival smirks this off and thinks they'll all find out in due time. Probably. A very unsatisfactory answer. The reveal of the reincarnation of Kid Buu was actually mentioned to Vegeta before the Tournament of Destroyers, and also the Tournament of Power. Goku actually got a small glimpse of what this reincarnation looked like, so there's a good chance the pieces will be put together in due time. If not already by one of our heroes. Back with whom, the Lord of Lords thanks him for his cooperation. He is the savior of this universe. Though the youngster is still utterly bewildered by this, doesn't have a clue what he's talking about. Which may be by design. Asking who this jolly pink guy is anyway. The Shinkan supposes he can think of him as his kin. Causing the child to laugh. No way! We don't look alike at all! Leaping into the air, the deity joyfully offers his farewell.
teleporting away. Obviously, this isn't something normal to Oob. He just flew and went poof. Was all that a dream? Getting back to the lookout. Dende bows before the Lord of Lords and expresses how much of an honor it is to meet him, thanking him for working to save their planet. But without saying a word, he surrenders control back to Majin Buu, to the great relief of Mr. Satan. He runs over to his best friend with tears in his eyes, thanking goodness he's safe. Hugging him, Buu doesn't know how to react, responding he was always here. He was just sleeping, but now he's really hungry. For better or worse, he has no memory of his time as the Great Lord of Lords. Inconsequential to Mr. Satan, he bellows that there's no better time than now for a homecoming feast. He'll have a chef whip up a whole smorgasbord. Turning to everyone else, he invites everyone to join. So a short time later at the garden of Hercule's house. Everyone enjoying the well-earned meal. It comes time for Eska to return home. However, he will surely never forget his new friends. After saying his goodbyes, the young Namekian returned to planet Namek. The power of the resurrected Dragon Balls restored the planets caught in Moro's wake and revived the beings who had been killed, from the ones we already know, to even those who didn't get much screen time. And so, the universe was back to the way it was. Except for a certain angel trainee. Several days later, headed off to somewhere in space, Goku asks, "What's this all about some celery? Got any meat instead?" But Jocko said ceremony. They're honoring them all with medals for being the crew that showed Moro who's boss. Though that doesn't sound like Goku's thing. Causing Jocko to shout, "You idiot! There's no greater honor! Medals are the mark of the true elite!" Getting him kind of curious, Goku asks how many he has. And this'll be his first, actually. Gathering in front of the Galactic King, complete with band and all. The Octo-Man congratulates them on their good work, distributing the medals. He thanks Goku specifically for slaying Moro. Going to shake his hand, he again grabs something that's not a hand. An assistant addresses each of the honorees by name. Goku, Vegeta the Fourth, Majin Buu, and Jocko, Terramint, and Paibashi. Goku can't help but question why his name is so long. Who snips back, what's it matter? Continuing, the assistant utters. And finally, getting our hero curious if there's someone else to honor. Miris, now known as Miris Aikano Wishiabashi. Huh? And making their way through the crowd, it couldn't be. When Agent Miris himself arrives to accept this honor. Elated and bewildered how it could actually be him. The Renegade Angel replies with a grin that he's glad to see the both of them again. Vegeta asking the obvious, how's he alive? Didn't he cease to exist? And that is exactly what happened. He did cease to exist. As an angel, that is. A few days earlier, at the Grand Prix summoning of Beerus during the final standoff against Moro. Your superior remarks, "You two should have some idea of why you're being summoned." Beerus doesn't embellish. He admits he does, but he had nothing to do with this mess. This was Whis' doing. Who does embellish? Whis admits fault, but under the condition, he certainly didn't expect Beerus to violate their angel laws. The Grand Priest resolves that he was wrong to place Beerus in his care. The angel could only offer his deepest apologies. Pausing and delivering a stern glare, the GP states that ordinarily, it is the fate of law-breaking angels to vanish from existence forever. That said, he personally eradicated Beerus temporarily before resurrecting him as immortal, catching the Destroyer's attention. He furthers, there is simply no other way to save him. He now has a lifespan and his angel powers are gone. Prompting Whis to question what moved him to show such mercy. He tells, "It was actually this one who came to me, willing to sacrifice his own life to save Beerus's." Cueing Shin to appear, who thanks him for reconsidering the matter. And Beerus to query when the Kaioshin got here. Answering the why instead of when, he chortles, "It was all I could do, I'm afraid." But the Destroyer scolds,
How dare you put our lives on the chopping block? You and I are two sides of the same coin, remember?
Before he can tear the Kaio a new one, the Grand Priest goes on. "In any case, for your involvement in this trouble, I will have to impose a penalty on the three of you." And what kind of penalty? We jump over to the Kingdom of Zeno where we see his attendants and guards getting a much-needed break. Though if they're here... Zeno shouts, "Go, go, faster!" When we spot the two of them piggybacking both the Destroyer and Kaioshin in a race of some kind. Clicking a stopwatch, Whis informs, Horsey Beerus 121.39 Jix. Horsey Kaioshin 134.04 Jix. One of the Zenos complain, "You have to gallop faster." Given the stakes, this isn't a demand Beerus talks back to. The Grand Priest smirks that he's been meaning to give their two attendants some time off, so this is perfect. While complying on the outside, inside, all the Destroyer can think of is this is Goku's fault. Beerus only broke that dumb law because of him. Getting his ears yanked on, he questions Whis what that Goku's up to right now. Looking in, he appears to be partying it up with Beerus and the others at the Galactic Patrol HQ. In a largely opposite situation, he's gotta be kidding! So while Beerus finishes out his punishment, and possibly leaving him a little more spiteful for the next time Goku wants to train on his planet. With that, Goku and his friends' time in the Galactic Patrol was over. Peace returned to the universe. Letting out a yawn and leaning back in his chair, Jocko's happy to be back to just another peaceful day in the universe. Lamus questions, shouldn't he be out on patrol? But he just got back from that, so for the rest of his shift, he's on Cyber Patrol duty. And Cyber Patrol just looks like an auction site to him. Sauntering off, I've got some business at the Galactic Prison. You've clearly got some time on your hands, so you're coming with me. Who tries to argue he's actually about to go out on patrol again in a minute. Calling him on his nonsense, Calamus reminds he just said he was finished. So at the Galactic Prison. Passing Misa cell. She greets him that it's been a while, asking how it's hanging. Jocko replies, "Lots of peace and quiet, no thanks to you." Who scoffs and taunts back, "Is that so? You sure you don't want to play with us?" Causing him to bark in return, "As if! You're never busting out ever again!" Stopping at Yumba's cell, Calamus has a question for them all. His squad's radar detected something resembling a faint distress signal coming from the crater left by Moro's explosion. Do they have any idea what that might be? Who claims he doesn't know? Turning his chin up to the cage above him, the convict asks Quater if he knows what he's talking about. Possibly an intentionally ironic choice because I don't think his species can communicate all too well. So the patrolman resolves that after an explosion of that size, it could have just been general interference. But forget that crap! The bear man presses himself against the barrier and wants him to have whoever's in charge up his rations. They're barely feeding him anything in here. Which is of no concern to Calamus. Their food portions are predetermined. They can't change that. He screams for him to just let him out of here then. He wants to eat until he's stuffed. Jocko snorts they're never seeing the outside of this lockup for as long as they live. They should just be grateful they didn't get the death penalty. Yogi calls over to the duo. He reminds that they still haven't forgotten that they killed their pals. Which is objectively false. Moro is the one who did that, so their grudge is misplaced. In fact, Moro literally ate 7-3. But Zyugi said killed. You can't kill what ain't even alive. Calamus figures destroyed then. He doesn't see what difference it makes. Back on Earth. Specifically, the crater Calamus mentioned he was picking up interference from. The convict snips. 7-3 was just another thing we stole. He was empty at first, but as time went on, we filled him with data and turned him into a powerhouse. All that hard work's gone now. The guard's only happy to hear he's been obliterated in that case. Can't have things that dangerous running amok. Yumba asks if they made sure he got trashed for good. But Jocko recalls there being nothing left of him, just like Moro, so why waste their time? To the villain, this means they're not sure. Getting annoyed, the Highly Patrolman believes this claim to be ridiculous. 7-3 is gone and they need to quit being sore losers. If they can't answer his question, then this conversation's over. Assuring his partner to follow, Jocko gets in one last jab telling him to think hard about his crimes. Walking away, he questions if he actually did examine the inside of that crater. And he did. From above. At a glance. And if that's so, they'd better go do a thorough check just in case. Getting back to the battlefield in no time. Calamus stands atop the crater questioning if he found anything. Ascending, it's empty. No trace of Moro or 7-3 down there. Just like he said, he checked before. His opposite concludes that the distress signal is also stopped, so he guesses it really was just interference. But not wanting to waste this opportunity, Jocko inquires that since they came all the way to Earth, does he want to snack on some cheese while they're here? As he gets introduced to what this cheese thing is. A couple of mysterious figures have obtained the head of 7-3. Hiding until the Galactic Patrol's gone, Jocko's cadence could be heard in the distance that he's also got to try out this milk thing. getting all the cheese and milk he can carry. Calamus questions if he gets this much every time he comes to this planet. Who explains he could just get it online, but it's like 3 times as pricey, explaining his cyber patrol from earlier. A few months later, in a far-flung corner of the universe, far from Earth, a Cyclops wearing the same uniform as the mysterious figures addresses his leader, Master Goichi. He informs the data has been copied into all the other units. The portly captain assures they've done well. This is great news. What's more, all units should now have equivalent capabilities. The commander grows a sinister smile.
We never expected OG-73I to be powered up to this extent. A pleasant payoff for all our efforts.
His underling adds, all seemed lost when Sagambo and his goons stole that one, but it seems that luck is now on our side. Both happy to be rid of those rotten bandits. Standing and laughing, the leader announces that the time has come for them to rule the universe. As a rogue pilot zeroes in on their ship, he asks, "It's that ship, right, Oatmeal?" A digital remote voice replies,
Correct, Granola. But do be careful because there could be many on board.
Zooming out, we get a clear look at this individual, an adult male with greenish hair and an eye patch. He responds, "Gotcha. Prepare to provide support."
Roger that.
What was that?
We've been boarded by an intruder!
What the? Set the guards!
Not so fast! The intruder isn't stopping!
Damn it! Activate the OG soldiers! All of them!
They're finally here.
Those? I see. So which one's the target? Run a scan, Oatmeal.
Currently scanning. That's OG-72I, not the one we want. OG-20, OG-IWI, OG-31, OG-51. The target is not here. There are more within.
This way?
There, in the middle. That's OG-73I.
Just who is this green-haired man? And if he's able to match up against 7-3, how has he managed to fly under the radar for so long? Find out in the next arc of Dragon Ball Super.